Daily routine of business, affaires courantes ordinaires, tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir de déposer.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 41 of the Privacy Act and subsection 25(1) of the Personal Information Protection and Electronic Documents Act, the Privacy Commissioner's report for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2024.
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3H, this report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy, and Ethics. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Minister of Export Promotion, International Trade, and Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the pleasure to table in both official languages the annual report of the 2022-23 Canada account as prepared by Export Development Canada. Merci. Thank you.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Minister of Innovation and Industry.
Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Arrangement between the Government of Canada and the European Space Agency concerning the participation by the Government of Canada in the Space Safety Program done at Paris on June 8, 2023.
I like it. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the Government's response to 3 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Mr. Holland, seconded by Madame Sachs, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Interoperability of Health Information Technology and to Prohibit Data Blocking by Health Information Technology Vendors. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Holland, seconded by Madame Sachs, moves that this bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers, déclaration de députés, reports from interparliamentary delegations. We'll do that. We have the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the following reports of the Canada-Europe Association respecting its participation at the meeting of the Standing Committee of Parliamentarians of the Arctic region in Iceland from October 16th, 17th, 2023, and the Canada-Europe Association respecting its participation at the 42nd Interparliamentary meeting with the European Parliament's delegation responsible for relations with Canada, Normandy and Paris, France, and Brussels, Belgium from June 5th to the 9th, 2023, and the Canada-Europe Association respecting its participation at the 4th part of the 2023 ordinary session of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, PACE, and the Parliamentary Mission to Germany, Strasbourg, France, and Berlin, Germany from October 9th to the 18th, 2023. Thank you.
Thank you. Presenting reports from committees, présentation de rapport du comité, dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés, or introduction of private members' bills, first reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Ananasangari, seconded by Madame Martinez Farada, moves that Bill S-16, an act respecting the recognition of the Haida Nation and the Council of the Haida Nation, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Everybody tries. It's motions, motion. Presenting of petitions, présentation de pétition. The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country is facing an escalating cost of living crisis. Home heating expenses are surging, fuel prices are skyrocketing, and farmers are being forced to sell their land and reduce food production. This has resulted in higher food costs and record high visits to food banks, all due to this government's carbon tax. E-petition 4840, signed by over 10,000 Canadians, is just one voice among many who strongly oppose this unjust tax. Despite widespread opposition and the fact that many Canadians are only $200 away from missing bill payments, the government chose to increase the tax. Today, I stand representing the overwhelming majority of Canadians who oppose this costly carbon tax. This petition calls for immediate relief for Canadians and urges the government to take decisive action by halting the tax hikes and eliminating the carbon tax altogether. I have a second petition, Madam Speaker. I'm tabling this urgent petition on behalf of all individuals and families of Brantford Brant and Canadians across the country who are affected by cystic fibrosis. With over 4,000 Canadians battling cystic fibrosis, we must address this pressing health issue. Shockingly, half of those lives taken by this disease were under the age of 39. Trikafta, an effective gene modulator drug targeting the mutation causing cystic fibrosis, offers hope to these individuals. However, access to such rare disease medications remains a challenge. I join these Canadians in calling on the government to enhance access to rare disease treatments and establish a regulatory framework enabling bulk approval of gene mutations responsive to medications like Trikafta. I urge the Minister of Health to prioritize this critical issue and swiftly respond to the demands outlined in the petition. Canadians with cystic fibrosis cannot wait any longer for essential treatments. Thank you.
I want to remind the honourable member and all of the members in the House they can't put their points of view on their petitions. It has to be the members, the petitioner's point of view. So I would ask members to refrain from saying whether they support or whether they are urging the government. It has to be the petitioners are. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm so honored to rise to present 3 petitions today. The first petition I'm presenting is a petition to the Government of Canada in support of volunteer firefighters who account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. We also know, Madam Speaker, that approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year. We also know the petitioners state that the Tax Code of Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. This works out to a mere $450 per year, which would allow these essential volunteers to keep of their own income from their regular jobs $2.25 an hour. So what the petitioners are asking for is that the citizens and residents of Canada to call on the government to support Bill C-310 and enact amendments to subsections 118.062 and 118.072 of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of tax credits for volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000. The second petition that I wish to table today, Madam Speaker, is for to call on the government to support again Bill C-310 and enact amendments to subsections 118.062 and 118.072 of the Income Tax Act for firefighters. Okay. And again, the last petition that I wish to put on the table has been signed by thousands. We need to support firefighters, and again, to change the Income Tax Act to make sure that we respect all these volunteers that keep our communities safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I see that there's a lot of individuals rising on for petitions. I just want to remind them they're supposed to summarize. If they could give a brief summary, and then so that we can try to get through all these petitions. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands petitions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to rise on behalf of my constituents who express a deep concern about the level of poverty in Canada. The petitioners point out it affects more than 10% of Canadians, disproportionately impacting Indigenous peoples, racialized people, recent immigrants, and the young, especially children. Petitioners ask for the House of Commons to adopt a national poverty elimination strategy to ensure every Canadian a suitable quality of life and the opportunity to succeed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by the increasingly conservative-minded people of Timmins, James Bay, Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing, and Nipissing, Temiskaming. They call on the House of Commons to immediately repeal the new regulatory constraints on natural health products passed last year that millions of Canadians rely upon, that has since affected their medical freedom of choice and affordability.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member Timmins, James Bay.
Speaker, I have a number of petitions here, and the one I think really is timely right now, given the bombing of a school in Gaza, that whereas Israel's war with Hamas killed almost 20,000 people in Gaza in 2 months between October 7th and December 18th, 2023, with about 70% of them women and children, the civilian casualty rate in this war is significantly higher than the average rate in all the conflicts of the world during the 20th century. In the West Bank, the occupied West Bank has been the deadliest year on record since the UN began reporting in 2005, with at least 477 Palestinians killed by Israeli gunfire. The value of Canada's arms trade with Israel has been accelerating in the last few years. And in 2022, Canada transferred over $20 million in arms to Israel, the third highest on record. Canada has a legal responsibility under the Arms Trade Treaty and its harmonized domestic legislation to ensure its arms exports are not used in commission of serious violations of international law or serious violence against women and children. And in the past, Canada has imposed a two-way arms embargo on Israel as a response to violence against Palestinian civilians in the late 1980s during the first Intifada. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens of Canada and residents of Canada, call on the government of Canada to, 1, impose a two-way arms embargo between Canada and Israel, 2, investigate whether Canadian weapons or weapons components have been used against Palestinian civilians in the occupied Palestinian territories, including the current war on Gaza, 3, review all military and security cooperation between Canada and Israel, and 4, close loopholes that allow the unregulated and unreported transfer of military goods to Israel through the United States. My second petition is on the importance of recognizing the role of volunteer firefighters in our country. Volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. In addition, approximately 8,000 essential search and rescue volunteers respond to thousands of incidents every year. The Tax Code of Canada currently allows volunteer firefighters and search and rescue volunteers to claim a $3,000 tax credit if 200 hours of volunteer services were completed in a calendar year. This works out to a mere $450, which we allow these essential volunteers to keep of their own income from their regular jobs, $2.25 an hour. If they volunteer more than 200 hours, which many do, this tax credit becomes even less. These essential volunteers not only put their lives on the line and give their time, training, and efforts to Canadians, but they also allow cities and municipalities to keep property taxes lower than if paid services were required. Increasing this tax credit would allow these essential volunteers to keep more of their hard-earned money likely to be spent in the communities in which they live. It would also help retain these volunteers in a time when volunteerism is decreasing. Therefore, we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and enact amendments to subsections 118.062, 118.072 of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of the tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very good.
Remind members that they're not to read the petitions verbatim. They're supposed to be summarizing them. I see that there's a lot of individuals trying to, I just want to say that there's a lot of individuals trying to get their petitions in. We've only got 4 minutes. I ask members to please summarize. The honourable member for presenting petitions, the honourable member for Dauphin Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 41st time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. They live in a crime and chaos caused by this Liberal government's soft-on-crime laws like Bill C-5 that allows criminals to serve their sentences at home. In fact, Manitoba West District RCMP reported that in 18 months, just 15 individuals racked up over 200 charges. The people of Swan River are asking for jail, not bail, when it comes to violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft-on-crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nunavut.
I have some petitions with me as well. I have petition number ID number 129-50150 with the subject of foreign affairs. This is a similar petition that was already tabled, but I wanted to show my support about how important it is to share that Israel's war with Hamas killed almost 20,000 people in Gaza in the last 2 months between October 7 and December 18, 2023, with about 70% of them being women and children. And the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada have called on the government to impose a two-way embargo on arms between Canada and Israel. Number 2, investigate whether Canadian weapons or weapons components have been used against Palestinian civilians in the occupied Palestinian territories, including during the current war on Gaza. Number 3, review all military and security cooperation between Israel and Canada. And finally, to close loopholes that allow the unregulated and unreported transfer of military goods to Israel through the United States. Another petition I have is on the environment, petition ID number 1225-7265. This petition is whereas children born in 2020 will face an average 2 to 7 times more extreme weather events than their grandparents. In 2021, report in the Lancet, 83% of children worldwide reported that they think people have failed to take care of the planet. Those most affected by climate change are the youngest generation, as they will live to see the worst effects of the crisis. And they call on the Government of Canada to require all members of Parliament, regardless of party lines, to consult with a secondary or elementary school leadership, student councils, or environmental youth groups of their riding under 18 before Parliament holds the second reading of any bill that directly affects Canada's greenhouse gas emissions and the purpose of the Constitution consultation will be to listen to the viewpoints of those directly affected by the specified bill, but who do not already have representation in Parliament. The last petition that I'll read out is petition ID 127-34938 regarding the firefighters and how important that we need to do to support the great work that they do and make sure that they have the support that they need, including having the petitioners said that the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and enact amendments to subsections 118.06 sub 2 and 118.07 sub 2 of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of the tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000.
Thank you. There's no more time for petition. That brings us to the end. I do want to remind members again that they are to summarize their petitions when we do petitions. They're not to put their points of view forward as to whether they support those petitions or not. And so that brings us to the end of petitions. A point of order, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order to discuss a serious incident which occurred in this chamber on Tuesday night. As you may recall, the House was sitting late on that evening to debate Bill C-20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission. C-20 is a very important piece of legislation which is a long time coming. The purpose of the bill was to put in place an independent oversight body for the RCMP and CBSA as a way to deal with institutional issues, including actions of excessive police force and systemic racism. It is also worth noting that the debate that evening came a day after the 5-year anniversary of the release of the National Inquiry into Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. Across the country, which called on a need for reforms in policing to deal with both violence and over and under policing of Indigenous peoples, particularly Indigenous women, specifically noted in calls to justice 9.1 to 9.11. It is within that context which I make the comments I am about to cite that are very deeply concerning. During the debate on the bill, the member for Saskatoon West made a very concerning and inappropriate remarks. During the member's speech, while speaking about the case of Myles Sanderson, the member made the following shocking and completely wrong statement. He said, in quotes, "One of the interesting things in that particular incident was that the perpetrator, Myles Sanderson, had a history of violent offenses and had been recently released on parole despite the prediction by the parole board that he was likely to reoffend because of his racial background."
Disgusting. Gross.
Mr. Speaker, that is not at all what the parole board said in a statement in response to the final report of the National Joint Board of Investigation into the mass stabbing in Saskatchewan by the offender on statutory release, which said clearly, in quotes, "The boy found there were no pre-incident indicators or precipitating events that were known to staff or that staff could have acted upon to prevent this incident." Moreover, the parole board also noted that, in quotes, "The overall case preparation leading up to the release of the offender was both reasonable and appropriate, including consideration of Indigenous social history of the offender in the decision-making process." It is important to note that courts must consider an Aboriginal offender's background when he or she is being sentenced for a crime. Factors that are considered include discrimination, physical abuse, separation from culture and family, drug and alcohol abuse in response to the Supreme Court of Canada's ruling. I wish to make a quote from the Supreme Court ruling R versus Ipoli. It states in quotes.
Could I just, I know we're getting into the debate of the other night. Could I ask specifically what the point of order or what standing order you're referring to, so that we can sort of have a better idea of what we're looking at? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, but this is very important context about why it's in terms.
In a point of order, we normally have to look at what standing order we're specifically looking at, because what I am hearing sounds more in the line of a point of privilege, which requires an hour's notice to go to the House. So I don't really want to cut the honourable member off. I understand the sensitivity around it, but I just want to make sure we're following the standing orders of the House of Commons. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker. So this is what happened was. The statement of the member for Saskatoon West, which I read into the record a few moments ago, was very clearly said by the member, and it was audible when re-examining the video of his intervention, and that is what was recorded in the Blues. So I'm going to read it again into the record.
Order. How about we try this? Maybe we can have a quick little offline before we come back to the House, just to see where the appropriate point for this one is on it, because I think what you're bringing up is something that sounds far more in the privilege range, where there's a different process for that. If we're looking at a specific standing order in order to try to make the case there. I think that, I understand the importance of what the honourable member is trying to bring, but I think the tool that's being used is not the correct one. So I would maybe suggest that we can have a quick little chat after, and then maybe come back to this after. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So you're suggesting that this be a point of privilege and not a point of order? And I want to make sure, Mr. Speaker, out of respect to you, that I'm understanding correctly.
I think it'd be just best to consult with the table, and we can see how to tighten it up just a little bit to make sure that it's in the correct order for hearing in the chamber. So let's do that, and then we'll see if we can come back with that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll come back to it later.
Okay, I appreciate.
Thank you.
Then we weren't quite finished with questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Okay, just this once. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Scheer, documents regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada.
Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mr. Perkins, moves the House order the Government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC, and the Auditor General Canada, each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 14 days of the adoption of this order the following document, created or dated since January 1st, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, or control. A, all files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchange among government officials regarding SDTC. May I dispense? Let's make sure I don't miss anything here, just to be sure. The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years, it is clear that this NDP Liberal government is not worth the cost or the corruption. The Auditor General delivered a shocking report this week that outlined a history of wasted money, conflicts of interest, and possible illegal and criminal activity in funneling taxpayers' funds to Liberal-friendly board appointees' own companies. Now, let's just set the context a little bit, Madam Speaker. Right now, Canadians are living through complete misery. Government-caused inflation leading to high interest rates means that Canadians are hit with a brutal double whammy of not only having to pay higher prices at the store, but also having to pay higher interest payments on their debt, everything from lines of credit to mortgages. So they're paying more for the goods they buy, and they're paying more for the money they owe. This comes after the Prime Minister promised Canadians that interest rates would stay low for a very long time. He also promised Canadians that he was going to go into debt so they didn't have to. Cold comfort now for the hundreds of thousands of Canadians that are facing default on their mortgages as those rates keep rising, pushing people out of the homes that they've lived in for years. In many cases, tragic stories of people moving back in with their parents because they've lost the ability to stay in their house. This is all caused by wasteful government spending, pushing up prices, and forcing the Bank of Canada to raise interest rates at the fastest pace in Canadian history to combat that inflation. Now, the government will try to tell you that it's not their fault. The Prime Minister loves to spread blame around. He's always looking for people to pin responsibility on anyone other than himself. They say ridiculous things like there's global inflation, as if inflation was kind of like the weather, that you might have a warm front move in off the Gulf and you might have some pesky inflation plaguing Canadians. Inflation is always and everywhere a monetary problem. It's always caused when governments print money that they don't have out of thin air, flooding the economy with brand new cash without any growth in economic activity to justify that expansion of the money supply. So when we point that out to the Liberals, they say, well, in fairness, Canada was going through a pandemic and we had to spend all this money to keep Canadians safe. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer found out that 40% of all that extra spending had nothing to do with the pandemic. And now, slowly but surely, we're learning what actually happened. The Liberals used the excuse of a pandemic to line the pockets of their friends, to waste taxpayers' money, not only during that critical period of the pandemic, but also in the years that have followed, when Canadians are begging this government to get that inflation and interest rates under control. This government keeps borrowing billions and billions to spend, not benefiting Canadians, but lining the pockets of their friends. I've got so much to say here, Madam Speaker. I don't think I'm going to fit it all in my slot, so I'm going to share my time with the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's, because I know that he's been working hard on this file. He's one of the members of Parliament who rolled up their sleeves, poured through documents, vigilantly looking for waste of taxpayers' money, because on this side of the House, we know Canadians work so hard for the money they earn. The least they can expect is a government that respects the value of that hard work and their tax dollar. So, we can run through a few of the greatest hits of Liberal corruption during the pandemic. Remember the time the Prime Minister tried to funnel $1 billion to his friends at the We organization, an organization that had paid members of his own family, paid members of the Trudeau family hundreds of thousands of dollars for speaking fees. Remember the former Liberal MP, Frank Baylis, who suddenly, without ever having experience in the field, developed a medical fabrication company that didn't actually produce anything, getting sole source contracts from the government. In the past few months, we've learned more and more about the Arrive scam app, where the government ballooned costs for IT services without any accountability or oversight of where that money was going. It is clear that the Liberals use crises and attempts to fulfill noble causes to hide the corruption that they have become so famous for. And now we have an example. The Liberals talk about the crisis that Canadians are facing. They try to justify all their wasteful spending and all their massive tax hikes on the backs of existential threats coming from climate change. But now we know that their efforts to improve the environment have nothing to do with lowering emissions, but everything to do with doling out cash to people who have supported this Liberal Party in a very real way. So let's look at what the Auditor General found. $76 million in taxpayers' money was paid out in direct conflict of interest. That means there were people on the board, people who made the decisions about where the money was going, that should have recused themselves because they had a financial interest in some of the companies that were getting contracts. In fact, the Auditor General found, and through investigations at committee, we found out that there were government representatives in almost all the board meetings when these decisions were being made. So there can't be any excuse that this government has that this corruption was happening in some kind of arm's length way. They were in the room. They were in the room when they were being warned that there were conflicts of interest. They were in the room when the decisions were made. They were in the room when they found out that the companies getting the contracts were at least partially owned, if not entirely owned, by members of the board themselves. So for Canadians who are following along with this story, basically what the government did is they took an existing agency, SDTC Canada, which, by the way, had been fulfilling all its governance requirements up until 2017. And something peculiar happened. Former Liberal Minister Navdeep Bains, he didn't like something that the chair of that board said, something about protecting Canadians' privacy. That rubbed Navdeep Bains the wrong way. So he fired that chair, and he appointed one that would be much, much more cooperative with the Liberal government. And that's when the problems started. The chronology is stark. When he was minister, Navdeep Bains goes on to appoint another 5 controversial board members who engaged in unethical and illegal behavior by approving funding to companies in which they held ownership or held seats on the board. There are examples of those officials sitting in on the board as observers witnessed 96 conflicts of interest. But the board didn't intervene. Sorry, the officials didn't intervene. We've got examples here from the Auditor General's report of $59 million paid out to projects that did not qualify. And I want to read what the Auditor General said about that. She said, and I quote, "These projects were ineligible for funding because, for example, they did not support the development or demonstration of a new technology." The entire point of this agency, the entire point of this funding mechanism was to incubate, was to find potential technologies that might help reduce emissions, clean up particulate matter from the air. And the whole purpose was that they would grant some of these funds to scale up some of these innovative technologies. And what the Auditor General is saying that in their own project application, there was no proof that there would be any benefit to the environment. Not that they tried and failed, not that they were hoping that some new technology would work and despite their best efforts, it wasn't fruitful. That happens all the time in the world of scientific innovation and inventions. People are, they take ideas, they test them, and sometimes they don't work, and they learn from that and they go on to the next thing. But in this situation, the applications themselves couldn't even speak, couldn't even point to any environmental benefit. Very quickly, Madam Speaker, because I see I'm almost out of time, $6 million charged to taxpayers for projects that weren't even built, over $123 million in misappropriated funds, and as I mentioned, over 180 conflicts of interest at the funds. So here we have an example of Canadians suffering through one of the biggest cost of living crises since the Great Depression. Mothers watering down milk to feed their children, people moving back in with their parents, single moms working 2, maybe even 3 jobs just to tread water, not with any hope of getting ahead, but just keeping a roof over themselves and their family. And while all this is happening, while the Prime Minister is claiming that every single penny he needs to scoop out of taxpayers' pockets must go to all this spending, we find out that hundreds of millions of dollars was wasted, massive conflicts of interest, and another example of Liberal corruption where they reward their friends instead of respecting taxpayers' dollars. That's why this motion is so important, so we can get all the information handed to the RCMP, because, Madam Speaker, this is so serious, we believe this warrants a police investigation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, 60% of the members' comments were in regards to the economy. Well, it's interesting when he does that. When the world was seeing record high increases in interest and inflation, Canada's performance was far superior than a vast majority of the other countries, especially if you compare us to the G20 and the G7. And there is even some good news. For the last 4 months, we've seen inflation being kept under control to the degree in which yesterday's announcement Canada was the first country out of the G7 to actually see a decrease in the interest rate. This is all good news. I'm glad the Conservatives now want to start talking about the economy today, the day after, but I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts in regards to the good news that Canada is the first of the G7 countries to actually decrease the interest rates.
I do want to remind members that if they want to participate in the debate, they wait for the appropriate time. The Honourable Government House Leader, the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Madam Speaker, we have an Auditor General's report that may very well end up with an RCMP investigation and perhaps criminal charges, and the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, can't even defend it. There's not anything that the member can defend in the Auditor General's report. Did the Auditor General get anything wrong? Was she wrong when she said $76 million in taxpayers' money was paid out in direct conflicts of interest? Was she wrong when she said that $123 million in total was misappropriated? Was she wrong when she said that $59 million was given out to companies that didn't even qualify? No. The member wants to get up and say, don't worry, Madam Speaker, Canadians should take heart that it's worse in some other parts of the world. That's not good enough, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the travesties with this situation has been the workers that have been involved. What the government did is they funded this agency 100% from public taxpayers' federal money, but then they gave the workers no protection, no union, no protection under laws for whistleblowing, but we had people come forward. They've lost their jobs, they face sexism, they face racism, they face attacks because they came from French Canada, and some have had their names dragged through the mud consistently on this. So my question is about the justice for these workers that came forward, because none of this would have happened. There was actually 3 investigations that have culminated to this. So my question is, will the Conservatives agree to stronger whistleblower protection and also moving some of the workers that are paid 100% federally under the umbrella system where they get unionization and representation so they and their families can have the sanctity of telling the truth when necessary to protect all Canadians?
The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
I want to thank my honourable member for the question. He raises another aspect of this that I didn't have time to cover, but I'm glad that he did, and that is the abominable treatment of the whistleblowers in this whole sordid affair. For example, we find out that Andre Lise Methot is the founder of a green venture capital firm called Cycle Capital. During her time on the board at STC, companies in which Cycle Capital was invested received $42 million from STDC. So that's a board member who oversaw the distribution of those funds. Do you know who used to serve as strategic advisor at Cycle Capital from 2009 to 2018? The Minister of the Environment. That's some of the shocking things that we found out. And he's absolutely right. There was terrible treatment of these employees. Conservatives believe in protection for whistleblowers. It was our government that brought in the Accountability Act that prevented reprisals against whistleblowers, and we absolutely support methods or measures that would protect those whistleblowers and those workers that were treated so terribly by this government.
Une brève question. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the most shocking things in the Auditor General's report is that there's 2 groups, she classified 2 groups of conflict of interest decisions. The first group was 96 occasions where the board members declared a conflict of interest but then awarded themselves money. But the most shocking part is that $76 million, which is another 90 times when these board members didn't have the courage to share that they had a conflict of interest. Wow. That they, 186 times, half of which they hid. So I'm asking the member, why does he think someone would be appointed to the board with that kind of ethics?
A brief answer from the Honourable Official Opposition House Leader.
Well, I think the member's absolutely right. You know, Canadians would ask themselves, well, why would a government do this? You know, why would they have government officials in the room overseeing these types of decisions, knowing that there are these conflicts of interest? I think it goes back to the fact that this is the desired outcome. This is why a Liberal minister put his friends on the board. And they say the fish rots from the top. The Prime Minister faces no consequences for his myriad conflicts, and he's got other ministers that have had similar types of findings against him. The Prime Minister's been convicted 3 times. Nothing happens to the ministers, nothing happens to the prime ministers. So you can see the culture of corruption that this prime minister has created.
Great.
Resuming debate, the honourable for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin with a slight indulgence of the House. This is a remarkable day in history, the 80th anniversary of D-Day, and I just wanted to share a brief story because we all have family members that probably have one way or another connection to World War II. My mother's cousin, Everett Borgle, my second cousin from Chester Basin, Nova Scotia, signed up like a lot of young men did in 1942. He ended up landing in Normandy a month after D-Day in July. He was a tank trooper, and he went inland and fought in that brutal Battle of the Falaise Gap, which the Allies won on August 21st, so 1 month after he landed. And 2 days later, in subsequent pushing back of the German army, his tank was attacked with 275 millimeter shells, which pierced the turret and mortally wounded my second cousin, and his best friend, who happened to be part of the crew, pulled him out of the tank, but unfortunately didn't survive, and he passed away on August 23rd, 1944. So like many others, I'm thinking of family members who made the ultimate sacrifice for the freedom that we have, and just wanted to acknowledge that. Today, we are debating a motion to produce documents, have the Liberal government produce documents and send them to the RCMP of SDTC, a foundation set up 20 years ago by a Liberal government to invest in pre-commercialized green technology. And that organization was doing good work. In fact, in 2017, the Auditor General did a governance audit and found that they were complying with all of the best practices. Unfortunately, after that, the chair of the time at the board started to criticize the government publicly around the breaches of data, its weak privacy policies, appearing before our parliamentary committees. And that Minister of the Day of Industry, Navdeep Bains, and his office phoned the president of the Green Slush Fund, as it's become known, and asked them if they could get this chair to stop criticizing the government publicly. Well, this chair wasn't taking orders from this government and continued to criticize the government. And after an appearance at a parliamentary committee 2 days after that, the minister's office phoned and said, for some reason, we're going to change the chair. And here's two names. They told the president, we want you to check it out. Minister Navdeep Bains phoned the president personally and said, we're changing the chair. He's saying things we don't like. You haven't been able to keep him quiet. Here's two names. We want you to check them out. The president, Leah Lawrence, testified in industry committee that she checked them out. The first one declined because they had a conflict. The second one said, I'm willing to do it, even though I have a conflict. Now, she advised the assistant deputy minister, Mr. Noseworthy, who was the liaison who sat in the board meetings, that this was an inappropriate appointment of a chair because she was conflicted. And she was conflicted because the Green Slush Fund was already doing business with her company. But Ms. Fisherian had no problem with being in a conflicted position because she was doing the same thing at an organization called Mars in Toronto, which I said also helps the finance. So this board, the minister came back through the ADM a couple weeks later and said, okay, we're changing him. You phone the current chair, Mr. Bolsilli, tell him he's out. 3 days later, Annette Fisherian's in over the stringent objections of the organization, including their head of communications, who only a few months earlier was working in the Prime Minister's office and phoned the minister's office to say that this was inappropriate. And this is all in testimony. So what happened? This was the fourth or fifth appointment that then Minister Bains had made. And it's quite a record of insider dealing and trading. This $1 billion slush fund, $1 billion, as the Auditor General found out in a small portion, 5 years that the Auditor General released this week, audited, that 186 transactions that the board members voted on to give companies money were companies that board members had an ownership interest in. 186 times. the Auditor General pointed out that in 90 of those times they didn't even declare the conflict of interest, and that money alone totaled $76 million. This led whistleblowers to go to the government a year and a half ago to seek help and to stop this corruption. The CFO from the industry department is quoted as saying, "This is the biggest scandal since the sponsorship scandal." Well, actually, but that was a Liberal scandal as well in a previous government. And this scandal is huge in terms of dollars compared to that one. Almost half of all the transactions in the period of time that the Auditor General audited were transactions that this board voted money to companies that they owned. Almost half of this billion-dollar slush fund to them, feathering their own interest. Public office holders have to comply with the Conflict of Interest Act. The Conflict of Interest Act says when you're a public office holder, you cannot financially benefit from any job you're appointed to by the government. The SDTC Act, an act of Parliament, says that individual board members cannot participate and benefit for them or their families in any decision that financially makes their situation better. Yet these directors did it 186 times. Well, the senior departmental official sat in the meeting. That departmental official briefed his deputy minister at the time, who I'm sure briefed the minister. Minister Baines did nothing, 46 months. The current minister, 46 months this was going on. He did absolutely nothing until the whistleblowers came public. To give you some idea of the graft and corruption, Andre Lise Matteau, a director appointed in 2016 by Minister Baines, while she was on the board, her companies that she has an equity investment in received $42.5 million from the Green Slush Fund. Before she was appointed to the board, her companies received $143 million from the Green Slush Fund. She should never have been appointed to the board. She had an immediate conflict of interest. It was in breach of both the Conflict of Interest Act and the SDTC Act to appoint her. The Annette Vacherian, who was the chair, we went through that. She has a company called NR Store, which was receiving government money. She was appointed to the board and should not have been. Guy Ouimet admitted in committee that he sat in committee and voted $4 million to his own company that he owns equity in, and nobody in the government stopped it. A direct conflict of interest. Stephen Kukucher, the organizer for the current Liberal leader in British Columbia and a former Liberal staffer to an environment minister, his companies, while he was on the board, received almost $25 million. This is massive corruption of a scale and fraud not seen in Canada in my recent memory, which is longer, I think, than some of the people here. At least I'm told that frequently. So what we have is a situation where last night we actually summoned, it was the only way we could get him, former Minister Navdeep Bains to the Industry Committee. He now works for the largest and most expensive cell phone company in Canada, Rogers, or the most expensive in the world. He was the minister who was supposed to reduce cell phone prices, but actually ended up selling out and joining the most expensive company in the world now in the last 2 years. So this individual, I think he was actually zooming in, but it looked more to me like he was some sort of avatar that was programmed with only 2 answers. It's a public and open process, and I had nothing to do with it. Obviously, if the minister had nothing to do with it, then that minister was directed by the PMO to appoint these Liberal hacks and cronies and swindlers to this board. So he betrayed and said, I don't have anything to do with it. His chief of staff said, oh, I didn't have anything to do with it. They played the Hogan's Heroes Sergeant Schultz card and said, I know nothing, talk to somebody else. Typical of this government and everybody in this government. It's never the fault of the person who made the appointment. It's somebody else's fault. The dog ate my homework government. So what we're asking for here is that this House pass a motion saying that this Corruption has to end. Not only does it have to end, it has to be investigated by the RCMP now that we have the Auditor General's report. So I would ask and encourage all members to please show the ethics necessary for us and for Canadian taxpayers and ensure that any legal activity is dealt with by the police.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. To the point, the government has consistently acknowledged the work that our independent officers do for the House of Commons on behalf of Canadians. And where there's a need, the government has taken to action to address the concerns, and we continue to wait, and we will ultimately see what takes place. Having said that, I would contrast some of the actions of this government in comparison to previous administrations. You had the ETS scandal, which was in excess of $400 million under the Harper regime, where they completely ignored the issue, denying any sorts of accountability and transparency. And the member can feel free to provide comment on that if he likes.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Well, I understand why the Parliamentary Secretary, the Parliamentary Secretary doesn't want to talk about this scandal, which we're debating today. The issue is this government claims to have done something, but actually it's the whistleblowers that exposed this corruption because the government wasn't doing its job. They exposed it, and even after receiving it, the government did nothing except call in a study. And it wasn't until the Ethics Committee, led by a 1064 motion by our ethics critic, called in and asked for this to be investigated by the Auditor General. The Auditor General's review got done because of the actions of our side, the official opposition, not by these Liberals who continue to cover up corruption.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Former Minister Baines was at the Industry Committee yesterday, and in the Auditor General's report, it's clearly stated that the Minister of the time had the power to ask audits at the SDTC to see what was happening. And I asked the Minister how many audits he had requested. Not only did the former minister not answer, but we also know that the number was absolutely zero. He said that this fund was fully independent. So my question, what should Minister Baines have done at the time while there were allegations already being made?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was an excellent question that the member from Mirabel asked in the committee meeting last night. And of course, the automaton AI-generated vision of former Minister Baines just stuck with the process, and the answer obviously was zero because he wouldn't answer it. What the Minister Baines could have done in the first place to prevent this is not appoint corrupt Liberals to the board, appoint people with ethical approaches to business, and ensure that when he got the monthly reports from the board of the board meetings of what was going on, the minister actually did something to stop the corruption of the 186 times they voted themselves money.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the good examples of somehow that's going to escape the current process that the government has decided is an interesting point that the member has actually talked about before, is Annette Verschuren is a good example, receiving all kinds of money from several different projects, but even this SDTC, what about the managers that got bonuses to give money to projects that weren't even recommended to actually be accepted? Why aren't we actually getting the money back from those people? Because they got those bonuses on the backs of corruption and malfeasance at the expense of the workers who I've been trying to raise as a real victim in all of this situation.
Good question.
The Honourable for South Shore St. Margaret's has 1 minute to respond.
It's absolutely true. Like a lot of things with this government, the management of SDTC wasn't paid for results, they were paid for output, which generated the need to say, okay, you get a bonus just because you put out money in a project. Not a great way to go forward on this. I would say again that the governance structure of this organization, which deteriorated greatly in 2019, when the chair changed the rules on the conflict of interest to suit her own benefit and actually allowed directors to buy shares 3 days after the board approved money into a company, it allowed the directors to actually go and buy shares in insider trading in those companies. That's how bad the corruption of this organization was under these Liberals.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and to the Minister of Innovation, Sciences and Industry.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this motion. I would like to address the substance of the issues raised and present the government's action to address allegations at SDTC and the actions we are taking to restore public trust and restore funding to Canada's world-class clean tech sector that is helping deliver climate solutions and create the jobs of the future. On Tuesday, we announced that we will transition SDTC programming to the National Research Council to enhance governance and ensure public confidence after recent reviews, including, but not limited to, the report of the Office of the Auditor General, which revealed lapses in SDTC's governance. And we take those lapses very seriously. Transitioning SDTC programming to the NRC will ensure continued support for clean technology innovations, which, as you and we all know, is not only crucial for meeting Canada's climate targets, but is also helping companies scale up and grow, strengthening our economy and creating good jobs. The changes announced will provide continuity and stability for clean tech companies across the country, ensuring that entrepreneurs can move forward confidently with current projects, and SDTC employees have opportunities to continue their work to enable homegrown innovation. I will return to these themes in more detail in a moment, but first let me provide some background on the facts, the specific issues raised, the reaction by the government, and the key steps that we're taking. Madam Speaker, this government expects organizations that receive public funds to be held to the highest standards. When allegations of mismanagement at SDTC first came to light, our government took immediate action to undertake the proper due diligence to understand the facts. These were serious allegations that warranted a careful assessment of all of the evidence. Only with the facts could we then take the appropriate next steps. As a first step, the government engaged an impartial third party, Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton, to undertake a fact-finding exercise. That fact-finding exercise focused on a review of documentation and interviews with key stakeholders related to organizational policies and procedures, program governance, and the project approval process. RCGT also interviewed employees, external advisors, senior management, members of SDTC's board, and government officials. After receiving this report, we took swift action to freeze any new funding to SDTC, and we tasked the organization with a management response and action plan. We also began to work collaboratively with the Office of the Auditor General to support a full and comprehensive audit. Just as the government has high standards for the use of government funds, we expect employees to benefit from a healthy and respectful work environment. Given this, in addition to the RCGT fact-finding exercise, the government took action to address allegations related to human resource practices at SDTC. With SDTC's consent, which was required due to the organization's status as a shared governance corporation at arm's length from Innovation, Science and Economic Development, ISED requested the Department of Justice appoint McCarthy Theroux LLP to undertake a fact-finding review of alleged breaches of labor and employment practices and policies at SDTC. Current and former employees were permitted to speak openly and freely to the law firm without violating any applicable settlement agreements or non-disclosure agreements. The report of the review, which the government has made publicly available, concluded that SDTC's leadership did not engage in the type of repetitive, vexatious, or major incident conduct that would constitute harassment, bullying, or workplace violence, under applicable standards. Now, let me move on to 2 days ago on June 4th. The Auditor General, as we all know, released the report of her audit of SDTC. As mentioned, the government welcomed the Auditor General's decision to undertake this audit and fully cooperated with the auditors. The Government of Canada agrees with the findings of the Auditor General's report on SDTC. We acknowledge the areas identified for improving governance, accountability, and conflict of interest practices. Several of the recommendations are already being implemented by the organization, such as revised procedures for funding decisions and project oversight, as well as clarifying roles and responsibilities. The government is committed to working with SDTC to implement further measures that uphold transparency and prudent management of public funds. Now, evidence collected from all of these independent reviews revealed lapses in SDT's governance. We have never once denied that those are true lapses in their governance. The government listened, and as you saw yesterday, we are taking definitive action. To be clear, however, the Auditor General did not report any evidence or suspicion of criminal behavior. As acknowledged by Ms. Hogan herself before committee on Tuesday, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada has reacted quickly and well in response to the findings in the reports. In October 2023, a management response action plan was developed, which set out action items aimed at improving SDTC's governance, their conflict of interest management and human resource practices, and at enhancing ISED's oversight of SDTC to ensure that the organization is in full compliance with its contribution agreement. A reinforced contribution agreement with SDTC will formalize the enhanced governance practices and oversight measures set out in the MRAP. Of chief importance among amendments and complementary MRAP actions are those that clarify, enhance, and standardize SDTC's reporting requirements and processes, which will allow the government greater insight into and oversight of the organization's operations and management of public funds. To help restore confidence in SDTC's management of public funds for the benefit of Canadians, ISED has implemented enhanced standards for disclosure, documentation, and management of conflicts of interest. Furthermore, active reporting requirements have been established to track conflict of interest disclosures and recusals. This includes measures specific to SDTC employees, external consultants, senior management, and the board. These measures will increase accountability, ensuring that any potential conflicts are managed effectively. They also introduce new requirements for declaring and documenting management of conflicts of interest within the Foundation and reporting them to ISED. Collectively, these measures establish stronger governance and oversight of SDTC and will ensure increased transparency, accountability, and confidence in the new board's ability to continue delivering benefits to Canadians as the programming transitions to its next phase. Madam Speaker, Sustainable Development Technology Canada was created over 20 years ago in 2001. Canada's clean technology ecosystem looked very different at that time and was much less mature than it is today. The funding that is being provided since has helped to commercialize many clean technologies, and these projects continue to make valuable contributions to the Canadian economy and the environment today. It has been an example of how Liberal leadership in the environment and climate change has always supported economic growth in Canada, helping good companies grow and helping Canada be a leader in the world. The governance model adopted by Parliament at that time in the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act provided for a high degree of independence. But the various reviews I've outlined prompted the government to take a close look at whether the governance structure of SDTC continued to be fit for purpose today. After careful consideration, we determined that a new delivery model for SDTC programming was needed. This is why our government took action by announcing a new delivery approach that includes transitioning SDTC programming and employees to the National Research Council of Canada. In addition to its proven track record of providing tailored support to Canadians Canada's innovative small and medium-sized businesses. The NRC is a Crown agency and is subject to rigorous and stringent oversight of its personnel and finances. This will help rebuild public trust while increasing accountability and transparency in program delivery. This transition will take several months, so the government appointed new SDTC leadership made up of highly regarded and trusted individuals to lead the important work ahead to ensure the terms and conditions of ongoing projects are respected and appropriate employment opportunities for SDTC employees at the NRC are identified. Because it's not just about sound governance, it's about people. SDTC's employees have a wealth of experience and knowledge of the clean tech sector and have been integral in helping Canada's clean tech companies move from seed to startup to scale up. Their transition to the NRC will help ensure that Canada's clean tech companies will be at the forefront of the fight against climate change by receiving the same type of support to innovate, grow, and create well-paying, sustainable jobs. And this support will continue with resumed funding for new eligible projects in a sector vital to our country's economy and clean growth transition. In line with the Auditor General's findings, ISED will enhance oversight and monitoring of funding throughout the transition period. Now, the opposition don't take climate change seriously. We know that from their many actions and votes against climate change. They would rather play politics than make sure that Canada's clean tech sector can keep paving the way for the solutions the world needs. We understand that confidence in SDTC must be restored so that these visionary entrepreneurs can receive the funding they need for their businesses. Continuity of support for our clean tech sector is paramount to the fight against climate change and to keep growing our economy and keep Canada competitive in a world looking for cleaner solutions. We know that clean tech companies have felt the impacts of the funding pause as this government took the time it needed to uncover the evidence and identify a robust governance solution. We have done what we set out to do, and we thank the clean tech sector for its resilience and patience as we shape the way forward. The wheels are in motion at ISED, the NRC, and SDTC to make the transfer happen while ensuring continuity for clean tech projects and SDTC employees. By transitioning the support for clean technology innovators into the NRC, leveraging its robust governance structure, the government will maintain the strengths of the programming that have benefited Canada's clean tech companies for over 2 decades. Going forward, Madam Speaker, it is crucial that our efforts are focused on supporting Canadian innovators in the clean tech sector. These companies are generating jobs and developing world-class technologies to respond to the impacts of climate change and build the economy of the future here in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And you know, the appetite for Canadians for corruption is very low. But specifically right now, given the fact that the financial burden of Canadians is becoming quite high, this corruption after 9 years of this Liberal government is just becoming far too much for Canadians. We know that of all the individuals being investigated, we're asking the RCMP to look into this. One individual who may or may not be investigated, but it's very concerning to individuals, was a former industry minister, Navdeep Bains, who appointed the chair of the board, but subsequent members to the board, who he knew at the time had conflicts of interest and doled out $140 million of taxpayer money, where directors voted 186 times in instances with conflict of interest. But more concerning to Canadians with the burden of cost of living was that this minister got a $1 million job with Rogers Communication at a time when he promised cell phone bills would be down 25%. This government's promised subsequently 50%. And Rogers just posted their best profit ever off the backs of Canadians. Canadians demand an answer. Why was this appropriate for this government to treat this individual and others this way, and for the further corruption coming from this story and others? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, from day one when we learned of the allegations of mismanagement, our government has consistently taken steps forward to address the issues that were surfaced. And I've outlined that very clearly in my speech. So our government has taken actions time and time again to collect the facts, We have never denied the fact that these allegations are serious and that there are breaches to specific governance standards that we all think we need to uphold. So we are doing the work. We're now relaunching SDTC with a new governance model that will have the accountability, transparency, and oversight that I think we all agree is needed.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In his speech, the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned something towards the end that's interesting. The impact of the measures from the Conservatives that are funded by oil companies, largely. The impact of focusing on SDTC, which invests in green technology innovation, small businesses that will make a difference in the energy transition and the economy of tomorrow. In that sense, I'd like to ask a question to the government, to the representative of the government. What does he think of that strategy? And what does his government plan to do to ensure that investments continue to be made in those small businesses that depend on investments to be able to advance their technologies a little further? And for over a year have been on hold. They have no governance and ethics problems. They're a victim of this political strategy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That question from the Honourable Member because part of my reason for getting into politics was really to support small to medium-sized enterprises in this country and to ensure that we unlock capital and investment so that we can scale up the innovative solutions that entrepreneurs and small business owners are developing so that we can scale those solutions to meet the challenges of today and tomorrow. One of those challenges obviously being climate change. Our government is I can't tell you how committed we are. I really feel that it's a heartfelt commitment to ensuring that small business can access the capital and the support that they need. Obviously, SDTC has played a pivotal role in that. We got a letter by Canada Clean Tech who said Canada has consistently outperformed in the clean tech sector relative to its size, partly due to the support that SDTC funding has provided to early stage technologies. So I think it's just one example, and that's why we feel it's so important to get SDTC back up in running under a new governance framework.
A point of order, the Honourable for Saskatoon West, is it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you. I'm rising to address the point of order that was raised earlier today by the member from Winnipeg Centre. And I wish to apologize.
I just want to indicate that the point of order was set aside. Okay. If I remember correctly, I'm just going to confer with the table officers. I will allow the honourable member to go forward, but he can maybe indicate what standing order that he is rising on.
I'd like to advise the House of a word that I misspoke of when I gave my speech on Tuesday night.
Okay, I will listen to it. If it becomes a point of debate, I will let him know. Otherwise, I'm hoping that it will be on the point on a point of order from the standing orders. The honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wish to apologize to the member, to the House, and anyone else that may have offended. Specifically, the member referenced a speech that I gave in the House Tuesday night on Bill C-20, and the quote she read from my speech, and I said the following. One of the interesting things in that particular incident was the perpetrator, Miles Sanderson, had a history of violent offenses and had been recently released on parole, despite the prediction by the parole board that he was likely to reoffend because of his racial background. I misspoke when I used the word because. I meant to say regardless. And so this was caught immediately, and when the blues came out, that's the preliminary version of the Hansard, we actually requested a change, to change the word because to regardless. That change was accepted and published in the Hansard officially. So once again, Madam Chair, I apologize for misspeaking. I never meant to offend anyone and never meant to cast any dispersions on anyone because of race. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was a point of order. I have another point of order. The honourable for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, there is, in terms of the blues, we are allowed to change things, but the change by the member entirely takes away what was said in the House. It's the edits that they made to the blues change it entirely. Changing the record from because of his racial background to regardless of his racial background might seem like a small change, but it fundamentally alters the meaning of what was said. The former likening criminality to one's race, and the latter being not connected to race. That is.
So I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the honourable member's mic is not on. I'm sorry. The honourable member has risen and apologized, and what the honourable member is bringing forward right now, again, I would maybe ask her to come and talk to the clerks to see if that's more of a point of privilege, because it seems to me that it's more of a point of debate at this point, trying to expand on the point of order of that the honourable member has just brought forward again, and so I'm just not sure if it's a point of privilege more than a point of order, because it seems to be more debate. The honourable member did apologize, and so the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. He didn't really apologize. He said that that was the reason he changed. He's not taking responsibility. He is not. Order. So the honourable member, I'm sorry, the honourable member did apologize. He did say that if it offended anybody, he apologized, and it's not the word that he wanted to use. So the apology is there. So I would just ask the honourable member maybe to discuss it with the clerks or with the House Leader to see how to move forward from here. At this point, I feel that this is more of a point of debate. The resuming debate, I'm trying to figure out where I was at. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that's concerning about this situation is that the government knew about the problems with the workforce as SDTC. And now they're proposing another model, moving it under another government department, which will have more direct oversight. But what's the point if SDC management and board members who abuse the staff in the process are still part of it? So my question to the parliamentary secretary is, how many of these individuals have they rooted out, and they will stop them from joining the recovery process that's necessary and the justice necessary for the workers that are remaining there? I asked this government to offer other jobs to the SDC whistleblowers, and they refused, leaving them out on a lurch until right now. So what are they going to do to ensure it's a safe workplace?
Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the question from the member. We too feel it's very important to preserve a healthy work environment for the employees of SDTC. After all, they're not the ones at fault here. I think to his point, the board is no longer and will be reconstituted with new members under the new governance framework. And as I've said in my speech, employees that have worked at SDTC will be given opportunities within the new structure to have meaningful employment and to apply their skills and expertise in a way that benefits the clean tech sector across Canada, which to me makes a lot of sense.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Perhaps in that new board they'll be consulting. Yeah.
For South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Perhaps the parliamentary secretary will be able to tell us if Navdeep Bains will be part of that process to put some more corrupt Liberals in. But my question is really about the statement by the parliamentary secretary that they acted and they supported every single time the investigation into this. That's actually factually incorrect. That member in the industry committee opposed every vote we tried to do an investigation into this every single time. It was only through the support of the Bloc and the NDP that we were able in the industry committee to do any investigation into this corruption at all. So why is it that this member would claim that the Liberals actually were in front of this when they were fighting it every step of the way?
The Honourable Member, Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, what that member just uttered is patently false. I have supported meetings on SDTC at committee, and our government has studied it at multiple committees. We have also taken action from day one to, as I've said, to do numerous fact-finding missions and independent reviews, all of which have provided the evidence and support for the actions that we're now taking. And we've taken those to heart, and we've acted on the recommendations that independent third parties have given us, including all the witness testimony that's been provided at numerous committees.
Hear, hear.
Order. The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's has a habit of doing this, and I asked him to please be respectful and to allow members to have their say, and if he has anything else to say, then he should wait until the appropriate time. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I just want to stand first to say that I've tracked the work of Sustainable Development Technology Canada over a 22-year history in which leading entrepreneurs from my own riding, people like Jürgen Puder from the wind energy sector, was active as a member of the board. In those days, we'd look at a track record of extremely effective, targeted support that led to multiplier factors of benefits to our economy in moving to innovative technology. I cannot believe it's the same organization that is found so lacking in rigor by our current Auditor General. There's been a shocking decline in management, and I certainly support the Conservative motion today that we get to the bottom of it. But I want to ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, does he see a day that Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or the work it was doing, will be properly restored through the National Research Council?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you very much.
I remind members once again to please hold off to their thoughts and their comments until it's the appropriate time, until they are recognized. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank the member for her question. I think it's a good faith question, and it's exactly what we hope to see, which is that this organization, who has a legacy of really great strategic work in helping finance seed and scale up financing for some of our most promising clean tech entrepreneurs, to see that work continue is really where our commitment is. Obviously, we need to address the governance issues that have surfaced and the practices that have been lacking. And I agree with her that the hope is that we can do that in a way under the National Research Council, in a way that gives lots more oversight to the federal government. And I think that's what's really needed in this case. So I share her concern and her commitment to ensuring that we restore SDTC to its previous and most effective model.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by saying that I will be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Saint-Jean. So, Sustainable Development Technology Canada. We could call this the story of a noble cause that has been completely ruined. SDTC was founded with a noble intention of stimulating the development of clean energy technology. And it was supposed to help people at the pre-commercial stage, when companies need funding but they're not yet viable, when they need ways to develop their technology to make them commercially viable. We know that in Quebec, where there is a strong culture of entrepreneurship, we know that in Quebec, people need this help. SDTC, since its creation, has benefited from about $2.1 billion. It's only spent about $800 million, but that's quite a lot. The objective is excellent, and the idea is to stimulate investment in clean technology. But then, on Tuesday, we were shocked to see the Auditor General's report, which was catastrophic. It was very damning. In fact, it was one of 3 such reports published on Tuesday. These reports show that this government has lost control of the reins of state.
Les critères d'admissibilité n'étaient...
First of all, we saw that eligibility criteria were not set at all. It was not clear. There was no follow-up. We saw that some of the projects actually had less benefits for the environment than what existed before. And these eligibility criteria had not even been sent to external experts. So people are hired, external experts are hired to decide if projects should be funded or not, but they're not even sent the criteria. It's really shocking. And then the AG pointed out that about 1 out of 10 projects was not actually eligible. Which means, imagine if when you went to the grocery store and you bought a bag of apples, there was always 1 out of 10 that was rotten. You'd get pretty sick of that. And yet that's what we're seeing here. 10% of projects. It's a huge amount. Projects that are not even eligible. And now we see why some non-eligible projects were funded anyway. Conflicts of interest. The AG mentioned 90 cases of violations of the conflict of interest policy. And in some cases, there were personal business relationships between administrators and businesses. In a number of cases, the conflict of interest had been named, had been disclosed, but the person was still there when the funding decision was made. So when you combine these two things, the conflict of interest and the problems with the eligibility, well, we see that ultimately funds were mismanaged. And that's what we saw in the AG report. And then we learned that SDTC has been abolished. We learned that these recommendations made to SDTC, well, the recommendations won't be followed because SDTC just doesn't exist anymore. This government is stepping away from an entity that receives public money and that has a responsibility to taxpayers. In fact, it's doubly accountable. It should be appropriately handling taxpayer money, but it also is responsible for managing important technology for our future. But the government doesn't even want to clean up SDTC. It actually just wants to throw it out the window completely. The employees will be sent to the National Research Council, the funds as well. But we're not getting any details about how things are going to work in future. There's no information. We know that funding is essential, so what's going to be done? Will the criteria finally be made clear? Will projects be funded? Will the projects be audited? Will the ones that really need funding continue to receive money? We have so many questions. And this is happening at a crucial moment. And yet suddenly, when we have all these questions, the government has decided to abolish SDTC. Will we see the documents? Will we see the documents that show that perhaps there were relationships, that perhaps the department was aware of certain things well before the report appeared, well before some of the first alarms? Are all of those documents going to be destroyed? And that brings us to today's opposition motion, this conservative opposition motion. Now, I think the idea here is to protect the information. And if the RCMP is going to carry out an inquiry, it'll have the information it needs. We agree with that, but we need to make the wording acceptable. We need to make it realistic. For example, 14 days for the amount of information requested. Well, that's just not enough. There's so much documentation. We're asking for all the briefing notes, the emails, going back 10 years. Those documents need to be translated. That's what we want. They need to be in both official languages. 14 days is not enough. So that's something we want to highlight. And we also want to make the language less broad. We think that the scope of asking for the financial information of all the companies that have done business with SDTC, we think that's too broad. We should instead focus on the projects where, according to the AG, where there was a violation of the conflict of interest policy, then yes, we need to cast light on that. These documents need to continue to exist and be accessible for the RCMP, for example. And Madam Speaker, we also need to be very careful when it comes to the RCMP, because the RCMP is the one that will decide whether it's going to open a file on this. Of course, it can draw from the AG's report, but we need to ensure that the documents still exist and that the RCMP can access them, even though SDTC doesn't exist anymore. So these are all things we'd like to see improved in this conservative motion. And there's something else. All of the bad things that were mentioned in the report, all the money that was spent by SDTC, all that money was still better spent than the money we shovel into the pockets of oil companies. At least SDTC had a very laudable goal. It was trying to contribute to a cleaner future with less climate change and more mitigation and adaptation, more clean technology. So we shouldn't forget that that's the substantive part of this. These are our taxes. We want to ensure that this type of investment keeps existing. We can't attack all the projects that benefited from this money. We need to be very specific. We need the wording to be specific in order to do our work in a very serious manner. Once again, the Liberals have proven here that they can't manage anything. It's very unfortunate, but the Bloc Québécois will be here to help cast light on the issue.
Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her remarks on the corruption we're seeing in this Liberal government and displayed in the Auditor General report. I will note on page 14 of the Auditor General report that there were 90 cases where, according to the Foundation's own records, conflict of interest policies were not followed. How do we get rid of the corruption in this Parliament, in our institutions? How do we do it?
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Well, if we could get rid of corruption, well, first of all, we wouldn't have a Liberal Party anymore. And we would prefer Quebec to be independent. But that said, what I would really like to see is that if there has been misappropriation of funds, I would like that to be fixed. But the Conservative Party shouldn't forget that there is a laudable goal with this type of investment. They can't fight the clean technology. That's what I want to see.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There is no doubt that the idea of sustainable development and funding green projects is something that is worthwhile, and I would suspect that I would like to think that all political parties inside the House support it, with the possible exception of the Conservative Reform Party. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I take a look at it and say, yes, obviously, everyone in the chamber recognizes that something's wrong here. And the minister has taken immediate action, and now we have the National Research Council that's going to be there to, in essence, ensure that we can continue to see the funding ongoing, while at the same time address the concerns that have come out. Would the member not agree that having a government agency like NRC taking responsibility for this important file is a positive step forward?
The honourable member for Terrebonne. Well, I would just say to my colleague that it's too little, too late. In part 52 of the report, it says that the department knew about 96 violations of the conflict of interest policy by members of the board because they had access to the minutes. So the department had access to these documents, but it never asked questions about the non-eligible projects where they could have got the money back. The department never tried to straighten out what was happening at SDTC. It's shameful to see that now the government is abolishing the entire entity without having a plan.
For Nunavut.
NDP support this motion because Canadians expect that their tax dollars be managed responsibly and for it not to be used to appoint political appointees and other corporate friends. We absolutely support getting answers about the financial mismanagement, conflict of interest, and toxic workplace of the Sustainable Development Technology of Canada. And I wonder if the member agrees that while the Liberals are saying that they've done what they can, that they haven't done enough, leading to the important motion that we're debating today.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question because not only has the Liberal government not done enough over the past few years to follow up on what was happening and monitoring it? They were sending money left, right and centre, but they weren't actually checking to see what the money was being used for. But now today they're saying that abolishing the SDTC will solve everything. That's absurd. It's absurd to think that by abolishing a fund and by saying, oh, the money will just be shifted to the NRC and the staff as well, everything will be fixed. Same employees, and there's still no clear eligibility criteria for admissible programs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always difficult to speak after my excellent colleague for Terrebonne, but I will do my best on the file that we are studying today. That is the production of documents after a report, 3 reports from the Auditor General, rather explosive reports. I'd like to come back to the motion very rapidly, because I might make a number of proposals at the end of my speech. The motion asks that the House order the government and SDTC to produce a number of reports in the next 14 days after the potential adoption of this here motion. Documents, information notes, service notes, emails that have to do with SDTC and that were exchanged with members of the government about potential issues, financial issues. The SDTCs received money, declarations of conflict of interest that we'll talk about. This motion asks that these documents be sent to the RCMP so it can independently establish whether there should be an investigation or not, if there were any infractions of the criminal code. This motion is a follow-up on a performance audit that was tabled by the Auditor General on SDTC. She studied the organization's activities between the 1st of April 2017 and the 31st of December 2023 and had a number of findings, many terrible findings, and I will enumerate a number of them. She revealed that SDTC had not always managed public funds in accordance with the terms and conditions of the contribution agreements for the Sustainable Development Technology Fund. That's the basic premise of these findings. She unveiled that the Foundation had not established clear objectives and guidelines for assessing eligibility criteria for the projects that it would fund. Despite this lack of criteria, when a project was inadmissible, sometimes it would still receive money. So the Foundation granted funding to ineligible projects, even if they did not fund or support the development or demonstration of a new technology, or the Foundation also did not inform ISED when funds could be recovered. The foundation had mismanaged conflict of interest in several respects. The foundation's records show notably that conflict of interest policies were violated in 90 cases. The foundation's conflict of interest policies were not consistent with all elements of its enabling legislation. The foundation did not have an effective system for recording conflict of interest declarations and mitigation actions. The conflict of interest involved, approval decisions, represented nearly $76 million in project funding. The foundation had not declared the conflict of interest to the department. The board of directors had failed to monitor the foundation's compliance with certain important statutory requirements. This same board of directors was poorly created because it did not meet the elements of its enabling legislation, with only 2 members rather than the 15 required. SDTC is not the only one to blame in this file. The minister did not sufficiently evaluate and monitor the use of public funds by the foundation, and that's another big problem. Even though whistleblowers had been sounding the alarm for a long time, nothing was done. Like one of my colleagues, the member for Mirabel, mentioned, through a question to a Conservative member, the previous minister, Navdeep Bains, could have asked for audits but did not. So he allowed the situation to fester to the point where it became unavoidable to study the matter. Yesterday, the Auditor General confirmed what we had suspected for months. She tabled 3 reports with the same damning conclusion. The Liberals have completely lost control of the government's machinery. And this is another flagrant case today. Like my colleague for Terrebonne mentioned in a question yesterday, the federal government should be managing its own business instead of trying to manage the business of provinces. They need to clean up in their own backyard before looking at their neighbour's backyard. This shows that there are systemic management problems within the government apparatus. This tendency not only to undercontract but to also create more and more distance between the government and the projects it manages causes problems of accountability, an absence of transparency. It doubles, almost triples intermediaries, which means that it's often very difficult to figure out who's doing what. It's difficult to follow the money. At the end of the day, perhaps the government might appreciate this rather nebulous system. They find it difficult to monitor projects and programs because they've been delegated to other entities. Madam Speaker, if we asked the government to solve an 8-piece puzzle, they'd probably be able to make sure that the puzzle has been produced by a Liberal. They would create an outside agency specialized in solving puzzles. They'd hire perhaps a consulting firm to advise on puzzle engineering. They'd be unable to find out how much it costs to finish the puzzle. But they wouldn't even finish it because they would have discarded one of the pieces in the cracks of a sofa. That's the government's way of doing things, and we have another example of this today. The issue is that on the substance of supporting the development of sustainable technologies, it's necessary. Climate change can bring about healthcare issues, economic issues, and so we must tackle it. We need technologies that allow us to mitigate the effects of climate change. The issue is that by pulling the plug on SDTC a bit too late, by the way, the plug is being pulled on funding that would have been necessary to develop these technologies to fight climate change. But in the meantime, oil and gas are still being funded. Greenwashing is still happening by asking these oil and gas companies to develop sustainable technologies themselves. Well, it probably indirectly benefits the Conservatives because they continue to deny the existence of climate change. They probably appreciate this system, but there is still an issue that we have to rectify. We have to fund the development of green technologies. That being said, there are some things that are interesting in this motion. My colleague mentioned a few of them. The fact that documents have to be produced rapidly to avoid some disappearing in the cracks of the sofa, as I mentioned. We're sending the message that parliamentarians want to study seriously, want to study this file seriously. We have to make sure that we can cast a light on the matter so that the government stops delegating its authority and its management to other outside entities. We have to make sure that there is transparency in the government's management of various issues. In what we have to say on the motion, there's perhaps two main issues that are an issue for us. A 14-day period. Conservatives seem to not understand that there are two official languages, and in the Bloc Québécois we work in French. And we know that translating all the documents that will be requested might take longer than 14 days. Perhaps there could be a bit of flexibility on the matter without it being too long, nonetheless. There's also an issue with the involvement of the RCMP. The wording of the motion gives us more of the impression that there's been an order given to the RCMP. The RCMP could request the documents itself. All that to say, we have a Conservative proposal before us. We're open to making certain amendments to this motion. We invite Conservatives to talk to us. We'll be in the House until late this evening because of Liberal mismanagement of our calendar. So they could come to talk to us. We're open to talking to them for amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Earlier today, we had a Liberal member stand up and say that the government has done what it set out to do. Now, when you look at 186 breaches of conflict of interest in SDTC alone, they definitely set out to do what they wanted to do, which was to reward Liberal friends with hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars. Does my colleague see that particular issue as well with this government?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. What I see in particular, and I mentioned it, is that by creating parallel organizations, by delegating left, right and centre to consultants, for example, they forget what accountability is and they try to create a nebulous system, and that's the heart of the issue. It's not exclusive to SDTC. We have to re-examine how the government in general manages its files, the way that it far too often delegates its files. It's systemic. Government decisions are therefore being taken by an apparent arm's-length organization, and so the government can wash its hands of it. That's what we need to rectify. SDTC is a symptom of an underlying issue, and we have to tackle this issue at its very heart. This is just one example amongst many.
L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Du leader du gouvernement.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it is important to recognize that SDTC was an arm's-length organization from the government. When it was brought to the attention of the government, immediate actions were in fact taken. And ultimately, when we look at it today, now it's being given over to NRC to ensure that we can continue to deal with things that are affecting our water, our energy, our agricultural communities, and making sure that the good work that is in fact being done is allowed to continue while we continue to address what it is that the auditor just released this week. My question to the member is, would she not agree that having NRC take over is the responsible thing to do? Through NRC, it's more direct in terms of with the government because it's a Crown corporation.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Well, the issue is that we should never be in this current situation. Earlier, we were told that Minister Baines was informed, he did nothing, and so a nuclear option is now being used by pulling the plug on SDTC. What could have been done differently, should have been done differently. This program was created through a will for the will by the government to create agencies and to use that to try and circumvent any issues with provinces. Quebec has Transition Énergie Québec that already works, and that works with SDTC that could administer this kind of program, but the federal government tried to centralize everything in Ottawa. Quebec is a leader in the development of sustainable technologies, for example.
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's hard to take the Liberals serious when they talk about climate change, and this is a perfect example right here. They have $37 billion plus for a pipeline, and at the same time, they actually bought the pipeline, managed the pipeline, and continue to put all the resources into the pipeline. And meanwhile, they created an agency independent from themselves, they claim, with all the hands off, so they have no responsibility, no accountability, and they let the workforce down by making them the scapegoats about sustainable investment and projects. So my question to the member is, how can we even take them serious when the numbers for this investments and this strategy don't actually coincide with the rhetoric?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I think that my question clearly shows what the government's priority is with regards to climate change. Had they applied the same criteria with Trans Mountain, well, the plug would have been pulled for Trans Mountain, but funding was found somewhere for Trans Mountain. This project is still underway. It's very expensive because it's oil and gas, and so that's the government's true priorities, not a green transition.
Resuming debate, the honourable for Windsor West.
I will be spending my time with the member for Edmonton Greenspa. This issue is serious and is one where, as New Democrats, we'll support this motion as we have supported to shed more light on this because we believe in the support of sustainable technology, but it has to be done with accountability and it has to be done with a process that builds public confidence in this. And only this motion will provide a clearer path of where we need to go because the Liberals continue to be in some type of spin cycle that they can't get out of and will continue to do so until there's actually justice on this file. And when you look at SDTC, it was created under John Chrétien's government. It has survived all the way through successive Liberal and Conservative governments over this period in time. And most recently, it's poked its head out again because the workers brought forth the erosion of a good program and some good investments that were costing Canadians. And Madam Speaker, what's important to recognize too is that all the other competition that was going on for money in SDTC, which is 100% publicly funded, was at a loss because corrupt and poor decision-making process and political interference and intimidation sent money to projects that should not have been supported by their own internal investigations, and we're seeing now shed more light, probably had political favoritism involved at the very least. And Madam Speaker, that's unfortunate because all those other companies and investment strategies and programs and services are now under a cast shed of doubt, and we still to this day have not recovered a single cent from all that money that went out there. The practices got so bad that during the pandemic, they just decided we're going to give everybody a 5% raise because we can't bother to go through the files ourselves. We've given up. We're just going to give everybody 5% more across the board funding. On top of that, there was also 10% for some select companies, and surprise, surprise, familiar names have popped up and political connections have popped up. And so there still has not been a word from this government about what it's going to do about that. And during that process, some managers were getting bonuses. And board members, get this, declare a conflict of interest. They would get their packages, they would go into the boardroom, and they would know it's all on the table there, and they would get out for that moment, and then they'd come right back in to the same room. Over and over and over. And which was awful, there was a direct connection to the minister's office because we had a public servant staffer in there. And during all that decision-making process, during all that camaraderie, during all that time at the board table, there was no information apparently brought back to the minister or no recognition at a time when we had not one, not two, but now 3 reports about how poorly it operated and about how poorly the decision-making process was, and the culture of racism, sexism, an attack on French workers as well too was noted in terms of the whistleblowers that are part of this. Some lost their jobs, and you know what, Madam Speaker? They had to sign non-disclosure agreements just to get out of there. Non-disclosure agreements so they and their families could be protected. And so I had an amendment I wanted to propose today that would at least call on the government to apologize, because the government, not the minister, not anybody, has apologized to these workers. Not them, their families, the stress that they went through every day, having to go into a toxic workplace environment, being pressed to actually say yes to government money to hand out to people that they shouldn't have got to, being maligned in the public as SDT spokespeople defended the organization and the culture there at the expense of the whistleblowers. So I had a motion. It's ruled out of order because of the document requirement that's part of this motion is different than what I was proposing. So we'll look for another way to at least say sorry. How sad is that I have to come here today to get the government to say sorry for these whistleblowers? And by the way, I want to go back here in a second and let's recognize what's happened here. They created SDC at an arm's-length distance, so-called, because then, and part of this, the workers were not unionized and had lesser supports and structures for them and their families. And so now, during this process, I asked them, would you at least in the interim of all these months of investigations and circuses that are going on, would you allow them to have another public service job to get out of this toxic environment? But no, they couldn't even do that. They couldn't even do that for the remnants of the people that have held the line, have done the right things. And we still don't know who's going to be migrated over to the other agency now. They do have an association, so there'd be better rights there. But I don't know the full case story right now, and we don't even know if that's what they wanted. Perhaps some of them still wanted to actually leave and go somewhere else and start a new chapter for doing the right thing. We should have at least provided the choice for them. They have not done that. And part of that is because of their insincerity to protect workers. And just because they've recently come to the light with regards to anti-scab legislation doesn't mean they haven't continued to have the existing culture exist against workers. The other part that I was asking was that there be an independent evaluation to make sure that any of these managers and people in authority at least had an independent process to evaluate whether they should be migrated as well and keep their positions, and board members as well too. And that's a fair thing because there's probably some good people in there that don't need to be blanketed as part of the problems that took place because of bullying that took place in the workplace. So you had the Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton report, you had the confidential report of special committee, Osler report, Privy Council office got a report, and now we actually have the Auditor General's report. All basically because a number of people came forward and raised issues about people like Annette Verschuren and others that were in conflict of interest of deciding where money should go and where it shouldn't go. And Madam Speaker, this is sincerely the biggest part of this that we want to fix if we are going to have confidence in the public for doing work for sustainable technology. And I brought forth the question to my colleague just before this about where the Liberals are at this. So let's get an idea here. They left all these people, and they continue to do, to put them on their own and by themselves and can't say sorry, but they had enough energy to buy a pipeline and manage the politics of a pipeline and continue to do so at 37 times the cost and less of the accountability that they are putting on the backs and the shoulders of the workers who they still can't even say they're sorry. So one of the interesting things that's come about this culture that still exists under Liberals, I recently just got a document as we are looking at the edge of a border closure potentially, Madam Speaker, and a potential strike. Here is what the departments under the government of the President of the Treasury Board and Minister of Public Safety should know about. Their management team right now to deal with our customs officers on the front line is this: an email that went out to their staff and to the unionized workers saying, quote, "A stress and anxiety rise with pending strike deadline on Friday, June 7, 2024. We wanted to send out some clarifying information to our team. Some officers across the country have received letters deeming their positions essential. In essence, this means that they have to report to work for duty despite being in a legal strike position. These determinations were made by PSAC and the Treasury Board collaboration. For those officers who did not receive a notification and therefore were not deemed essential, you have the choice to either participate in the legal strike actions or continue to report to your current work team. Whatever decision each team member makes will be respected and kept private. We will not be disclosing who is deemed essential and who is not. We will continue to support each other and continue to ensure our team is a healthy, supported team free of harassment. Should any team members who are not deemed essential decide to continue to report to work, please privately email me, as such reporting will be recorded to ensure those who reported are committed to be paid." What this does, Madam Speaker, it's an attempt to bring in scabs and to break the union. Right now, we have our border that could be closed for the economy and is being compromised for safety, and the President of the Treasury Board has a recommendation to treat these workers like every other border and every other public safety and every other officer by giving them the 25 years and out, and also ensuring the workplace is safe for all of us. Shame on the Liberals for continuing practices of their management underneath them and not caring about the workers that actually fight for Canadians every single day.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank him for his speech. And we've seen, since this began to unfold quite some time ago, the current minister gets up and claims that as soon as they knew there were governance problems, that they took swift action. We've heard that talking point repeatedly today during this debate, and it's false. We know that this goes right back to 2017 and the behavior of the former minister, and we know that it was only through the whistleblowers, the workers themselves, that brought this to the public's attention at tremendous personal cost to themselves, that we even know the depths of the corruption at work here. So I wonder if the member could correct the record with respect to the false narrative from the Liberals that they took immediate action.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the question. And the proof is in the reports that lingered for years, that were identified and that were brought in, even external ones that had to be improved by the minister's office to actually investigate. And the fact that we had somebody from ISED sitting on the board of directors. How could you not know this was happening? That was a front row seat on the Titanic, and for some reason, they had no idea what was going on. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, the cozy relationships, the appointment process, and all those different things, unfortunately cloud some really good work that can get done. And that's why we need to clean this up to make sure the workers are going to be respected and the taxpayers' money is going to be respected.
Questions and comments? The
Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. I know he works very hard on the Industry Committee. I'd like to hear his perspective on the fact that what we see, and the member for Saint Jean and the member for Terrebonne explained in their speech earlier, we're talking about devastating reports from the Auditor General from poor management, bad management, and this is not the first scandal of poor federal management. It's piling up, it continues. And Madam Speaker, I'd say that what I see is that it's concerning that the federal government wants to take money, try to create programs, manage them poorly, and during that time, keep the money that should be transferred to the provinces to manage things in their field of jurisdiction. Quebec also has programs for the environment. So, Madam Speaker, the Liberals have made cuts, the Conservatives too. They don't make the transfers, they interfere. And here, again, in 2024, we have a non-functional federal system.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question. And where I come from in the auto sector, we've been looking and fighting for a transition for a green car strategy for a long period of time. We're finally seeing some of that innovation. And what's been exciting is we're seeing Quebec reemerge as a place for automotive investment. And that's something that was lost with the St. Therese plant and other places where they actually were very good, well-established automotive manufacturers, lost, and now are being brought back into the fold of competing, which is excellent for Ontario and excellent for Quebec. So sadly, what we see out of these situations is an erosion of confidence into the programs and services. And that's why yesterday at committee, I raised this concern with some of those that are just saying, just turn the spigot back on. Well, we have to actually make sure there's accountability for workers and also the proper process, and just moving it to a department without a plan is not that. If we want to do this right, it needs work.
Questions, a very brief question from the honourable member. Oh my God, for Bay of Quinte, yes. Yes, I did say.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the member for his speech and for his work. I enjoy working with him in the industry committee. You know, we had a saying when I used to serve on boards, when it became a pecuniary interest, used to say, is anyone making any money? Well, 90 times people made money. This isn't just a one instance, it's many instances. A quick question for the member. The solution from this government has to be to dissolve SDTC and put it back into the government. The very problem we had to create all these instances, of course, the minister having knowledge, the department having knowledge, the member even mentioned a member of the ISED was sitting on the board. How do we ensure we maintain the creation of industry or of technology in Canada, of sustainable technology and innovation as a whole, given how muddled this whole process has been and how corrupt this government is? Thank you.
The honourable member for Windsor West in 15 seconds or less.
Thank the member for his question and his work. I think the minister needs to be more to bring in all of the opposition parties if there's going to be a new model presented, because they just haven't presented a plan. They're just shuffling it off without a plan or sharing any of that information, and that's not healthy for the workers or for ourselves, who have to be the hard job of making sure the government and those that benefited from this are held to account. And that's why I'll be supporting the Conservative motion today.
Okay. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before I begin, I want to be able to thank my honourable colleague from Windsor West for his immense work in making certain that there's justice for workers and for Canadian taxpayers in regards to this ridiculous and unfortunate circumstance that the government finds itself in what is a very blatant disregard for the procedures and practices that are required of boards and taxpayer dollar. But before I continue, Madam Speaker, I do want to first recognize the immense suffering of Palestinians who are seeking safety and shelter. And just this morning, we learned that there was another airstrike against a school, a United Nations school, that harmed the lives of over 6,000 innocent lives. We need sanctions, we need a two-way arms embargo, and we need a ceasefire now, Madam Speaker. I'll continue now with a quote from the Auditor General, who just released her damning report in regards to serious issues and claims made against the Sustainable Development Technology Canada's governance and stewardship of public funds issues that were present in her investigation. The report says, quote, "We found that the Foundation awarded funding to projects that were ineligible, that conflicts of interest existed in some circumstances, and that certain requirements in the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act were not met." Madam Speaker, it continues to say that the Foundation awarded funding to 10 ineligible projects of the 58 that were examined. It goes on to suggest that they found 90 cases that were connected to approval decisions representing nearly $76 million in funding awarded to projects where the Foundation's conflict of interest policies were not followed. In addition to that, it suggests that the Board of Directors did not ensure that the Foundation complied with its enabling legislation, and the Act requires that the Foundation have a member council of 15 members. Unfortunately, the Board of Directors had supported reducing that number to just 2. Madam Speaker, I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to know that public accountability and the creation of a board, particularly of 15 members, is an important piece of the enabling legislation that would have or could have required more oversight. But the reduction of those members to just 2 creates a very obvious vulnerability and risk present to the very obvious mismanagement of this fund, likely leading to the very serious issues of conflict of interest. It's extremely concerning that SDTC was handing out money to companies for projects that were not eligible. Madam Speaker, this fund is intended to ensure that we have sustainable development of clean technology, something that I believe many members in this House are in support of. As a matter of fact, this fund goes back in its origin for a significantly long amount of time, beginning in 2001. All the way back then, it was established as a non-for-profit corporation with a mandate to award funding to eligible projects carried on primarily in Canada to develop and demonstrate new technologies related to climate change, clean air, clean water, and clean soil to make progress on sustainable development. The goals of ensuring that we have a responsible path toward a future where our children and our grandchildren can actually breathe good air, drink good water, and live in an environment that Canadians for so long, in particular Indigenous people, have safeguarded and stewarded for generations. It's needed now more than ever to ensure that these projects aren't just developed in Canada, but they're actually serving the goals of a more sustainable future. It's a double sin, Madam Speaker, to not just see that this fund has been left largely in the hands of a government that is so disinterested in the accountability that is required of non-for-profit corporations, leading to what is a very obvious and extreme instance of misappropriation of funds. In addition to all of that, we see these extreme conflict of interest cases where in one circumstance, we had a board member able to award their own company millions of dollars. That, Madam Speaker, is basic level transparency that members of boards, particularly government-created boards, should have an understanding of. I know many members in my community who sit on small nonprofits and they do the hard work every time they go into their board meetings, they read the minutes, and they clarify amongst themselves and their colleagues the true facts, but also hold themselves to a moral standard because they're serving a community and they're serving a real need. It is the second sin to use what is intended to be one of the most important pieces of a better future for Canadians as a easy access point for corruption and conflict of interest. The Foundation entered into contribution agreements with the Crown, most recently with the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, to manage the Sustainable Development Technology Fund. And according to these contribution agreements, the fund's goal is to advance clean technology innovation in Canada, specifically by funding and supporting technology projects at the pre-commercial development and demonstration stages to demonstrate to Canadians solutions that are potential to our future. Came to light in February 2003, Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada received allegations, serious allegations of financial mismanagement and poor human resource management practices at the Foundation. In March of 2023, the department hired an external consultant to conduct a fact-finding exercise to determine whether there was sufficient merit to the allegations. In November of 2023, the department announced that a law firm would be hired to review alleged breaches of the labor and employment practices and policies. In August of 2023, whistleblowers filed a complaint against SDTC, hoping for a management overhaul. In their complaint, the whistleblowers alleged a series of conflict of interests and a number of potential cases of mismanagement of public funds at the Foundation. Madam Speaker, it's important that I take a note of these very brave workers. People who were able to see wrong take place in what was supposed to be a true good. They courageously stepped forward under penalty of losing their jobs. And for many Canadians, the penalty of losing a job is also the penalty of losing your ability to house yourself, feed yourself, have dignity for you and your family. These workers put everything on the line so that Canadians could get the truth that we're dealing with here today. These whistleblowers are in need of real protection, which highlights an even bigger problem we have in our country, which is the need for whistleblower reforms to better protect whistleblowers in the instance where they have witnessed corruption, witnessed mismanagement, and they bring forward what they've seen. We know that in the instance I cited earlier, that it was an approving grant to NR Store totaling $217,000 in 2020 and 2021. These grants, in this instance, were part of the COVID-19 funding to help businesses survive the pandemic. However, the former board chair of SDTC said that she received a legal opinion not to recuse herself in the very instance of her own company applying for funds to the to the fund to which she chaired. She followed that legal advice, citing that that was the reason why she was unable or did not recuse herself. Madam Speaker, it doesn't, again, take an immense amount of knowledge to know that if your company is applying to a fund to which you are of a non-for-profit, to which you are the chair of, that is not just a perceived conflict of interest, but a very real conflict of interest. Madam Speaker, we could go, I'm delighted to say that I am thankful to our Conservative colleagues for bringing this motion forward, and that New Democrats will be supporting this motion to better understand and to better bring clarity to this immensely difficult issue facing Canadians and Canadian taxpayers. And I hope that we have the courage in this place to not only deal with the production of these documents for the better purpose of our investigations, but to also recommend true solutions that can put an end to this kind of extreme level of breach of trust. It's not just present here, Madam Speaker, but in so many issues, even prior to this government. It's so important that we take this opportunity to clamp down and create better securities assurances as called for by the Auditor General. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Madam Speaker, I think what the member was really trying to get at in his speech is that it really seems like this type of corruption, this level of corruption is ingrained in the government. He was referencing towards the end of his speech that even during the pandemic, that they were taking taxpayers' money and sending it off to Liberal insiders. So I'm just wondering, does the member agree that this is it's not just a one-off with this government, but this is actually part of who they are to their very core?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Grisba.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for the opportunity to speak to just this party's, not only their record of corruption consecutively, governments after governments, particularly Liberals, that have to wait for the Auditor General to catch them red-handed. It shouldn't take the Auditor General and other independent officers of this Parliament to hold the government accountable to do the job that they're supposed to do. A government should have the ability to hold itself accountable and review these processes internal to themselves before this level of corruption takes place. The whistleblowers came forward many times, Madam Speaker, and it took them filing an official complaint before the government even listened. Worse yet, we still know that the recommendations made by the Auditor General to just follow the rules that are in place are still instances where the Auditor General has to call attention to the government. Her recommendations are squarely put on the fact that rules are in place, but rules are meaningless if they're not followed. We need to hold governments accountable when they breach public trust, and we need to set an example so that Canadians can actually build trust in our systems and not continue to see what is a tradition in this country of the breach of public trust towards the abuse of taxpayers.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleagues have already said, we agree with the principle here, but we don't agree with the wording. For example, we think that there should be more time to enable the translation services to translate the documents. And we also don't think that the motion should try to direct the RCMP and tell them in advance whether the offense has happened or not. That's not our work as parliamentarians. But we do think that we should preserve the documents. Does my colleague agree that we agree with the idea, but we need to modify the wording so this is really an appropriate motion?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my honourable colleague for what I believe is a very goodwill to offer to parliamentarians here in this place to not only strengthen this motion, but to actually enable us to get not only more documentation, appropriate documentation, which allowing for more time for translation services, allowing more time for the public service to actually provide credible documents to the betterment of this investigation is an important piece to this work. I would support such an amendment that would see for example, within the first paragraph of the motion amended from within 14 days to another or longer period of time to give the supply period of these documents a better chance of being fully reviewed, but also tabled in this place. To the second point that the member makes about directing the RCMP, I fully agree that the RCMP cannot be directed by parliamentarians, particularly places of democratic nature, because the RCMP's need, or the RCMP investigation needs to have an impartiality and an independence that I support.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe it is very important for us to recognize that this is an arm's length foundation that's been up and running for the last 20 years. And to try to give a false impression that the government has been standing by idly doing nothing, and then the federal auditor's report comes out and then we take action, is just simply not true. The government has been aware of it. The government is the one that initiated the review, which ultimately got the third party, Madam Speaker, engaged, which ultimately led to the Federal Auditor General also then becoming engaged, all of which the federal government and the minister in particular has supported, and we've acknowledged that. The question that I would have after stating the facts is I was intrigued by the questions that were just posed. Does the member then support the motion being proposed by the Conservatives if it is unamended?
Member for Edmonton Grisbaugh, very brief answer.
Well, towards the first portion of the member's comments regards to the at arm's length nature of the non-for-profit, I would give him and submit that is the truth. But another truth to that fact is that the minister entered into an agreement with the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, entered into an agreement with Sustainable Development Technology in order to deliver a fund. Madam Speaker, the government needs to take more seriously its approach to partnering with groups when they're in breach of very basic principles.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Mission, Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the members from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes. Sustainable Development Canada was launched in 2000. Sustainable Technology Development Canada was launched in 2001 to support businesses to innovate and create new sustainable technologies. For more than a decade, and under both Liberal and Conservative governments, SDTC had a few problems, but nothing major until this Prime Minister took office. In 2016, the Liberals changed the process for appointments, claiming it would be open and transparent. In 2019, the Liberals were frustrated with then-Chair Jim Basile, who had spoken out against government legislation and decided he should be removed and replaced. The former Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, proposed two options for Mr. Basile's replacement. One of them was Annette Verschaeren, an entrepreneur who had been receiving SDTC funding through one of her companies. There was a clear conflict of interest with Ms. Verschaeren, so you think with this new and open, transparent appointment process, Ms. Verschaeren would have been disqualified immediately. But you'd think wrong. Former Minister Bains, ignoring several warnings about her conflict of interest, proceeded with the appointment within 3 weeks of Mr. Basile's removal. With the arrival of Ms. Verschaeren at SDTC, an environment was created in which conflicts of interest were tolerated and managed by the board. Board members would go on to award SDTC funding to companies in which they held stock or positions. Minister Bains appointed 5 more of the board members who engaged in unethical and illegal behavior by approving funding to companies in which they held ownership or seats on the board. Officials from the Department of Industry, Science and Economic Development sat on the board as observers and witnessed 96 conflicts of interest but did not intervene. Former Minister Bains would be replaced in January 2021 by the current minister, and in November 2022, whistleblowers began raising internal concerns with the Auditor General about the unethical practices at SDTC. In February 2023, the Privy Council was briefed by whistleblowers and commissioned 2 independent reports. In September of last year, the allegations became public, but it took the industry minister a month to agree to suspend funding to the organization. In November, the Auditor General announced they would be conducting an audit of SDTC. And that brings us to this week, with the damning report outlining how $123 million of taxpayer money was misappropriated and misused by this board. The Auditor General's report, which I might add is one of the most damning I have ever seen in my adult life, way worse than the sponsorship scandal of the 1990s, I will add, outlined that SDTC did not follow conflict of interest policies in 90 cases. It outlined that $76 million on projects connected to Friends of the Liberals who sat on the board. It outlined that SDTC spent $59 million on projects that were not allowed to have been awarded any money. It outlined that SDTC spent $12 million on projects that were both in a conflict of interest and ineligible for funding. And in one case, Ms. Verschaeren siphoned off $217,000 to her own company. The report makes clear that this scandal falls squarely on the shoulders of this government, this current minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were given to Liberal insiders. At last night's industry committee meeting, the government was quick to gloat over how many clean tech projects have benefited from SDTC. But when witnesses were questioned at committee last night, they failed to admit to the corrupt nature regarding the funding and conflict of interest of these projects. My colleague questioned the witnesses who were responsible for making appointments, yet the SDTC communications manager failed to take any responsibility for the conflict of interest cases. We continue to ask officials on how decisions and appointments were made, but time and time again, this government failed to take responsibility for its corrupt practices and pointed to broad administrative processes which had no bearing on the questions taxpayers were demanding be answered. It seemed as though the whole team was had amnesia, and they failed to provide the committee with answers on how these decisions were made or the relationship to the Auditor General's report. So I'll ask this question again that my colleagues asked last night to the Liberal government, that nobody really knew what was going on. Nobody had any involvement in the appointments process. The government was completely guilt-free of anything that happened. Maybe today we can get some answers from Liberal members about what they did wrong and how they're going to fix it. When questioned on whether Minister Bains, the former minister, had read the Auditor General's report, he couldn't even say he had. It is absurd that a former minister and current vice president at Rogers Communications wouldn't take the time to read such an important report before coming to committee. You know, Madam Speaker, it's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there is just a new scandal. In 2015, the Liberals promised to be open and transparent, the most open and transparent government in the Canadian history. Very quickly, Canadians have learned that that's not the case. We saw in 2019 when the Prime Minister pressured former Justice Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould to get a get-out-of-jail-free card to the corrupt SNC-Lavalin, and he fired her for refusing to do it. We saw again in 2020 when the Prime Minister granted hundreds of millions of dollars to We Charity, an organization his family had financially benefited from, and then prorogued Parliament to shut down the investigation and avoid accountability. We saw again in 2022 when we first started to hear of foreign interference in Canada's democracy, which the Liberals continue to cover up. This week, we asked numerous times to name the MPs who were involved, and they refused to do so. After 9 years, Canadians know they will not get any transparency or accountability out of this government. At this point, Canadians have so many scandals before them that in fact they're becoming numb to how bad things really are. They are no longer able to expect the government to be open and honest with them or take responsibility for their actions, which should be the bare minimum expectation for any government. We continue to allow this government, we cannot continue to let this government get away with this level of corruption. More than $100 million handed out to Liberal insiders with clear conflict of interest. So the Conservative Party today is calling upon Parliament to get the requisite documents, to get to the bottom at what happened at SDTC, to get to the bottom of how taxpayer dollars were misappropriated in such a clear and deliberate way. Canadians don't have a lot of trust left in our institutions. I'm hoping the Liberals will vote with the Conservatives today and allow Parliament to access the information that we're seeking to give Canadians and the RCMP and our law enforcement the clear tools that they need to hold people accountable so Canadian taxpayers know where their money is being spent and how it is being used. Again, I'll just point out, at last night's Industry Committee, it was one of the most disappointing displays I have ever had in my close to 5 years in this House now. They clearly could not answer any single question. They clearly did not want to answer any single question. It was delay and obfuscation at a level I have never seen before. Parliament needs to know how Canada's money was spent. Parliament needs to know that this will not happen again, and Canadians need to be assured that we will not waste their taxpayer dollars like this ever again. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. SDTC, the issue at the side, putting to the side right now, does in fact, over the last 20 years, provide all sorts of opportunities for companies across the country in terms of whether it's startups to expand, that create green jobs, that allow Canadian companies to be leaders in the world in technology. And we recognize that it was important to see the board dissolved and ultimately transfer over into NRC. I'm wondering if the member has any thoughts in regards to NRC taking over the responsibilities, ensuring that we can continue to provide the funds that are necessary for our environment.
The Honourable Member for Mission Metzke Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the first part of the member's question, the big scandal here is that this government has let down small businesses. This government has let down the innovative sector in Canada. This government has discredited startups in this country that legitimately rely on SDTC to bring their technologies to market, to commercialize new and innovative technologies that will protect our government. What we see here today is a clear case of administrative injustice at a level we have not seen very often in the history of our country. This Auditor General report is like nothing I have ever read. Case upon case of this government clearly allowing for conflict of interest cases to go through, for insiders to have money in their pocket at the expense of Canadian companies that deserve so much more. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We've seen the AG reports, and one of them was about McKinsey. We know that the government subcontracted, and that led to a loss of expertise in the public service. Same thing here with SDTC. We don't know where some of these workers are going to end up. They had expertise in sustainability, and we may lose more of that knowledge within the public service. I'd like to hear from my colleague in a general way whether we should be supporting the public service more and stop delegating in order to keep expertise within the public service.
Mascue Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. I think in respect to the workers at play here, it was the former Conservative government that brought in stronger enforcement for whistleblowers. We need to protect members of the public service that see an injustice and are willing to stand up for Canadian taxpayers, and in this case, we really did see that. So while we did see a level of incompetence and disregard for public money at Industry Canada and at SDTC, the positive thing is that there were public servants and officials willing to step up to protect Canadian interests. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had a lot of confidence when we came into this Parliament that we would get serious about the climate crisis. Canada has the ability and the leadership to have a clean energy economy, yet we're still waiting on the investment tax credits long after the Deputy Prime Minister promised them. We're seeing green slush funds, and yet all the while, this government focused on giving $34 billion in taxpayers' money to build a pipeline for Pathways Alliance. They never blinked once when it came to building that pipeline, but yet when it came to putting the solutions on the ground for a clean tech economy, they were more willing to help their friends than to live up to their obligations that the Prime Minister made as a solemn promise to the Canadian people back in 2015.
The Honourable Member for Mission Mascue Fraser Canyon.
Well, I'd like to thank the member for his question. The debate today is not about pipelines, although I'm very pleased to see the Kinder Morgan pipeline completed. I think that's going to do a lot of good for the Canadian taxpayers. I'm glad that project's finished. But what we're talking about here today, Madam Speaker, is a very serious issue. An Auditor General's report that clearly outlines clear cases of a conflict of interest. What this report outlines is that this government failed in their duties to the Canadian public to administer public funds in both a transparent and way that Canadians would expect from their officials. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bay to the Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
$1 billion green slush fund. From a government that claims that they're serious about the environment. They take $1 billion and they find every possible way to line the pockets of Liberal insiders with that money. It's incredibly disappointing for Canadians who once believed in this NDP Liberal government, but they've seen, after 9 years of this Prime Minister and his broken promises and his insider dealing, that he's just not worth the cost. And we know from the Auditor General's bombshell report this week that, again, he's not worth the corruption. How many conflicts of interest do you think that we could find at the $1 billion green slush fund? 1, 2, 3. Well, hold on. I'm going to give you the number in a second. But let's talk about 2 conflicts of interest. One, by the hand-picked chair, hand-picked by this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, Annette Verschaeren, under investigation by the Conflict of Interest Commissioner. Another hand-picked Liberal appointee, Guy Ouimet, under investigation by the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. So is the number 2? Is the number 90? 90 conflicts of interest, where $76 million of funding was awarded to projects where there were connections to the Liberals' friends appointed to roles within the SDTC, the slush fund. It's 186 conflicts of interest that the Auditor General found. It's unbelievable. And true, like with this Auditor General finding, as it was with the Auditor General's report into the government's failed $60 million Arrive scam. This NDP Liberal government will do everything they can to avoid accountability. We heard from the minister he was going to take tough action, and as soon as they found out, they were going to get to the bottom of it. They've been dragged, kicking and screaming this entire time. Finally, this week, we thought that we had some signs of life in terms of accountability from the minister when he shut down their corrupt slush fund, but he just rolled it into his ministry to make it a little harder to track and hope that nobody notices the grift that's going to continue to go on. But was there an Auditor General report to the Green Slush Fund, the $1 billion slush fund, because the Liberals wanted to check on what was going on at this arm's length organization? No. Conservatives had to call for there to be an investigation. Like with the $60 million Arrive scam. We took a vote in this House, and we heard from the Liberals that anyone who broke the rules is going to be held accountable, and they took it all very seriously, and everything was above board. Of course it wasn't. And the Prime Minister, his front bench, and all of his MPs voted against accountability when they voted against an Auditor General report that uncovered massive corruption in that case. Of course, the RCMP are going to need to investigate here. Why? Because of alleged and potential criminal wrongdoing. Just like we saw with what was going on with CBSA, with the Arrive scam, with the Bottler project. And after Conservatives raised the matter, and the truth starts coming to light, well, the RCMP start kicking people's doors in. We're dragging people in front of the House of Commons because they're lying to parliamentary committees. That's not acceptable. And it's certainly not going to do anything for the environment. Like not a dollar from their $1 billion slush fund was intended to. You'll hear in responses today them talk about, well, Conservatives set this whole thing up. They're telling on themselves because they say, of course, that Conservatives don't take care for the environment. But we wanted Canadians to be able to innovate in this space. We wanted there to be a partnership with government. But after 9 years of this Liberal government, they just turned it into another piggy bank for their buddies to line their pockets. We saw that with the CEO who had to resign in disgrace. And their directors who had to resign in disgrace. And bonuses, paying themselves bonuses. Instead of course, supporting the innovators. But that's very much the hallmark of what we expect from a tired government that seems to be found in these cases of corruption almost weekly. We had the minister from Edmonton this week claim that at a company that he's a partner in, he wholly owns an Alberta numbered company that owns 50% of a company called GHI, that he seems to have been continuing to operate. Well, he's a cabinet minister, which of course is against the law. And the text messages that were revealed in Global News talk about Randy and Randy wanting a partner and there needing to be a partner call. And the minister has been very clear that he says it's another Randy. And well, we want to know who that is. But he didn't come to committee and tell us. He didn't come to committee and say, oh, that's Randy Smith. I don't know. He said, I don't know who that is. I said, well, don't you own half the company? No, I don't, he claimed. Well, who owns half the company? Well, Alberta, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, who owns that company? He says, well, I do. Even on straightforward matters, they can't tell the truth. Every week, sometimes multiple times a week, we find scandals with this government. The handpicked board chair at the $1 billion slush fund. Why is she being looked at by an officer of parliament, by the ethics commissioner? Well, she voted to give herself $220,000. How does that help the environment? What does that do for Canadians in a cost of living crisis? I've said it before, that these Liberals aren't worried about the lines at the food bank. They're worried about lining the pockets of Liberal insiders. We've learned that the member for Calgary Skyview was told of corruption at the Green Slush Fund by whistleblowers in 2022. Well, I checked the Hansard. He didn't talk about it in here. And if he talked about it in his caucus with the NDP Liberal Prime Minister, well, the Prime Minister didn't seem too worried about it. Neither did the minister, who gets very animated when we talk about this subject and claim that Conservatives are attacking a sacred institution. Well, it's sacred to Liberal insiders who are getting fat off of the pork that the Liberals are shoveling into this organization. I want to offer a quote from a senior public servant who was captured an audio recording that was released by a whistleblower on this. Because the officials knew how bad it was. So we know the minister knew how bad it was. He said, and I quote, "It was free money. This is almost sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway," end quote. Can you imagine? As bad as the 2000s era sponsorship scandal under the Chrétien Liberals, and it barely raises an alarm bell after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. Well, Conservatives want accountability. That's why we asked for the Auditor General to investigate. And Conservatives want Canadians to be able to have confidence in their public institutions, and that's why the RCMP need to be able to see the full of the documents from the $1 billion slush fund. It's $120 million in ineligible payments, and Canadians want their money back.
Questions and comments. Questions et comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, there's no member more so in the Conservative Reform Party that continuously harps on one issue, and that is, you name it, and he adds the word scandal to it. Whether it's real or not, Madam Speaker, that's his job. And quite frankly, Madam Speaker, when you take a look at this, when you try to look in terms of what has actually transpired, contrary to what the member tries to give the false impression, that in fact, that when it was discovered, the government did take actions. And those actions ultimately led to the National Auditor General taking a look, and then the report. And then when the report came out, there was a consequence. The board no longer exists, Madam Speaker, and now it's being run through NRC. I'm wondering if the member might want to reflect on, maybe he overuses the word corruption, because he uses it all the time, Madam Speaker, and I wouldn't mind to do a contrast between Stephen Harper and corruption versus our...
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
If they're tired of me talking about their corruption, they should stop being corrupt. This parliamentary secretary, these Liberals, that Prime Minister, they didn't ask for the Auditor General to investigate. I want to refresh his memory. Conservatives had to call for an emergency meeting to have a letter, to have this issue raised to the Auditor General. Conservatives had to do that. And the process gets obstructed every step of the way by these Liberals who want to cover up their corruption. If they don't like being called corrupt, stop with all the corruption.
Honorable Député Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We're in 2024. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I hope that he can hear me. We're in 2024, Madam Speaker, 19 years after the Auditor General in 2005. SDTC still exists. There's a lack of control over public funds. The issues raised in 2005 were not fixed. And so with today's motion, the Conservatives would like to try and make it a Liberal scandal. But Madam Speaker, who was in power in between 2005 and 2015? So I think it should be a Conservative Liberal scandal. We see that this issue transcends parties. It's been an issue for a long time throughout governance. It's not just the Liberals that have mismanaged this, it's the Conservatives back in the day as well.
Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
I have good news for my honourable colleague from the bloc. From the Office of the Auditor General, in the year 2017, the Auditor General offered a clean bill of health to the Conservative established Sustainable Development Technologies Canada. But what happened after that was an Auditor General report that looked at the period thereafter, when the NDP Liberal government was in power. And what happened? Corruption, 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 call in the Mounties.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for the Bay of Quinte. Bay of Quinte.
For Bay of Quinte?
Bay of Quinte.
Oh, thank you. Yes, you got it right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the response to this government, it's incredible to Canadians. It's not just in this issue, in this scandal. It's been so many this morning. In the Security and Public Safety Committee meeting this morning, when they're trying to figure out foreign interference, certain MPs were involved in foreign interference in foreign entities on our own soil. The member from Uxbridge Pickering said, Uxbridge said, boo-hoo, get over it, when it came to looking into these issues. Well, it was a perfect response, because when we look at this scandal, and this epic scandal for Canadians, of course, the government says, well, in fact, boo-hoo, get over it. We're going to fold this into the government. You know, it's nothing to see here, even though it's much. Madam Speaker, should Canadians get over it?
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, obviously, very concerning comments raised by my honourable colleague from Bay of Quinte. Of course, Canadians shouldn't get over it on the question of foreign interference and people acting in the interest of foreign state actors while serving in this House of Commons. This is a scandal that's incredibly important, that Canadians have transparency on. They want the RCMP to be able to review these documents, and Canadians need to be able to get their money back. It's $120 million. Let's get serious.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I took the advice of the Speaker this morning, and approximately 1 hour ago I wrote to you to provide notice of a matter of privilege regarding the troubling statements made in the House on Tuesday evening by the member from Saskatoon West. As outlined in my letter, and as I had started to say this morning, there are two issues at play. First, there is an issue of appropriateness of the member's comments. They were troubling, they were hurtful, and what's more, they were made during a debate about systemic racism. But the member has apologized, so I'm going to keep the comments to the second matter, which is still unresolved. That matter has to do with what was said in the chamber and is now recorded in the official record. The House of Commons procedure and practice states on page 1227, in quotes, the debates are published under the authority of the Speaker of the House. They are compiled using the audio recording of the proceedings as well as information provided by parliamentary publication staff stationed on the floor of the House, end of quote. It is imperative that members have confidence in what is recorded in the Hansard. The member from Saskatoon West very clearly said that an Indigenous Canadian was more likely to reoffend because of his racial background. He has admitted that and has apologized. I will read into the record what appeared in the Blues and what was heard at the time. In quotes, Miles Sanderson had a history of violent offenses and had been recently released on parole despite the prediction by the parole board that he was likely to reoffend because of his racial background. As the member noted in his apology, and at his request, Hansard represents the same speech differently. It reads, quotes, Miles Sanderson had a history of violent offenses and had been recently released on parole, despite the prediction by the parole board that he was likely to reoffend regardless of his racial background. Madam Speaker, changing the record from because of his racial background to regardless of his racial background might seem like a small change, but it fundamentally alters the meaning of what was said. The former linked criminality to one's race. The latter does the opposite. Likening criminality to one's race is rooted in racist tropes often used in regards to Indigenous individuals. It is highly disturbing and racist. It is of paramount importance that the Hansard be an accurate record of what happens in this place. And it is important that the rules around editing the blues be respected, as stated on 1228 and 1229 of the House of Commons Procedure and Practice. In quotes, the availability of the blues on the House of Commons internal website permits members and their authorized delegates to use the web page or email to submit suggested changes for parliamentary publications, editorial staff to consider. Members may suggest corrections to errors and minor alterations to the transcription, but may not make material changes to the meaning of what was said in the House. Mr. Speaker, in his apology, the member noted that he had requested the Hansard be changed in a way that I believe is inappropriate and outside the scope of what should be allowed. The meaning of the member's words were very clear, and yet the official record has now been altered. Just last month, the member for Lethbridge raised a question of privilege on the Hansard being modified without her being informed. In raising the matter, the member cited Boston Gagnon, as well as Joseph Magnot's parliamentary privilege in Canada, in arguing that such changes to the blues could be considered falsifying papers belonging to the House. I will not repeat those citations right now, but they remain relevant. The Speaker considered the matter and stated on May 30th that, in quotes, it is understood that the revisions should not alter the substance and meaning of the member's statement in the House. The substance and meaning of the member from Saskatoon West statement in the House were without a doubt altered. I would also note that from time to time, members seek unanimous consent of the House to correct the record. Such a remedy ensures not only that it is a decision of the whole House, rather than an editorial decision as to what is entered into the record, but it also ensures that there is an official record of what change being requested and granted. Madam Speaker, taking responsibility does not entitle the member to whitewash what actually happened. I would ask that the member reflect upon this, and I would ask that the official record actually reflect what occurred, what we all heard, and what the member has admitted to having said, rather than being rewritten to avoid accountability and responsibility. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre for bringing that to the attention of the chair, and it will be taken under consideration, and and it will come back to the House if necessary. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. It's always an honour to rise in this House and speak today on the opposition motion for today's debate. Madame la Présidente, I was actually here this morning when Parliament opened and listening to the opening statement, I believe from the member of Regina Capel, if I'm not mistaken. And I listened intently and heard what the member of Parliament had to state.
And the honourable member and others have referenced our government's programs during the pandemic, where approximately 60,000 Canadians passed away due to COVID, and the programs we have put in place to help Canadians. Madame la Presidente, I do wish to state I'll be splitting my time with a wonderful friend, a great mentor, and someone who I look up to very much, the honourable member from Humber River, Black Creek. Madame la Presidente, as I was saying, during the pandemic, we put in place a number of programs: the emergency wage subsidy, the CERB, assisted businesses with rent payments. The economy was frozen because of the pandemic, and I don't back away for one moment to having the backs of Canadians, businesses, our economy, so we can recover. So there was no scarring. We know the official opposition would not have done those programs. They would have left Canadians to fend for themselves. They would not have had the backs of Canadians. In no way would they have demonstrated leadership. They probably would not even have recommended vaccines. And who knows, if they ever get in power, would they even recommend taking the measles vaccine, the polio vaccine, vaccines for our children, because they don't believe in science, which we know about. And I do remember, if I'm not mistaken, during the debate on Brexit, the honourable member who spoke this morning was for Brexit, anti-free trade. I wonder if the honourable member would actually be even for the CETA agreement at this point in time in his career, or in their career, the honourable member's career. So disappointing to listen. And another thing I'd like to state, we have, as parliamentarians, have the privilege here in this House of Commons to pontificate, to say what we wish to say, to thank our colleagues and our residents for their great work, and we're here to do the good work. But sometimes I wonder why it is that honourable members will mention the name of an individual, in this case my former colleague Frank Baylis, but won't mention the individual's name and accusations outside the House. I wonder about that. I wonder why. And it speaks to me of a little bit of I want to use the word shame. I use stronger language, but I want to be polite, Madam Speaker, because when you mention the names of former parliamentarians or any Canadians in a disparaging way, have the courage to say it outside. Have the gumption. It's amazing how some folks in the official opposition will say and hear things about, unseemly things about individuals, but they won't say it outside this House because they cover under privilege. I would love for them to say it outside and see what would happen the next morning or after. And an apology that they would have to issue. I think it's almost cowardly, to be honest. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this moment to rise in this House. I speak today on the motion of the honourable member from Carleton regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada, an entity that's been around for over 2 decades and funded over 500 companies. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to providing support to clean technology innovators and entrepreneurs. The recent announcement by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry that sets out the transfer of SDTC programming over to new management at the National Research Council will ensure the continuity of support for Canadian clean tech companies, restarting funding for eligible projects, and maintaining the economic and environmental objectives of the SDTC Tech Fund. This will help advance the commercialization of clean technologies, and in so doing will support Canada's climate goals. As a Government of Canada organization, the NRC is subject to stringent oversight of its personnel and finances and enjoys an excellent reputation built over many decades for delivery of programs and services to innovative businesses, including in clean tech. In fact, the NRC's Industrial Research Assistant Program, commonly known as IRAP, originated in 1947, just after World War II, to assist Canadian companies. Canadian clean technology companies are crucial to ensuring Canada and the world meet their 2030 and 2050 climate commitments. The government's support has enabled Canadian companies to become global leaders in clean technologies and in the fight against climate change. We're also creating thousands of high-skilled jobs across Canada. Members may ask why this particular funding is a priority, not just in Canada, but in general. There's an acute and long-standing funding gap in the economy at the precursor development and demonstration stage. This gap results from market barriers, including the low maturity of new technologies and the financial sector's aversion to the risks associated with bringing new technologies to market. Precursor pre-commercial development of clean technologies is often less attractive to investors due to technical uncertainty, long lead times to market, unproven management teams, uncertainty regarding the pricing of environmental externalities, or the substantial upfront investment required to demonstrate a new technology at a commercial scale. To address this, Madame la Présidente, continued programming to incentivize the development and demonstration of pre-commercial clean technologies is needed. As you can see, Madame la Présidente, it is crucial that public investment remains focused on supporting Canadian innovators in the clean tech sector no more than now. These companies are generating jobs and developing world-class environmental technologies to address the impacts of climate change on our economy and environment. The government's decision to transfer sustainable SDTC programming to the National Research Council will enhance governance and oversight, provide stability for current projects and SDTC employees, and ensure continued support for homegrown clean technology innovations. Madame la Présidente, j'interviens pour parler de la motion.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak to the motion by the Honourable Member for Carleton regarding Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Madam Speaker, our government is committed to providing support to clean technology innovators and entrepreneurs. The recent announcement by the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry that sets out the transfer of SDTC programming over to new management at the National Research Council will ensure the continuity of support for Canadian clean tech companies, restarting funding for eligible projects and maintaining the economic and environmental objectives of the SDTC Tech Fund. This will help advance the commercialization of clean technologies and, in so doing, will support Canada's climate goals. As a Government of Canada organization, the NRC is subject to stringent oversight of its personnel and finances and enjoys an excellent reputation built over many decades for delivery of programs and services to innovative businesses, including in clean tech. In fact, Madam Speaker, the NRC's Industrial Research Assistance Program originated in 1947, just after World War II, to assist Canadian companies. Canadian clean technology companies are crucial to ensuring Canada and the world meet their 2030 and 2050 climate commitments. The government's support has enabled Canadian companies to become global leaders in clean technology and in the fight against climate change, while also creating thousands of high-skilled jobs across Canada. Members may ask why this particular funding is a priority. Not just in Canada, but in general, there is an acute and long-standing funding gap in the economy at the pre-commercial development and demonstration stage. This gap results from market barriers, including the low maturity of new technologies and the financial sector's aversion to the risks associated with bringing new technologies to market. Pre-commercial development of clean technologies is often less attractive to investors due to technical uncertainty, long lead times to market, unproven management teams, uncertainty regarding the pricing of environmental externalities, or the substantial upfront investment required to demonstrate a new technology at a commercial scale. To address this, continued programming to incentivize the development and demonstration of pre-commercial clean technologies is needed.
I look forward to continuing the participation in this debate and questions and comments. We are here to provide accountability and transparency to our residents at all times. We all should do that as members of Parliament, including in this case with SDTC. I applaud the measures taken by the Minister of Industry, Science and Innovation and the steps that are taken after the Auditor General's report. I regard the Auditor General's report with a high degree of value and service.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Southwick Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm surprised that the member spoke in almost the entire time and never even mentioned the Auditor General's report, who found that $123 million worth of contracts violated the conflict of interest rules over at the Green Slush Fund, the STDC. We're talking about 76 million projects were given to Liberal friends and insiders. We know that 12 million were actually ineligible for funding, plus were in violation of conflict of interest. I've been here a long time, Madam Speaker, 20 years. And I was here at the tail end of ad scam under the Chrétien Liberals. Now we've witnessed, since this Prime Minister came to power, the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the WE scam, Arrive scam, and now this Green Slush Fund scandal, just to name a few. And the question really is this Liberal incompetence? Is it Liberal corruption? Is it Liberal complicity in these, what we're calling for in the RCMP investigation? Because this is a breach of trust as well as fraudulent behavior. And would you agree that we have to have the RCMP in here? Is it the responsibility of and falls on the head of the accountability of the Minister of Industry? Or is this, again, Scott Bryson's problem?
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the member from Interlake Eastman for their question. First of all, the SDTC is and was an arm's length organization from the government. Whatever lapses there were in governance were pointed out. I did also read the Auditor General's report. If contributions agreements were signed between parties that were not up to the bar of meeting certain thresholds, they've been identified. I wish to thank the Auditor General for their work. There needs to be transparency and accountability. The Conflict Divisioner is investigating on that part. Again, this entity, SDTC, has existed for 20 years, funded 500 companies in the Canadian clean tech sector. We need to look at the entire picture, but I do very much appreciate the Auditor General's work and all the organization's work over the years and the reports issued to date.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Charlevoix, Côte d'Orléans. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll ask my colleague to express his position on the very short timeline for translation service for the documents that are required 14 days. What a nice opportunity for the Liberal government to catch up, given what has been done to French in Quebec in last weeks. Perhaps it can take a position on this and explain to our members in the Conservative Party that 14 days is far too short to obtain translated documents in both official languages.
Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I thank my colleague for her question. I'd like to say that the French language is very important to me, for my family. My daughters go to French immersion school in Ontario. I agree with the member that translation of all documents, not just for this situation, but all documents must be in French and English. And our government must always support the French language throughout the country. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Whistleblowers were raising serious concerns for years about the conflict of interest and gross mismanagement of public funds, but their complaints were ignored, were never taken seriously. Can the member explain why it took the minister so long to act on these issues?
Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
I wish to thank the Honourable Member for Nunavut for the question and for her advocacy for the issues in Northern Canada and her riding. Madame la Présidente, the Minister of Industry, Science and Innovation has taken concrete steps immediately when the situation has arose in terms of acting and putting in force measures to stop SDCC from any more contributions or signing contribution agreements. Now from the decisions in terms of moving SDTC within NRCan and combining it with the IRA program, and in 26-27, the new Canadian Innovation Corporation, I believe it's called, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, has acted swiftly, prudently, and effectively. Thank you, Madame la President.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber Creek Black River.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's
No.
great to see you. Great to see you in the chair as always. It's seeing a woman in the chair for me always is very encouraging. So it's great, especially a beautiful woman. So I think we could all agree on that. Anyway, Madam Speaker, as we've had this discussion, we need to always remember what the role of the Auditor General, and that's being independent and doing the job that we elect them, that we appoint them to do. And so I wish we were not talking about this particular issue today, but we are. And the Auditor General has done what we expected and done the job that was required. And now we need to take the work that we need to do to correct the inadequacies. The Government of Canada, of course, remains committed to ensuring that public investments continue to advance the commercialization of homegrown clean technology in support of Canada's priorities to lead the fight against climate change and create high-skilled jobs in Canada. This is certainly something that we all support, especially given the issues of climate change and the opportunities to look at commercialization of initiatives that can advance many of the opportunities for Canadian companies. The government is now transferring Sustainable Development Technology Canada programming to the National Research Council of Canada. These changes will enhance governance and restore public confidence after the recent reviews that we've heard about, including the fact-finding exercise that was run by an independent third party, Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton, and the report of the Office of the Auditor General, and the revealed lapses in SDTC's governance, which was very disappointing. The Government of Canada agrees with the findings of the Auditor General's report on SDTC. We acknowledge the areas identified for improving governance, accountability, and conflict of interest practices. Fortunately, they should have been done earlier, but we are now dealing with it, and the Minister has put the right check boxes in place, I believe, now. This government has demonstrated that it is committed to ensuring that organizations that receive federal funding act in the best interest of Canadians. The government reacted quickly in response to the findings of the multiple reviews of SDTC's operations. In response to the RCGT report, ISED developed a management response and action plan which set out 22 action items aimed at improving SDTC's governance, conflict of interest management, and human resources practices, as well as at enhancing ISED's oversight of SDTC to ensure that SDTC is in full compliance with its contribution agreement. Chief amongst those oversight enhancements are actions that clarify and improve SDTC's reporting requirements, which provide ISED with better insight into SDTC's management of public funds, as well as improved conflict of interest policies. Importantly, SDTC will be required to declare and document its management of conflicts of interest and report them to ISED. These enhanced reporting requirements and processes are critical to restoring confidence in the delivery of public funds. However, the government has decided to go even further. Just as the government has high standards for the use of government funds, we expect employees to benefit from a healthy and respectful work environment. This is why, in addition to the RCGT fact-finding exercise, the government appointed a third-party law firm to undertake a fact-finding review of alleged breaches of labor and employment practices and policies at SDTC. The fact-finding review, which is publicly available, concluded that SDTC's leadership did not engage in the type of repetitive, vexatious, or major incident conduct that would constitute harassment, bullying, or workplace violence under the current applicable standards. Nonetheless, we recognize that the results of the OAG and the RCGT reviews of SDTC demanded important change. And that is why on June 4th, a new delivery approach for SDTC programming was announced. This approach includes transitioning SDTC programming and employees to the National Research Council Canada, a Crown agency that is subject to rigorous and stringent oversight of its personnel and of its finances. The NRC has a wealth of experience supporting innovative, tech-focused, small and medium-sized companies under programs such as the Industrial Research Assistant Program, referred to as IRAP, making it an ideal choice to take on the responsibility of supporting homegrown clean technology companies. NRC and IRAP has a dedicated clean tech sector team that has been accelerating the scale-up and commercialization of clean tech since 2017, something that is very important to Canada, offering tailored advice and one-to-one matching with multinational enterprises, end users, and investors. With its proven track record of supporting Canadian small and medium-sized businesses, the NRC is well positioned to rebuild public trust while increasing accountability and transparency in the delivery of SDTC programming and funding. The transition of SDTC programming and employees to the NRC will take time and needs to be done right. That is why the government appointed new SDTC leadership, made up of highly regarded and trusted individuals, to lead the important work to transfer programming and the employees to the NRC. SDTC will also resume funding under this new rigorous governance model for new eligible projects in a sector vital to our country's economy and clean growth transition. In line with the Auditor General findings, ISED will enhance oversight and monitoring of funding during this transition period. Madam Speaker, the government is focused on ensuring the continuity of support for Canadian clean tech companies, restarting funding for eligible projects, and maintaining the economic and environmental objectives of SDTC's SD Tech Fund. This will help advance the commercialization of clean technologies and accelerate the growth of innovative businesses that support Canada's climate goals and create economic benefits for Canadians. Canadian clean technology companies are crucial to ensuring Canada and the world meet their 2030 and 2050 climate commitments. The government's support has enabled such companies to become global leaders in the fight against climate change, while enabling a clean growth economy and creating thousands of high-skilled jobs across Canada. It is crucial that we maintain our efforts to assist Canadian innovators in the clean tech sector. The government has done its due diligence. Neither the OAG nor any of the other fact-finding reviews found any evidence of fraudulent or other criminal activities by any officer, director, member, or employee of SDTC. While some of the investigations concluded that there were lapses in the governance, including their management of conflict of interest, these conclusions did not rise to the level of fraud or other criminal activity. It is now time to focus on the path forward for new clean technology projects, as support for innovators and entrepreneurs is renewed under the new leadership and transition to the NRC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable, the Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Madam Speaker, and we're talking about a deep level of corruption that should have been found earlier. Whistleblowers caught this. If it wasn't for whistleblowers, we wouldn't be here. And how many times have we said that in this House of Commons, that if it wasn't for whistleblower or this publication or journalism, we wouldn't be here. There's too many times, Madam Speaker. Perhaps one of the better ways from looking at maybe just one instance of having one organization have a different mandate, or would be really to look at what the Ethics Commissioner's role is. But here's the problem with this government. We can look at either the Information Commissioner who had their budget slashed, but here's the stat that just boggles me, would boggle Canadians' minds. This government slashed the salary of the Ethics Commissioner. The salary was slashed by more than 110,000 per year. Wow. You know, we're looking at where the priorities lie in this government, and we're here talking about corruption all the time. Why wasn't the priority in ethics in this government from the start so we could stop corruption we're seeing almost every day?
Member for Humber River Black Creek.
I want to thank my colleague for certainly for the question. I believe if he's looking at how the department is dealing with a lot of the budgetary issues, all areas within the government were asked to take a 3% cut, to my knowledge. If you go over there, and I believe that was for everybody. But I want to remind my honourable colleague that with there being 3 fact-finding investigation into this issue, neither the AG nor any of the others found any evidence of fraudulent or criminal activities by any of the officers, the directors, members, or employees.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague said that we need to ensure that we follow up with the businesses that received these SDTC funds. But the question is clear. How will the government ensure that innovation continues to happen and investment continues in the energy transition in SMEs, of which many are in Quebec? Because for years, this situation has been hanging over us. Investments are not being done. How is the government going to do this? Because over the last few years, the government has failed to protect the interests of clean energy and innovation. Thank you.
For Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, thank my honourable colleague for the question. But just a reminder, and some of the evidence is put forward earlier, there were over 500 companies that got approval, have gone forward to excel in the area of clean technology. I'm quite clear under the new leadership and how it's transitioning to the NRC that it will continue to ensure that some of the best companies are the companies that receive the opportunity to move forward with more clean technology. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Nunavut.
Canadians absolutely expect their tax dollars to be managed responsibly, and we need public assurance that government will go even further than what this Liberal government has done to restore public confidence. And at this point, I have not yet heard any Liberal interventions that restores my confidence. I wonder if the member can share with us what this Liberal Party will actually do to do that, and whether they will vote in favor of this motion as a show that it will work towards restoring public confidence.
The honourable member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank my colleague. I want to say to my honourable colleague that all of us, all 338 of us in this House, I believe, want to ensure that the government and all of the programs and funding efforts that it makes is done in the very best interest of all of us. And I'm quite confident with the transition, with the new leadership under the NRC, that we will see that opportunities excel for many more companies, in excess of the 500 that we referred to earlier. There will be lots of opportunities for clean technologies to come forward and to help us in our battle with climate change. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, life has been so much more difficult for Canadians. However, for the Prime Minister and his well-connected Liberal friends, life has actually never been better. I rise today in the House to speak on our Opposition Day motion, calling on the government to deposit all relevant documents pertaining to SDTC within 14 days of adoption of this motion. Let's go back in time. Let's remember 2015. When the Prime Minister took office, he promised a new wave of governance, transparency, accountability, something that, in his words, that Canadians had never seen before. But he did the complete opposite, Madam Speaker. He established a culture of secrecy, and his stewardship of taxpayer funds ended.
SDTC is a prime example of that. The essence of this motion is accountability. And I think at this point it's appropriate I repeat the words of the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Industry Ministry when this came to light, when he wasn't aware that he was being recorded by speaking to a whistleblower. This is in relation to the $40 million that was handed out during the pandemic to well-connected friends because they were having it tough. Life was tougher for these companies, and the board decided that $40 million would be sufficient. This is what the deputy minister had to say. It was free money, before making an analogy with the controversy that brought down the Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin Liberal government in the early 2000s. Quote, "That is almost a sponsorship scandal level giveaway." And now we hear from the Auditor General that $40 million is not even close to the amount of taxpayer abuse. Canadians deserve to know how their taxpayer dollars are being utilized and misused, especially within organizations like SDTC that are supposed to play a crucial role in our environmental and economic landscape. This past Tuesday, the Auditor General released a damning report which spoke to what Conservatives had been saying all along, that the Prime Minister has turned SDTC, which was supposed to stand as a federal foundation supporting small and medium-sized businesses in the clean tech sector, into a green slush fund for Liberal insiders. A staggering $123 million misappropriated for projects that were ineligible, marred by conflicts of interest, or simply should have never received funding in the first place. What's even more concerning is the revelation that conflicts of interest directly influenced approval decisions, resulting in a whopping $76 million awarded to projects with connections to the Liberals and their associates within the SDTC. And before I forget, Madam Speaker, I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member for
Battle River Crowfoot.
Battle River Crowfoot. Thank you. On top of this, Madam Speaker, $12 million dispersed to projects that not only lacked eligibility but also harbored conflicts of interest. The government's response, or should I say lack thereof, is also troubling. Despite the government repeatedly boasting Canada's robust ethics and conflict of interest laws, the AG findings expose a consistent failure to adhere to those standards. The disconnect from this government between rhetoric and reality is stark. The AG herself emphasized that her recommendations will only carry weight when the government starts walking the talk and following the rules that are already in place, indicating a clear need for action rather than mere lip service. The members opposite can deflect and debate all they want, but the facts remain indisputable. Long-standing conflict of interest policies were flouted in 90 instances, with one egregious case involving the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair siphoning off $217,000 to her own company. These revelations not only erode public trust, but also underscore the urgent need for accountability, transparency, and a genuine commitment to upholding the ethical standards that Canadians rightfully expect from their government. I wish to remind the House that this is far from the first time that the integrity of SDTC has been called into question. Before the AG even launched into her investigation, whistleblowers recorded hours of conversations revealing that the federal bureaucracy itself had lost confidence in the leadership at SDTC. The House should remember that a secret recording of a senior civil servant, that deputy minister, slammed the outright incompetence of this government. The whistleblower, whistleblowers also filed compliance against SDTC had hoped for a management overhaul and a full-fledged investigation. They alleged conflicts of interest in cases of mismanagement. Doug McConaughey, the assistant DM, emphasized that the situation at SDTC was sloppiness, laziness, and outright incompetence. Despite these damning assessments, the government continued to permit the same management team to remain in place, asking them to rectify the very problems they created. I can't make up this lunacy. That's the decision of this government. During this time, common sense conservatives voiced that those involved in bad decision-making are certainly not the best candidates to apply coercive measures. But as per usual, the Liberals did not listen. This decision not only undermines whistleblowers' efforts, but also raises serious questions about the government's commitment to accountability and transparency. Now here we are, around a year later, with the findings of the AG to prove what Conservatives and Canadians knew all along, and what the Liberals thought they could keep hidden under the rug. The government's handling or lack thereof of the issue has been nothing but a series of broken promises and attempts to contain their image rather than to address the root problems at hand. The issue goes beyond mere management. It's about the misuse of taxpayer money, 2 minutes, and the government's failure to uphold the highest standards of ethical governance that Canada is known for. I'm going to move on to my conclusion. The only word that resonates within this Liberal Party is secrecy. Canadians deserve to know the whole truth and nothing but. Taxpayer money was squandered, and taxpayers deserve answers. The current approach taken by this NDP Liberal government is akin to asking the fox to guard the henhouse. The AG's decision to launch an investigation last year was a step in the right direction, but it should not have come to this. We are thankful for her work, but Report 6 on SDTC is one piece of the puzzle. In response to the report, the government has axed the Green Slush Fund. They want Canadians to move on, forget about the mismanagement, their corruption, and blatant conflict of interest breaches. They want us to focus on other issues. We will not let that happen. On behalf of our Conservative leader and our next great Prime Minister, and for the transparency of Canadians, Conservatives stand today to order the government and SDTC and the AG of Canada to deposit all relevant documents related to the program within 14 days. Madam Speaker, there is a culture of dishonesty and fraud that has taken over this Parliament. Ethics and Liberals, oil and water, they don't mix. Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, the Honourable Member for London Fanshawe is rising on the point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising to put further information on the record, considering the matter that I first brought forward last Thursday regarding the Deputy Speaker. This chamber has debated several times in recent weeks and months the very important issue of impartiality by chair occupants. As you will recall, I did bring forward 1 week ago today my concern about a posting from the Member of Parliament for West Nova on October 31st, 2023, in which he was referred to as the Deputy Speaker and in which he appeared in his Speaker robes. The posting was for a fundraising event being held by a local Conservative constituency association. Later that evening, the member did rise to offer what I thought to be a perfectly reasonable explanation. He says the posting was made without his knowledge or consent and that it shouldn't have happened. Madam Speaker, I take the honourable member's word at face value and I appreciate his apology to this House. As indicated by the NDP House Leader at the time, this case is strikingly similar to another recent case, which involved the Speaker and an unauthorized posting by the Liberal Party of Canada. As you may recall, at that time, we asked for and received an apology from the Liberal Party of Canada. I will remind members that when that very similar situation arose, despite the apology, regular debate was still set aside for debate, and ultimately a vote on a prima facie matter of privilege occurred. Despite that precedent, as our House Leader has indicated, we are prepared to consider the matter closed once that apology from the Conservative Party of Canada has been provided. However, without that apology from the relevant Conservative official, we cannot do so. Madam Speaker, using Speaker's office resources for partisan gain is a serious offence, whether it is done by the Speaker or by one of his deputies. And if and when it is done by the member intentionally, it is of course an affront perpetrated by that member toward their colleagues. In fact, that in this case it would appear to have been done without the member's consent is of course material, but does not change the fact that this House is owed an apology by those responsible. As outlined in the House of Commons procedure and practice, the House claims the right to punish as a contempt any action which, though not a breach of a specific privilege, tends to obstruct or impede the House in the performance of its functions, obstructs or impedes any member or officer of the House in the discharge of their duties, or is an offence against the authority or dignity of the House, such as disobedience of its legitimate commands or libel upon itself, its members, or its officers. It continues to say the House of Commons enjoys very wide latitude in maintaining its dignity and authority through the exercise of its contempt power. In other words, the House may consider any misconduct to be contempt and may deal with it accordingly. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would like to reiterate that we take the member's statement at face value. We appreciate his apology to the House in this case. However, we do consider this matter to be unresolved and are looking for that resolution soon. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for the added comments to the question, and it will be brought to the House as necessary. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it is important for us to recognize that the SDTC has been around for over 20 years, and it is an arm's length foundation. And when the issue became live, we had a government that actually proactively took actions that ultimately, I would suggest, had even led to the Auditor General's report. We have taken tangible actions such as the freezing of new funding to now replacing the board. And I would like to think that the Conservative Party would in fact recognize at the very least that as an arm's length foundation, we have even taken tangible actions to date so that we can ensure that sustainable development and technology in Canada continues to grow and continue to receive funds. And I'm wondering if he can indicate whether or not he supports the change in governance to NRC.
The honourable member for Brantford
Brant, thank you. I thank my colleague on the opposite side for his question, but he's woefully wrong in the approach that he takes. He indicates this was arm's length, and initially was established as arm's length, but when you have the Prime Minister hand-picking the chair to sit on the board and to excuse numerous, close to 100 conflicts of interest, no longer becomes arm's length, becomes another liberal-friendly entity that taxpayer monies were misused consistently year after year after year. And to his point that the government reacted swiftly, garbage. Didn't happen. Only reacted when they were embarrassed, when these whistleblowers came forward, released details of all the conversations with the ADM. Whoops, we got another scandal on our hands. Better tamp this down as quickly as possible. Call for investigations. So that's my response.
Commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank my colleague for his great speech. And as a former Crown prosecutor, he understands the criminal code better than anyone. And one of the reasons we want to make sure that we get to the bottom of this is to make sure that there was an accountability based upon the appropriation or misappropriations of these funds. $123 million that failed to observe the conflict of interest rules that we have here. We have an ethics commissioner, and public servants and those that are appointed to serve on boards like the STDC have a responsibility, a fiduciary duty to ensure that the proper use of taxpayer money. So I'd ask my colleague, as a former Crown prosecutor, to talk about the violations under the criminal code that could be applicable through this RCMP investigation, whether it is fraud, whether it is breach of trust.
Honourable Member for Brentford Brent.
The Conservative Party of, and I thank my colleague for that excellent question, the Conservative Party of Canada is asking the RCMP ultimately to investigate criminality surrounding the misuse of taxpayer funds. So to his question, hearkening back on my career, if I was approached by any detective, chief of police from any police service, Mr. Brock, what do you think about this particular allegation? Do you think there's any criminality involved? Absolutely, I would say to that particular chief or that detective. At the very least, we have fraud over $5,000. We have breach of trust. We have bribery allegations. These are serious, indictable criminal offenses that, if convicted, would land an accused or several accused in relation to SDTC in several years of prison.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was listening to my colleague's speech closely. I know that my colleague has had a brilliant career in the past. We took part in a mission last summer together, and he he talked to me about it. It was very interesting. So in the light of his experience, and I've often said it, we share the intention and the principle of this motion, but the wording has certain problematic elements for us. So I have a question. In light of his experience, this is a parliamentary motion, so why does this parliamentary motion ask the RCMP to do something or order them to do something? Why not just send documents to the RCMP and then the RCMP will make a decision themselves as to whether to move forward with it?
The Honourable Member for Brentford Brent in 15 seconds or less.
I thank my colleague for that question. I had a great time last summer with him as well. The problem with that approach is we are assuming we are getting the full documentation from this Liberal government. So we cannot assume that without bringing this particular motion. We cannot simply hand over allegations without concrete evidence and documentation from this party, which is at the heart of this motion.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is, as always, an honour to be able to stand in this place and talk about the issues that are so important to Canadians. But, Madam Speaker, if I could, just for a brief moment, talk about something that is so important, and that is today being the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the Battle of Normandy. And specifically to note, Madam Speaker, that in terms of an anniversary, a milestone anniversary, there's only a few of those brave men and women, those men who marched those beaches back 80 years ago today, that are still surviving. And to note how important of a defining moment this was in the fight for freedom, how that battle turned the tide in World War II, breaking through the Nazi, what was seen to be an impenetrable Nazi beach. And it was Canadians that led the way on Juno Beach. And, Madam Speaker, I stand here today to pay tribute to those men who defied the odds. And truly the so many that made the ultimate sacrifice. So thank you, and to acknowledge the 80th anniversary of D-Day here today. Thank you. Now, Madam Speaker, the motion that we have before us is an important one. It speaks to the very fundamental principles of accountability that Parliament should be seized with. So let's unpack a little bit about what we are requesting. Parliament is asking, through this Opposition Day motion, a motion the Conservatives have brought forward, common sense Conservatives are simply saying it's time to get answers on some very serious, outstanding questions about the actions that have been taken at Sustainable Development Technologies Canada. What is the Liberals will say an arm's length development fund to support green tech, clean tech investments. But, Madam Speaker, here's where the problem is. While the Liberals are quick to say that it's an arm's length organization that made its own decisions, let me highlight for Canadians a very, very important fact. It is a entity that is still accountable to a minister. That is a fact. And, Madam Speaker, when it comes to the president and the chair of that entity, it is an appointment made by the Prime Minister, of which we see stacked with Liberal friends and allies. So what ended up happening over the course of the last 9 or so years is we see a increasing trend of where Liberal insiders getting appointed to these high-profile positions that were making decisions that led to Liberals getting rich. That's truly what it came down to. And in the recent Auditor General report that was released, we see some incredibly troubling allegations. As a member of the Ethics Committee and as somebody who has watched carefully the development of some of these things, as we've been clawing for answers, trying to get the most basic answers from this government so that Canadians can see where the money went. And it's not government's money. I think that's something that's so often forgotten about. It is not government's money that's being spent, government's money that's being wasted, government's money that is going to make liberal insiders rich. No, Madam Speaker. It is the hard-earned dollars of Canadians that is collected in taxes by the government. And for Canadians to look and see millions upon millions of dollars being misappropriated, conflicts of interest that are truly an embarrassment to what is supposed to be the most basic level of accountability. So, Madam Speaker, what are we asking? Well, we're asking for all of the documents to be handed over so that Canadians can ultimately get answers, and a timeline on that of 14 days. It's simple, it's common sense. So we've introduced this motion that is to try to bring forward that accountability. But let me highlight for a moment, if I could, Madam Speaker, what the Auditor General found that is so troubling at SDTC, the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. We have 90 cases where the conflict of interest rules and policies were not followed. 90 cases. We're not talking about 1 or 2 mistakes. We're talking about 90 cases where conflict of interest policies were not followed. There was $76 million on projects connected to Liberals' friends appointed to run the SDTC. $76 million. That is more money than most Canadians could ever dream of seeing. Further, they spent $59 million on projects that were not allowed to have been awarded any money. So again, we're not talking about just conflict of interest. Maybe somebody called somebody or whatever the case is, but Madam Speaker, $59 million spent on projects that were not even allowed to have been awarded any money. And $12 million on projects that were both a conflict of interest and ineligible for funding. It is absolutely astounding. And, Madam Speaker, there is an instance that we saw and have had a chance to talk a little bit about this at the Ethics Committee, but where the hand-picked chair, the Prime Minister's hand-picked chair, awarded herself, her company, the company that she was a principal of, $217,000. Can you believe that? $217,000 was given to the chair of SDTC. So when we talk about it being this liberal green slush fund, Madam Speaker, it truly is just that, because you see an entity that has that in dozens and dozens of cases with more than $100 million, we see that dollars went, hard-earned taxpayers' money that was paid to government through taxes, was paid to Liberal insiders. Now, Madam Speaker, the response has been thus far, the minister stand up and say, don't worry, we solved the problem. We're folding it into the ministry. Don't worry about it. There's nothing to see here. Well, Madam Speaker, we have seen time and time again that Liberals simply cannot be trusted when it comes to accountability, when it is their management of this organization that led to the disaster that we have before us. Madam Speaker, it needs to, and it is hard to believe that in the context of where we are today that this even needs to be said, but no one in Canada is above the law. And I know there's a host of issues that Canadians are being faced with, and between the crime and chaos in our streets, out of control inflation, and all of these other things, there seems to be not even just a new scandal every day, but it seems that there are multiple scandals that break each and every day in this country where the Prime Minister is at the center of, or certainly his hands and his top people are involved. But, Madam Speaker, it needs to be said that no one is above the law, and we need to make sure that we are getting answers for Canadians. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the role that this place plays, document production, and the requirement that the Liberals understand, and I encourage the Liberals, especially those in the Liberal backbench, to not forget the simple fact. Parliament is the supreme lawmaking authority of the land. It is not the Prime Minister's office, it is not the Cabinet, it is Parliament itself, so they have a very, very clear choice on this matter. Madam Speaker, that is why common sense Conservatives have made it so clear that we have to get to the bottom of this. We have to get the answers that Canadians ultimately deserve, and that is why we have brought forward the motion here today. And whether the Liberals like it or not, this is an inconvenient and uncomfortable thing for the Liberal NDP coalition here, because it is talking about millions of dollars that have been wasted going to their friends, but it is fundamental for the future functioning of our democratic system that we get those answers. So, Madam Speaker, the last thing I would say in the conclusion of my speech is that we have ourselves, while the NDP are quick to prop up the Liberals at every turn, including covering up their scandals, there is a very clear option that the Liberal backbench, that the NDP as the fourth party, and the Bloc Québécois as the third party have. They can join with Conservatives, these members of Parliament, not as particular members of a party, but as members of Parliament who are here to first serve the best interests of Canadians. They can stand up and say enough is enough. It is time to get answers. A basic level of accountability is required in this Parliament, in this country, and Canadians deserve answers. So, Madam Speaker, I would conclude with that. This is a chance for MPs in this place to take a stand for what's right, to take a stand for accountability, and to ask for the answers that Canadians desperately need. Desperately need. Let's make sure we get those answers for Canadians, because, Madam Speaker, that's the very least and absolutely what every member of Parliament in this place should do. Vote yes to the common sense Conservative motion to demand answers on the Liberal Green slush fund.
The honourable member will have 5 minutes of questions and comments after oral questions, or when we return to debate. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Madam Speaker, 80 years ago today, 381 Canadians were killed on Juno Beach during D-Day. They gave their lives to defend the values that Canadians cherish. Today, while remembering their sacrifice, we also know that Canada's democracy and its democratic institutions are still under attack. Mr. Speaker, it is an insult to the memory of our soldiers that we know the extent foreign operatives have gone to undermine our political systems. One wonders why the government refuses to release cabinet documents concerning the interference. Can it also explain why members of its own party, including a current minister, accepted money, paid volunteers, and bussed-in supporters to win nominations and election? Mr. Speaker, is it because those documents incriminate Liberals who accepted foreign money and innocent supporters to win at all costs? Mr. Speaker, Canadians and our brave soldiers deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Don Valley West.
Mr. Speaker, it's graduation season, and today I rise to congratulate all graduates, but especially those in my riding of Don Valley West. Graduation marks the culmination of years of hard work. It opens the door towards a future filled with endless possibilities. To the grads, your teachers, parents and guardians, and school administrators have played an integral role in your success. They've supported and believed in you through elementary, middle, and high school. You will carry their words and acts of support with you all the days of your life. A shout out to the graduates of Leaside High School, Marc Garneau Collegiate Institute, York Mills Collegiate Institute, École Secondaire Étienne Brûlé, and Northern Secondary School. Stay curious and courageous while you pursue your dreams. You will make a difference in the world. Congratulations to all of you. May your futures be filled with fun, happiness, and much success. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, the legend of the butter tart can be traced back to Quebec in the late 1600s, but the first documented recipe came in Simcoe County in Barrie in 1900. The butter tart is truly a national treasure, and this Saturday in Midland, we will celebrate these little sugar pies as tens of thousands of enthusiasts will descend upon downtown in search of the perfect tart. They come in every shape, size, taste, and color. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to butter tarts, you might say diversity is our strength. But come early and bring a cooler, because we will start with 200,000 butter tarts, and by the end of the day, not one will be left standing. So on this Saturday, come join us in Midland to celebrate the butter tart, satisfy your sweet tooth, and Mr. Speaker, let's bring the butter tart home.
The honourable member from Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I rise with a heavy heart, but with much admiration, to pay tribute to a member of the medical community of Toronto. On May 26th, Dr. Abbas Hadian, a remarkable physician and a distinguished leader of the Iranian Canadian community, passed away. For over 40 years, Dr. Hadian provided healthcare to countless patients by operating a bustling medical practice and by serving at North York General Hospital. He was passionate about medicine, passionate about people, and passionate about his family. From the youngest child to the oldest of seniors, Dr. Hadian treated every patient with exemplary care and with good cheer and humor. I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that he was among the most widely known and admired members of the Iranian community in Toronto. I'd like to thank his family for having generously shared Dr. Hadian with countless patients and wish them well during this particularly difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierre-Boucher-Les Patriotes, Verchères. Last week, more than 500 people in Verchères gave some much-needed love to the Quai de Verchères. For nearly 30 years, the Quai de Verchères has been abandoned by the federal government until access to it was condemned in the wake of the pandemic. The citizens of Verchères find it hard to understand why, in the middle of the historic heart of their village, the federal government has allowed this much-loved wharf to languish. The citizens of Verchères find it hard to understand why Ottawa has money for all kinds of meddling and frivolous spending, but no money for their wharf. The citizens of Verchères find it hard to understand how the federal government can give lectures while neglecting its own infrastructure. After almost 30 years, the citizens of Verchères have run out of patience and are no longer satisfied with notices from Fisheries and Oceans Canada. The citizens of Verchères are tired of being ignored. They pay taxes like everyone else. They exist, they value their wharf, and they deserve to be heard by the federal government. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The consequences of suicide extend far beyond individuals. Suicide causes waves of grief in families, friends, and communities. The new National Action Plan for Suicide Prevention is our comprehensive and evolving plan to combat suicide in Canada. Suicide prevention requires collaboration between all levels of government, partners, and society as a whole. With them, we are committed to improving data collection and monitoring, promoting research, and providing services to Canadians when, how, and where they need them, and maintaining our collaborative work. We must collaborate to have a greater impact. We need to work together to save lives. And remember, if you or someone you know is thinking about suicide, call or text 988. You're not alone. Help is available.
The Honourable Member from Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, more explosive testimony from the ArriveCan scandal. Yesterday, committee heard from Min Doan, the CBSA Vice President, who's at the center of this controversy. Not only was he the person responsible for hiring GC Strategies, it's also alleged that he deleted 20,000 emails pertaining to Arrive scam. When pressed on the issue of the lost emails, he said that he changed the battery from his computer and poof, 20,000 emails gone. How convenient. We also received text messages of a conversation he had with a colleague about his committee summons, admitting he can't throw ministers under the bus, and there is a gap between what he wants to say and what he can say. There is still a dark cloud of secrecy that hangs over our Rise scam. Who is Mr. Doan protecting? Who is he covering for? Conservatives will continue to ask the tough questions to get to the bottom of this boondoggle of a scandal.
The honourable member from Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in tribute to a resident of Kitchener-Conestoga, Stan Smurthwaite, a Royal Navy signalman who on D-Day sailed the SS Cresco, one of almost 7,000 vessels that comprised the largest amphibian invasion ever assembled, an operation that changed the course of history. Signalman Smurthwaite, affectionately known as Steady Light by his D-Day comrades, risked his life to deliver ammunition to the brave soldiers storming the beaches of Normandy. Stan and others were a beacon of courage among the chaos of war. In 2019, Stan traveled to France for the 75th anniversary of D-Day. Unfortunately, he did not live to witness today's 80th D-Day commemoration, passing earlier this year at the age of 98. Stan was the last D-Day veteran in Waterloo region. So let us not forget our veterans' sacrifice, courage, and indomitable spirit, and keep veterans like Stan etched in our hearts and memories, reminding us that freedom is not free, it is earned. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, the 12th annual Arctic Inspiration Prize took place in Whitehorse earlier this month, continuing the celebration of people working on groundbreaking projects from around northern Canada. Congratulations to the Yukon's Young People's Theatre Festival and the Youth Coalition for Food Security in the North, who each took home $100,000 to continue their projects. Feikilaniti received $499,000 for their efforts, offering recovery and wellness programming, balancing both traditional knowledge and Western practices to support real healing from the opioid crisis. Congratulations as well for the $500,000 prize to the Therapeutic Farm School, a wonderful farm-based project, horses included, that lights up the world for neurodiverse youth. These are some of the brightest lights from the Yukon, celebrating with Northern brothers and sisters in a show of innovation and excellence that we in the North are rightly proud of. Congratulations to all who took part in the AIP, and thank you to the many sponsors who make the prizes possible. Together, you're changing lives and communities in the North. Thank you.
The honourable member from Brandon-Souris.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that the carbon tax is not an environmental plan, but rather a tax grab by this NDP Liberal government, and it makes everything more expensive, causing higher inflation and the cost of living crisis. When they tax the farmers that grow the food and the truckers that transport the food, they inevitably increase the cost of food for all Canadians. For years we've been saying this, but the government has refused to accept the truth. Now, the Prime Minister knows that we were right all along and is desperately trying to hide the evidence. Recently, our Conservative team asked the independent parliamentary budget officer whether the government had conducted an economic analysis of the cost. And he confirmed that they had. However, the NDP Liberal government is blocking the release of the analysis, placing a gag order on the budget watchdog. Mr. Speaker, Canadians demand transparency. This Prime Minister must stop hiding the real cost of his inflationary carbon tax and release their report.
The honourable member for Sudbury.
Last month, I had the pleasure of joining attendees for the inaugural Rainbow Connections Conference in Sudbury. The conference brought together members of the 2SLGBTQI+ community, as well as seniors, older adults, elders, and allies from across Northern Ontario. It was a chance to celebrate, discuss, and also to learn from each other on how we can do more to support the 2SLGBTQI+ community, especially seniors. Protecting the rights of 2SLGBTQI+ people is how we build a more inclusive Sudbury and a more inclusive Canada. As allies, we must continue to do our part to ensure we are creating safer and more supportive communities. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate Pride Month, I want to thank members of Squad Sudbury and the Réseau Access Network for organizing this important conference. It was a timely discussion that holds much promise for much needed change. Thank you.
The honourable member from Barrie Innisfil.
Today marks the 80th anniversary of Canadian forces bravely storming Juno Beach to defeat the Nazis in the fight for freedom, human rights, and human dignity. 124 Royal Canadian vessels, 10,000 sailors, 39 Royal Air Force squadrons, a total of 14,000 Canadians took part in D-Day with our allies. C'est un jour.
It is a day that changed lives and history forever. 359 Canadians lost their lives on that day so that millions could be liberated from Hitler's control and Nazism. Today, we honor and thank our fellow Canadians who fought in the air, on land, and at sea under incredible circumstances and with a bravery that none of us, except those who were there, will ever understand.
We will always be indebted to this generation of brave Canadians and their families. Their determination will forever be remembered. Their story must never be forgotten, and their cause should serve as a reminder to all of us that sadly, in these times, the forces of hatred still exist. On behalf of a grateful nation, I say thank you from the bottom of our hearts for their courage, their sacrifice, and their results on this day 80 years ago that changed the course of history. We will remember them.
The honourable member from Saskatoon University.
It's hard for Canadians to keep track of all the Liberal scandals, and every week they add new ones. This is a scandal that would define any other government in the history of Canada. I'm talking about the mysterious Randy, who they claim is not the same person as the Minister of Employment and the former Associate Minister of Finance. These aren't the droids you're looking for. But this is the Randy they are watching and looking for. The minister holds 50% share in a global health imports and wants us to believe that this is the Randy was just some guy who nobody knows the last name of and who just happens to have some big ideas about the company that everyone took seriously. Who's Randy? Where's Randy? Who got rich and why? Canadians deserve to know. It's time to give up on the cover-up.
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago today in London, Ontario, a normal Canadian family was killed in a terrorist attack. They were targeted because who they were, visibly Muslim. Yumna Afzal was a student, her mother Madhia Salman, an engineer, and father Salman, a physiotherapist. The family matriarch Talat Afzal, a teacher. Only an orphaned boy survived after a terrorist deliberately drove their truck into this innocent family. This attack terrorized an entire community across our country. They were just out for a walk. When my family went for a walk, I couldn't help but look over my shoulder. It shattered the sense of safety we all take for granted. This is terrorism. This is Islamophobia. We all have a responsibility to do better. Hate doesn't exist in a vacuum. As leaders, we must bring people together and not stoke fears of those who are different. And we must remember our London family.
The honourable member from Nunavut.
I rise wishing I could speak to happy occasions, knowing that June is Indigenous Peoples History Month. Sadly, I stand to give rise to despair that still exists. There are too many of us that are losing to alcohol abuse. There are too many that I represent in Nunavut and to those Indigenous peoples outside of Nunavut that are affected from alcoholism. There are too many of us losing to alcohol. I am told, for instance, that $16.7 billion go towards national health burdens like addressing diseases, disorders, and cancers due to alcoholism. We know in Ottawa that the Inuit population has reached about 5,000. Unfortunately, too many Inuit are disproportionately represented when it comes to substance-related deaths. I am aware that the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction work in partnership with Ottawa Public Health and Inuit service providers. They recommend implementing the Canadian Guideline on Alcohol and Health to address issues. I remind my fellow Inuit to stand strong, to help and love each other even during the hardest of times. You can ask for help and make sure to have a hopeful future.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. We mark this year the 80th anniversary of the Normandy landings. Our duty of remembrance is first to all those soldiers who took part, those who are still with us, those who have left us, and those who fell in battle, often without history remembering their names. It took courage for the young men of the day to land on the beaches of Normandy under Nazi fire and to continue relentlessly, even to the point of having to step over the bodies of their fallen comrades in arms to advance until the enemy was vanquished. From our comfort as a nation at peace, let us always be grateful to those who gave everything to preserve our freedom. And let us always remain on the right side of history, defending freedom and democracy today. To all those soldiers who have passed on, to all those veterans who are still with us, who have seen the horrors of war and paid the price of their dedication all their lives, thank you. I remember.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Shepherd.
The NDP Liberals poison and corrupt everything they touch. They inherited a Green government program with a clean bill of health from the Auditor General in 2017, and then they took it to the depths of corruption only the NDP Liberals are capable of. The Auditor General found that Sustainable Development Technology Canada is now a slush fund for NDP Liberal swindlers with $123 million awarded corruptly, including $76 million funneled to projects connected to the Prime Minister's friends. Conflict of interest policies were not respected in 90 cases. That's $76 million spent corruptly. A secret recording from a senior government official described the slush fund's actions, and I quote, as a sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway. Another $59 million was allocated to projects that didn't meet the slush fund's own rules. Another $12 million was spent on projects that were in a conflict of interest and were ineligible for funding. This Prime Minister is not worth the cost nor the corruption. So we're calling for the release of all the documents for this slush fund. Would they let the sunshine in, call the cops, or do we need another judicial inquiry?
The Honourable Member from Cape Breton, Canso.
Mr. Speaker, I'm excited to rise today to celebrate the 37th anniversary of the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency. Since 1987, Mr. Speaker, ACOA has been a real game changer for our local economies here in Atlantic Canada, whether it's creating jobs, supporting small businesses, or funding innovative projects. ACOA has been there every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, in my riding of Cape Breton, Canso, ACOA has helped start and kickstart so many important initiatives. ACOA's work in diversifying our economy and promoting sustainable development has really put Atlantic Canada on the map, both nationally and internationally. A big shout out to all the hard-working folks at ACOA and their partners. Your dedication has made a huge difference in the lives of so many Atlantic Canadians. As we celebrate this milestone, Mr. Speaker, I'm excited about what the future holds. Cheers to 37 years, fantastic years of ACOA, and to many more years of growth and success for Atlantic Canada.
Questions orales, oral questions. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, governments from countries that are hostile to Canada, who actively try to harm our citizens and our country, interfered with the most fundamental aspect of our society, our democracy. An intelligence report claims that there are members of this House whose loyalty is not solely to the people of Canada, but to foreign governments who wish us harm. And what has been the Liberal response so far? They won't release the names. And now the Liberal member for Pickering-Uxbridge says, quote, boo-hoo, get over it. Instead of telling Canadians to just walk it off, why don't they release the names of MPs who are working against Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, my friend from Regina Capel knows very well that no government is in a position to release sensitive information about particular pieces of intelligence. I have a suggestion for him. He sits a couple of seats away in this place from his leader. If they were sincere in understanding some of the information underlying the public version of the report of the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians, his leader could avail himself of the offer that I'm happy to reiterate again today to get the security clearance, get all the information that the Committee on Parliamentarians had, and then he could come to a reasoned judgment in this place.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
This isn't about offering secret briefings to MPs who have to keep all that information secret. It's about releasing the names so that Canadians can know which MPs are working against the interests of Canada. So I've got a very simple question. He should be able to answer this one. Do any of the MPs listed on this report of compromised members who are working against the interests of Canada, do any of those MPs currently sit in cabinet, yes or no?
Good question. The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'll give full points to my friend from Regina Capel to try and get me to do indirectly what he knows very well I can't do directly. Mr. Speaker, I'll remind our friend that our government is the first government to take this issue seriously. In the previous Conservative government, they did absolutely nothing to secure our democratic institutions, in spite of public warnings from CSIS for the last 2 years they were in government. I worked last summer with my friend from Regina Capel to set up the Hogg Commission, for example. We look forward to Justice Hogg's recommendations and would be happy to work with him in terms of implementing them.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, they sat on warnings from our intelligence agencies so that they could protect their own partisan interests. And they have refused to hand over cabinet confidences to the Hogue Commission. But this one should actually be really simple. Cabinet ministers get to see everything. They get a say on everything the Government of Canada does, and they get to personally lobby the Prime Minister any day they want. Can the minister assure Canadians that nobody who sits around the cabinet table today is on this list of compromised MPs who are working against Canada?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our friend from Regina Capel should know very well that our national security and intelligence agencies, including the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, take all of the issues of national security very seriously. And Mr. Speaker, our friend should know very well that our government has taken, more than any other government, steps to ensure that our democratic institutions are protected, and he should have confidence that we'll continue to do that work, something that his previous government did absolutely nothing about.
Zero.
Nothing about.
Zero.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Cabinet knows it. They know the names. Just like they knew that the Chinese Communist Party had intervened in the nomination process for Don Valley North. NSICOP revealed that members helped foreign state actors. The Prime Minister knows who those MPs are. For partisan reasons, he protected the member for Don Valley North. Is that why, once again, today, he's refusing to reveal the names? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Well, Mr. Speaker, my colleague is a serious parliamentarian. He knows that according to Canadian law, no one is going to disclose that information that he's claiming to be so interested in. But I have a suggestion for him. We offered the leader of his party, and we're still ready to do this, we offered to give him access to the information, the intelligence, under the National Security and Intelligence Committee's report. This is information that under legislation is kept confidential. We can share it with him if he really wants to know what's happening. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, Mr. Speaker, a pregnant woman who was trying to bring her child to childcare was chased around in the street by a woman who was screaming at her. That was in Montreal. She said she was incredibly scared, and that's what it's like in Montreal after years of this lax Liberal government. This government lets people go on home arrest or on bail instead of putting them behind bars? Will this government refuse to grant exemptions for supervised injection centers near schools and childcare centers? Yes or no?
Clear. We always put a lens of public health and public safety on everything we do in addressing this deadly overdose crisis. But in that frame, Mr. Speaker, also be clear, the safe consumption site in Montreal is managed and run by the province of Quebec. It is under their jurisdiction. Any proposal that comes to us, there was no Montreal proposal on our table, but anything that comes to us, we want to make sure kids, families, and communities are safe while we save lives.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, the National Security Committee has stated that members here in this House are under foreign influence. That's very serious. Yesterday, however, the Deputy Prime Minister refused to address the topic. She seemed completely uninterested in discussing this, even when the NDP asked questions on the same topic. Our democracy is under attack. And yet, the Deputy Prime Minister doesn't care at all. If an elected official is working for foreign interests, not for the interests of Canadians, they need to be shown the door. It's very serious. What will the government do to fix the situation? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for La Prairie for his question. I'm happy to explain that our government, since 2015, has created a series of measures. And we have continued to develop those measures as the situation changes, based on expert advice, arm's length reviews. We have brought before Parliament a very important piece of legislation on this. I greatly appreciate the Bloc Québécois support in order to bring in more measures to protect our institutions. We will continue to do that. The honourable member for La Prairie. It's time to take action. People are getting more and more worried. Meanwhile, in Ottawa, what has the government done? What has it brought in to do something about the fact that there are members here in this House who are collaborating with foreign powers? It's done nothing. We're seeing nothing done. And when we raise the problem that our democracy is under threat, the answer just ends up talking about interest rates and the Bank of Canada. It's not serious. This government needs to start taking democracy seriously. The Honourable Minister. Well, Mr. Speaker, I hope that all members in this House take democracy seriously. People who are lucky enough to be elected here to serve their constituents in Canada take democracy very seriously. And that's why I'm very pleased to work with my colleague for La Prairie. For example, in creating the UGG Commission, I appreciated the work we did together, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the UGG Commission says in its report. I'm looking forward to passing bills like C-70. These bills will enable us to stand up even more strongly against foreign interference.
From Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, border workers keep Canadians safe. They're critical to keeping illegal firearms out of the country and protecting our border. But when it comes to their pensions, CBSA workers aren't treated like other public safety officials. CBSA employees are relying on the minister to keep her promise and give fair retirement benefits. When will the minister treat CBSA officers fairly and offer them an equitable pension so that they can get the respect they deserve?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin by saying that we are committed to reaching a deal that is fair for employees and for Canadian taxpayers. That deal will be reached at the table, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to negotiation, but negotiation is a process of give and take, and we are more than willing to make concessions, but we expect that to happen on the other side as well. 90% of Border Services workers are essential. That means they have the responsibility and duty to provide uninterrupted services, but I will reiterate the best deals are made at the table, and that's where we will remain until a deal is reached. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the UN Secretary General has asked nations to bring in higher taxes on oil companies, but this Prime Minister and his Minister of the Environment don't care. Meanwhile, Wildfires are ravaging our communities. It's hotter and hotter. People are suffering because of the climate crisis. Meanwhile, big oil companies are raking in record profits. And when this idea was proposed to raise taxes on them, their lobbyists said no, and the Liberals just crumbled under the pressure. Why are the Liberals letting these companies do whatever they want while the planet burns? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I believe, like him, that Canada needs to do more to fight climate change and greenhouse gas emissions. That's why we're the only country in the G20 to have eliminated subsidies to oil and gas companies 2 years before the deadline. This week, we also announced a $130 million fund with the Canadian Federation of Municipalities to work with municipalities throughout the country to improve climate resilience. We know we need to do more, and we will continue to do so. Thank you.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
Canadians know that the carbon tax is costing them in a big way, but what the Liberals are covering up is just how much. But there's this secret report that is out there. It's in possession by the budget watchdog, except he's under a gag order by this Liberal government, so he's not able to reveal exactly what it shows. It's time to stop that cover-up. So will the minister quit using his ludicrous talking points that mislead Canadians and finally release the report so that they can know just how much the carbon tax is costing them?
Right on. Here, here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've been clear all along, and the Conservatives are really the only people that continue to mislead Canadians, particularly on the case with the PBO report, Mr. Speaker. The PBO released a report on April 17th which indicated that they've actually overestimated the economic impact of the carbon tax, which re-emphasizes the fact that Canadians get more back than they pay through carbon pricing. Mr. Speaker, on July 15th, Canadians will receive their next installment of the Canada Carbon Rebate, reaffirming our commitment to lowering our emissions and fighting for affordability every step of the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
My question was about the gag order that's been placed on the Parliamentary Budget Officer. He has been prevented from releasing the report that is in his possession. But that's no surprise to us because, of course, we know that the Liberals appreciate transparency about the same way they appreciate an enema. But the budget watchdog would like to release this report. He just needs the go-ahead from the Liberal government. So would they finally agree to be transparent with Canadians, let the sun shine in, and have the report made public?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, let's do a little history lesson. The PBO once said 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off under this pollution pricing scheme. Flash forward to today. The PBO says 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off under this pollution pricing scheme. You know where they're not better off, though? In that member's constituency, where the Premier increased gas prices by 13 cents a litre, and I don't see her in front of her constituency office protesting.
The honourable member from Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, sunlight and transparency, that's what Canadians were promised. Yet after 9 years, here we are at the heart of another Liberal cover-up. This time the government has been caught red-handed putting a gag order on the Parliamentary Budget Officer. The Liberals don't want Canadians to see the secret report that proves that Canadians pay more for the carbon tax than they get back. Will the government end the carbon tax cover-up and lift the gag order on the Parliamentary Budget Officer, or are they just going to tell the PBO and all Canadians, boo-hoo, get over it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We respect the work of the Parliamentary Budget Officer on this side of the House. They provide independent analysis to the government and to Canadians, and Canadians rely on that information for insight into how these programs impact our economy and their pocketbooks. But Conservatives are misleading Canadians. Our government will continue to support the PBO to fulfill the role of his office, but what this report correctly confirmed is that 8 out of 10 families receive more money back through the Canada Carbon Rebate than they pay on the price of of pollution, Mr. Speaker, and on July 15th, the Canada Carbon Rebate will be arriving in mailboxes and bank accounts.
The honourable member from Red Deer Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, sunny days have given way to a cover-up craze, but Canadians instinctively know the true cost of the carbon tax. They feel it when they fill up at the pump. They feel it when they go get groceries. Our farmers know it when they get their energy bill. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer also sure knows it, and that's why this Prime Minister put a gag order on him. If the government won't admit what Canadians already know, then why not let Canadians decide in a carbon tax election? What are you afraid of?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, once again the history lesson. The PBO once said 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off under this carbon pricing program. Flash forward to today, the PBO says 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off under this pricing program. In that member's riding, it got even better, Mr. Speaker. The rural rebate, despite the vote of the honourable member, against his wishes, is doubling. On July 15th, as my colleague just said, why doesn't he talk to Premier Smith about her oppressive gas pricing in Alberta?
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, Canadians are weary and their bank accounts bare. People are tired of being gaslit by this Prime Minister. Canadians already knew that the carbon tax costs more than Liberals care to admit, but now it sounds like that the government also knew better. That's what the Parliamentary Budget Officer said at committee. The government has damning data that they won't let him release it. It's time for the Liberals to quit using these unbelievable talking points. When will they release the secret report that confirms that Canadians were right all along?
Yeah.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, Conservatives could consider taking a math class to brush up on their Conservative math, because it just really doesn't seem like Conservative math is adding up these days. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives from Saskatchewan and Alberta should talk to their premiers, who jacked up the price of gas on April 1st by over 13 cents, Mr. Speaker. There's no Canada carbon rebate for provincial gas tax, and there's no rebate for excess oil and gas executives taking home millions and millions of dollars in pay. But, we've said it before, and I'll say it again, Mr. Speaker, who needs an oil sands lobby when you've got the Conservative Party of Canada in this House?
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the gaslighting continues over there. Those wacko talking points show just how desperate the NDP Liberals are to cover up the true costs of the carbon tax. Here's what the budget watchdog said. The government has economic analysis on the impact of the carbon tax itself. We've seen that, the staff in my office, but have been told explicitly not to disclose it and reference it. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister is gagging the budget watchdog as he bankrupts Canadians. So I'll ask it again. When will he release a secret report that confirms that Canadians were right all along?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, once again, a little bit of a history lesson. The PBO used to say 8 out of 10 Canadians were better off, more money in their pockets as a result of the carbon pricing program of the government, including in Saskatchewan. Flash forward to today. 8 out of 10 Canadians, according to the PBO, are better off, including in Saskatchewan, but bonus, double the rural rebate starting on July 15th, Mr. Speaker. He should talk to his premier and tell him to start rebating consumers in Saskatchewan.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Quebec no longer appropriately welcome asylum seekers. That's what the Immigrant Community Support Center said. The director of the center spoke about families with kids living in their cars or crammed into studio apartments. The director of the center said these people deserve a minimum level of dignity, but they're not getting it, especially with the housing crisis. When will the federal government finally understand that by delaying action on this, they are actually causing a humanitarian crisis? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I have met with a number of organizations in Montreal that are doing their best to host asylum seekers and help them. They often tell me they don't get a lot of money from Quebec, even though we are giving $5.2 billion to Quebec. That's how much we've spent since 2015. Yes, we can do more, and that's what we're doing. I have just met with my provincial colleagues, and we will continue to work hard on this. The honourable member. Once again, here's what the director of the centre said. She said, we might need a bit more balance when it comes to distributing asylum claims between provinces. Mr. Speaker, she's perfectly right. It's very unfair that she and other community organizations in Quebec are having to carry this entire burden. It's not fair that people like her are having to tell families that need help, that they can't help them because Ottawa has abandoned them and they don't have the resources. Enough is enough. No more discussions. When will there be action? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, since 2015, we've invested $5.2 billion in Quebec, and yet there's not accountability. Quebecers should be asking more questions about this. And what's very clear as well is that we need to do more. The director that my colleague quoted, who was quoted in the newspaper, is right. We need to better distribute asylum claims throughout the country. That's what we're doing. Just half an hour ago, I left a meeting on that exact topic. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Plenty of meetings, but no action. And while the minister does nothing, on the ground, meanwhile, community organizations can't find housing for families. They're having to put people on wait lists for food baskets. Can you imagine having to explain a wait list to a hungry child? Now, the Prime Minister and the Premier will meet on Monday. Quebec is asking for asylum claims to be better distributed and is asking for $1 billion to be paid back. Will the Prime Minister of Canada leave that meeting with the check signed and with a date to start better distributing asylum? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Well, if my colleague wants an answer to that, he will have to wait until Monday like everyone else. Now, this Bloc Québécois, they've been asking for asylum claims to be processed more quickly for 6 months, and yet yesterday, the smart Alex in their party were standing up at the Finance Committee to say the opposite. There's complete inconsistency here. It's really baffling.
The Honourable Member from Chatham, Kent Leamington.
The budget watchdog has released a report stating what Canadians already know, that they pay more in carbon tax than what they get back. More in groceries, more in food, more in home heating, more in transportation, on everything. Liberal, la-la math just not adding up. When will this minister quit using made-up talking points, remove the gag order on the budget watchdog, release the secret report, and end the carbon tax cover-up? Canadians have a right to know.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Mr. Speaker, that's not what the PBO said. The member has it opposite. The PBO has overestimated the economic impact of carbon pricing on Canada. It means that probably even more than 8 out of 10 families are getting more back through the Canada carbon rebate than they pay in carbon pricing. But this is just another opportunity for the Conservatives to deny climate change. Look, Mr. Speaker, denying the effectiveness and proven impact of carbon pricing is just another form of climate change denial. It suits them and it suits their big oil and gas friends. So, Mr. Speaker, who do they really work for? Canadians or big oil and gas execs?
Big oil and gas execs.
The Honourable Member from Simcoe Grey.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have long known that the carbon tax costs them more than they get back. Do you know who else knows? These Liberals. That's because the Parliamentary Budget Officer revealed this week that the Liberals commissioned a report that confirmed what Canadians already know, that the carbon tax costs families more than they get back. So now the Liberals refuse to release the taxpayer-funded report. Let's end the carbon tax cover-up. When will this minister quit using unbelievable talking points and release the secret report that proves once and for all Canadians are right?
The Honourable Parliamentary Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, what's no secret is the Conservatives' climate denial. It's no secret, and Canadians know the Conservatives keep and continue to vote against any action on climate change. While our government is implementing solutions that work, i.e. something the Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed multiple times, which is that carbon pricing is the most cost-effective market-based mechanism that the Conservatives actually campaigned on in the last election, I remind them. Our government will continue to address climate change while putting more money in the pockets of Canadians.
I'm going to ask all members, please, during questions as well as during answers, to please not take the floor unless they're recognized by the chair to do so. It makes it very difficult for members to hear the questions, especially those who use simultaneous interpretation.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cover-up operation is continuing under these Liberals. Another example of the same. At the Finance Committee, the Parliamentary Budget Officer said very clearly that the government has an analysis of the carbon tax impacts, but has been told not to disclose it and not even to mention it. Meanwhile, the Bloc Québécois is constantly supporting the Liberals. It voted against our motion to give Quebecers a holiday tax break. When will the Liberal minister publish his secret carbon tax so that Canadians can learn the truth? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, in the province of Quebec, there is not a federal carbon tax. In fact, Quebec is a leader in the fight against climate change, Mr. Speaker. But the Conservatives are finding yet another way to deny climate change. The government regularly shares confidential information with the Parliamentary Budget Officer, and that's used to produce their reports.
The Honourable Member from Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, we've seen 12 straight months of record-breaking temperatures, more extreme wildfires, more extreme weather events. This is a climate crisis. Yep. The Liberals have been asleep at the wheel, letting oil and gas CEOs pollute more and more each year. And the Conservatives can't even agree if climate change is real. Shame. The UN Secretary General is calling for a windfall tax on oil and gas profits to help fund climate action. New Democrats agree. But why are the Liberals letting big oil rip off Canadians and destroy our climate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 2 years, we've introduced a new clean fuel standard, something Conservatives have pledged to do during the last election campaign, but changed their minds to please their leader and voted against. We've also raised the price on pollution. We're putting a cap on greenhouse gas emissions from the oil and gas sector, and we're the only major oil-producing country in the world to do so. Our emissions are so low that the last time they were this low in Canada was shortly after the Canadians won the last Stanley Cup, Mr. Speaker. But I will say, it'd be nice if when the going gets tough, the NDP didn't vote with the Conservatives on carbon pricing. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Griesbach.
You lose someone and you're trying to grieve, and then somebody else dies. This is the feeling of the Piikani First Nation, who has seen an unfathomable amount of death due to the toxic drug crisis. First Nations in Alberta are dying from toxic drugs 8 times faster than the rest of the province's population. The Alberta Conservative model just isn't working, and the federal government has shown no leadership. When will this Liberal government have the courage to intervene against dangerous Conservative policies and save Indigenous lives?
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the member opposite that it is a tragedy that we are losing our brothers, our sisters, our mothers, our fathers to this toxic, polluted drug supply that we see all across the country, including and predominantly in and amongst First Nations. And that's why our government has invested billions of dollars to support Indigenous-led approaches to mental wellness. We'll continue to work with First Nations leaders on the solutions that will work for them. Mr. Speaker, this crisis has to end.
The Honourable Member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the world has seen unprecedented scientific and technological advancement in artificial intelligence in recent years. But this change is plagued by misinformation and disinformation targeting hardworking Canadians from coast to coast to coast. We recently saw how conservatives, like the member from Portage-Lisgar, intend to misuse this technology to mislead Canadians. Could the President of the Treasury Board explain how our government is working responsibly, adapt to these changes, protecting Canadians, their information, and the country as a whole? Thank you.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Now more than ever before, researchers and companies are using AI to create innovations and job opportunities, from drug discovery to energy efficiency and housing innovation. And that's why we have begun to develop the first ever government strategy on AI for the public service, Mr. Speaker, removing barriers and filling gaps for the responsible, transparent use of AI. Mr. Speaker, instead of spreading misinformation, our side of the House is committed to embracing new technologies that allow local businesses, educators, and our broader economy to flourish. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
$123 million handed out to ineligible companies, 186 conflicts of interest, and 76 million taxpayer dollars given out to well-connected Liberals. After 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, it's clear that this Prime Minister isn't worth the cost or the corruption of his billion-dollar green slush fund. Conservatives are calling for the evidence of corruption to be handed over to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So, will the NDP Liberal government end the cover-up and call in the Mounties?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, the Sustainable Development Technology Canada is an independent organization that's been around for over 20 years, was supported by all members of Parliament at the time. I understand that the Conservatives' opposition to fighting climate change gives them an ideological bent against this organization. But notwithstanding that, the governance structure of this organization, when we learned of mismanagement, we investigated, we triggered numerous independent reviews, including the Auditor General's report, which we collaborated with, and now we're actioning a new governance framework for the organization.
The member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
You almost couldn't hear that answer over the paper shredders that are running over at the billion-dollar green slush fund. We know that in 2017, the Auditor General gave a clean bill of health to this organization that Conservatives stood up to fund clean green tech. But the Liberals got into office and decided to line the pockets of the well-connected Liberal friends. And what did we see with the Auditor General report that Conservatives called for and these Liberals opposed? 186 conflicts of interest and over $100 million being misappropriated. Conservatives want them to end the cover-up. Will they turn over the evidence to the RCMP, yes or no?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Innovation.
As soon as allegations of mismanagement on Sustainable Development Technology Canada surfaced, our government acted immediately. We triggered an independent review of the governance model, an independent review of the HR practices in the organization. We issued a management response action plan. We've done everything right along the way to address the concerns that rightfully Canadians should expect the highest standards of governance when dealing with public funds. That's exactly what we're doing and committed to, and the organization is going to be reconstituted within the National Research Council to have better oversight.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, for years now, Canadians are finding it very hard to survive, but the Liberal Party's cronies are enjoying. They are mismanaging the SDTC. And the Liberal Party cronies have managed to grant themselves contracts, $123 million, that were distributed with no respect of the rules. We need the documents. Will the government allow the RCMP to have access to all documents so we can finally shed a light on this scandal? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question has already received a number of answers. The Canadian government will always work with the RCMP and other organisations. What the member doesn't know yet is that this week was one of great news for Canadians with the first reduction of interest rates in years. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Now, Mr. Speaker, let's be serious. Is the Minister aware that this Liberal Green Slush Fund scandal sounds like the sponsorship scandal in the past? I'm not the one who said this. It's a official that said that the government is wholly incompetent. Will the Minister stand again to say, well, perhaps he didn't see something? The Canadians want the truth. They want all documents to be sent to the RCMP. Before I pass to the Minister, I would like to encourage all members, especially ministers, to not interrupt when anyone else has the floor. The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable colleague talks about misinformation. The only information that was miscommunicated is that all the reports have clearly indicated that there is no mismanagement. Let us talk about misinformation. My colleague comes from the Quebec City region. Could he ask his leader to apologize for having duped and discouraged the people of his region to sign up to the new dental care system? Before we move on to the next question, I'd like to remind the member for Neuf-Jacques-Cartier that he's already had the opportunity to speak. I ask members to only speak when they are called upon. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Longet. Last year was disastrous for our farmers and producers, with 1 farm in 5 unable to service its debts. After months of protests, farmers and producers have been heard by their government, the provincial Quebec government. Now it's Ottawa's turn to listen. The Quebec Farmers Union has warned. In November, Quebec was already asking the federal government to provide exceptional assistance under the Agri-Recovery Programme. Farmers needed it in November. It's now June. When will the Minister finally trigger Agri-Recovery with reasonable compensation and without unnecessary red tape? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Of course, we are here for farmers and producers who have lived difficult times. Like my honourable colleague has raised, Agri-Recovery is a partnership between the province and the federal government, and we are working to see if this programme will be triggered or not. We'll have an answer very rapidly, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquis-Longet. Whilst Ottawa is dragging its feet, the food processing company Salade Express in Châteauguay-Lacolle has just closed its doors. Workers were unable to go to work this morning. So after seeds were sown earlier this season, many of our producers learned that they had lost their only buyer. This is on top of a disastrous 2023 season and repeated natural disasters. If Ottawa doesn't wake up and adapt to climate change, 1 in 10 businesses will close within a year. Will the Minister finally launch Agri-Recovery and sit down with producers? We need a fixed date. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and like my honourable colleague knows full well, Agri-Recovery is done through a federal and provincial analysis. It is done in collaboration with the Government of Quebec. Both work together, hand in hand, and I'm sure that they will have an answer very quickly. But I do understand when we go through a crisis, an answer never comes quickly enough. We'll continue to work with all provinces to make sure that our programs can meet these needs more rapidly.
The Honourable Member from Thornhill.
Another day, and we're still waiting for the Minister of Employment to introduce us to Other Randy, the one who was cashing checks from a company that was lobbying the government, winning contracts, and using the minister's name to do it. That's not allowed. It's illegal. The text messages reveal that someone named Randy at the minister's company was part of a $500,000 fraud. So will the Employment Minister finally get up on his feet and tell everyone the super secret identity of the other Randy?
The Honourable Minister for Employment and Workforce Development.
Mr. Speaker, I am all too happy
to set the record straight, I have had no role in this company since being elected in 2021. Regarding the day in question, I have shared my phone records to the committee and with the commissioner, which confirms that I am not the person in this story. Mr. Speaker, I have said it. The companies have said it. And now I've proved it. I was not involved. Mr. Speaker, let's get back to working for Canadians and focusing on the real issues.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
The minister hasn't proved a single thing. We're looking for who he called the other Randy. I'm pretty confident that we don't actually have to look very far because the other Randy might be right here. The one who broke the Conflict of Interest law, the one who broke the Lobbying Act, and who broke the Criminal Code. So will the employment minister from Edmonton let us know if Randy is in the room?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, the minister just answered that question.
That's right. The Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Speaker, here's a story that is a bit randy about a Liberal's excuse that seemed just too handy. Blame others for failures they just could not resist. But if you're going to blame someone, be sure they exist. The Employment Minister continues to blame the mysterious other Randy for his ethical trouble. Meanwhile, after 9 years, all this country's problems have actually been caused by the other Justin. Will the person responsible for this scandal, will the real Randy please stand up? Stand up!
I'm going to encourage members not to skate too close to the line in terms of referring to other members by their first names. I understand that that on the first name that was mentioned, that would made sense, but it's the second name that was mentioned that is just skating a little bit too close. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
So, Mr. Speaker, we just got an interesting little behind-the-scenes insight into how this works over there. The minister stood up and comprehensively swatted away all these questions. What followed was 2 more questions that those members are so proud of wittily writing in the morning and rehearsing in front of the mirror that they just have to get it off their chest, Mr. Speaker, even though it was answered 2 minutes ago. That's what's going on in this House. They don't want to talk about lower interest rates. They don't want to talk about 8 out of 10 Canadians being better off. That opposition just wants to talk about their stuff.
What did I miss yesterday?
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I started in politics in 2015, we were at the end of a decade where Conservatives betrayed young Quebecers by not integrating Davy into the national shipbuilding strategy, and then they hid behind tribunals to justify their inaction with regards to the bridge in Quebec City. Now that we've corrected the injustice for Davy shipbuilding, can the minister tell us how we will continue to work for our infrastructure for our future generations? The Honourable Minister for Public Services and Procurement. With pleasure, Mr. Speaker. Hope and good work. Great news was announced on the 15th of May with regards to Quebec City Bridge. We will be saving and restoring this critical infrastructure, which is unique in our world. It's strategic and critical for Quebec. Thank you to the member for Louis-Hébert and the Prime Minister for their leadership and for their work. Thank you to Yvon Charret, our negotiator, and the Chamber of Commerce, and all the people of Quebec who have supported us over the past number of years to get to this excellent result. I've already asked this once, please.
The Honourable... Merci. The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, contrary to the minister's representation, he has not turned over all of his phone records and text messages. Text messages reveal that someone named Randy from a company that the Minister of Employment has a 50% interest in was involved in a business deal, now mired in allegations of fraud. The minister says it wasn't him, it was some other Randy. Trouble is, no one can identify who that other Randy is. So has the minister in the past 48 hours poured over the employment records of the handful of employees at his company to find Randy?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Just when we thought we had heard from the final member who was practicing all morning in the mirror, up stops another one to look straight into the camera over there and relate a question that was just answered several minutes ago. I think these people over there need to be a little more agile. The minister has answered the question.
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, if the minister is the Randy in the text messages, then the minister broke the law, including contravening the Conflict of Interest Act. It shouldn't be difficult to find the other Randy if he exists. If the minister didn't break the law, then where's Randy?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
I just want to remind the member that I'm over here, not over there. But, Mr. Speaker,
to remind all members
you got crooks over there.
That questions should be addressed through the chair, but members can look where they wish to ask or answer questions. The Honourable Minister, Leader of the Government, has 24 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has responded comprehensively to all of these questions. And what I find a little off-putting in the tone and tenor of the member's question is that in this place we are all to presume each other to be honorable. That is not what that member did, and that member should carefully consider the kinds of words that he uses in this House.
The honourable member from Sturgeon Park,
Mr. Speaker, Superman.
Sturgeon River Parkland.
Randy. We know the identity of these fictional characters, but Canadians want to know who's Randy. The mysterious Randy is in control of a fraudulent company called Global Health Imports, and his business partner, Stephen Anderson, says that he's a public official. And by pure coincidence, the Minister of Employment by the same name founded Global Health Imports and is a 50% shareholder. Now, we just heard the minister say that he's not involved, but isn't he at all curious about who this Randy fellow is that's committing fraud at a company he owns 50% of? Why won't he tell us who this Randy is?
The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Well, I'm glad, Mr. Speaker, that this segment has been brought to you by What Goes On in the House of Commons. Because here we have yet another Conservative member who toiled over this witty text all morning, looked in the mirror, hoped the leader was there, because if the leader were there, he might be noticed by him. Then he's going to put it on Facebook. But what he won't do is put this answer on Facebook, happily saving me from 1,000 trolls online. But this member should know better that he asked those questions and presumes the dishonor of this West member.
Hey, listen, Canadians don't care about
Order. Order, please. The Honourable Member from Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, our government works every day to ensure that communities have the vital infrastructure that it takes to be successful. From houses to bridges to community centres to broadband internet, I know our government is investing in communities in ways that truly matter.
Can the Minister of Rural Economic Development and the Minister responsible for ACOA share with the House the ways in which broadband infrastructure and stable connection to internet can bolster communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister for Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, my friend from the Northwest Territories, he knows that reliable internet is so important for rural, remote and Indigenous communities. It's a necessity. This week in La Ronge, I announced our government is bringing high-speed internet to over 13,700 households in 55 communities in northern Saskatchewan, and that includes 3,200 Indigenous homes, and cell service along 500 kilometres of roads too. We're on track to connect 98% of Canadians by 2026 and 100% by 2030. Awesome. This week's investment is a game changer for friends and folks in rural Saskatchewan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Malahad, Cowichan, Langford.
Troubling allegations were revealed this week that some MPs have been willing participants in foreign interference. Despite this, and instead of giving Canadians answers, the Liberals are withholding more than 1,000 documents from the inquiry. And the Conservative leader continues to refuse getting the security clearance that will allow him to be properly informed. Both Liberals and Conservatives are trying to protect themselves instead of Canadians. It's unacceptable. When will the Liberals release all the documents and ensure compromise politicians are not on the ballot?
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for the question. I think he knows very well that our government and the senior public servants in the Privy Council Office and the national security agencies obviously work with, whether it's the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians or the inquiry led by Madame la Juge Hogg, by Justice Hogg. Those senior public servants work to ensure they have access to all of the documents necessary to do their important work. Any redactions or any decisions with respect to documents that are made available are made by senior public servants, and elected people aren't involved in that process whatsoever.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, artists and creatives are deeply underfunded in my community, and much of the gap is federal. While Waterloo Region received just over $3 a person from the Canada Council for the Arts last year, other communities received up to $21 a person. It adds up to a $13 million gap last year alone. This gap has real implications. The KW Symphony filed for bankruptcy last year, and the museum is in dire straits. Will the Museum of Heritage commit to working with all interested MPs to ensure all regions get their fair share of federal arts funds?
The Honourable Minister for Heritage.
Monsieur le Président, ça va être un plaisir de participer avec tous les...
I'd like to participate with all culture lovers. That's why the government has invested more money than ever in arts and culture, because we understand the importance it has for our communities from coast to coast to coast. $31 million for the Music Fund, $32 million for various festivals, money for audiovisual productions. Audiovisual productions will always be here for culture, contrary to Conservatives who have cut in culture when they were in power. We want big technology companies to pay their just part.
And that brings to an end question period. I wish to draw to the attention of members in the presence of the gallery of this year's recipients of the Governor-General's Performing Arts Awards. The laureates of the Lifetime Artistic Achievement Award are, and please wait till the end, Misha Bruger-Gosman-Lee, Ronnie Burkett, Diane Juster, Andrea Martin, and Wes Maestro Williams. I'd like to draw the attention of members in the presence of the gallery of the 2024 Raymond John Natition Award for Volunteerism in Performing Arts. And this award is awarded to Jenny Belsberg.
And finally, the laureate for the National Arts Centre Prize goes to Mélanie Demers.
I invite all members to meet the recipients at a reception to be held in room 233S immediately after question period. J'invite tous les députés à une
I would invite all members to a reception which will be held in room 233S immediately following question period.
Rising on a point of order, I recognize the honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, there's been discussions amongst parties, and if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion: that the House commemorate the 80th anniversary of the tremendous sacrifice, valor, and victory of Canadian soldiers, sailors, and aircrew at Juno Beach as part of the D-Day invasion and subsequent liberation of Europe.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence to commemorate the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the first day of the Battle of Normandy. À la suite des discussions entre les représentants de tous les partis à la Chambre, je crois comprendre qu'il y a une entente.
I believe there's an agreement to observe a moment of silence to recognize the 80th anniversary of D-Day, the first day of the Battle of Normandy. I would invite members to rise.
All honourable members. Je remercie tous les députés honorables. Rising on a point of order, the Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After our House Leader answered a question and spoke of the experience of troll swarming that occurs online, the member from South Shore, St. Margaret, shouted out at him, "Thank you for the ammo." This violent language does not help in a climate. This violent language, Mr. Speaker, does not help in a climate where there is an 800% increase in threats of violence towards elected officials, and I ask that the member apologize and retract his comment.
I'm going to ask all members to be mindful of the language that they use, but I have a different interpretation of what that statement might have been meant, but so I think we'll just leave it there. The honourable, rising on a point of order. The honourable member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a question of point of order arising from question period. Following my question in which I referred to the other Randy, you made some comments about skating close to the line in terms of using the first names of members in the House. And I wonder if you could just clarify your ruling. Is your ruling that the other Randy is a member of the House of Commons?
I'm certain the honourable member understood that I wasn't, as I made mention when I made that intervention, if you listen to the first part of it, I said the first part was fine. It was the second reference, which was drawing close, skating to the line in terms of making reference to the Prime Minister. And so we come to a favorite part of the week. It's the Thursday, the question hebdomadaire.
The weekly statement, and I would ask the honourable member from Mégantic-L'Érable to ask the question. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This week, we've had a lot of talk about secrecy in this House with respect to parliamentary proceedings regarding the disclosure of foreign interference and secret names of MPs. And some names remain secret. And there's also a secret report that cannot be disclosed according to the PBO. And Mr. Speaker, Randy, whose family name also remains secret. Another thing that's somewhat also shrouded in secrecy is the government these days, while we're heading towards the end of the session. In the 30 station, we're wondering what the topics will be covered for the next day and the following week. But unfortunately, there seems to be a lot of change. So would it be possible to give us the true agenda of work for tomorrow and next week? Thank you.
L'honorable leader du gouvernement.
The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, yes, there is a secret in this chamber. It's the hidden agenda of the Conservative Party. With respect to their cuts, the chop, chop, chop that they say so well. The member for Gaspésie, the cuts to programs, the social programs that are dear to the hearts of Quebecers and Canadians, in the cuts to the rights, to women's rights, abortion, contraceptives, and even cancellation of dental care or pharmacare that is planned by this government. Yes, the secret is a hidden agenda of the Conservative Party that will do a great deal of harm, Mr. Speaker, to all Canadians. But we will this evening move on to the usual transparency of our government. We will move on to report stage consideration of bills C-20, Public Complaints and Review Commission Act, and C-40, Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission Act, also known as David and Joyce Milgaard's Law. Tomorrow, we will begin second reading of Bill C-63, the Online Harms Act.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the House that next Monday and Thursday shall be allotted days. On Tuesday, we will start report stage of Bill C-69, the Budget Implementation Act. On Wednesday, we will deal with Bill C-70 concerning foreign interference as per the special order adopted last Thursday. I wish you and all of yours, Mr. Speaker, and to the House staff, a good weekend. And to my colleague across, thank you very much.
Right on.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion on documents regarding sustainable development technology Canada.
Member from Battle River Crowfoot has 5 minutes. Questions waiting. It's questions. Oh, excuse me. Questions and comments. 5 minutes remaining for the entire period. I see in the normal order of things, we start with the party opposite from the member who had made the speech. So the Honourable Leader of Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, it's interesting as the Conservatives try to portray a false image that the government has not been acting. Nothing could be further from the truth. When you take a look at SDTC and the fact that it's an arm's length foundation that's been there for over 20 years now, when the government did discover, in terms of what has taken place, a number of initiatives to rectify the problem were also initiated by the government, which ultimately led to the auditor doing the report that we have today, and the board is no longer in existence as it's in a transition to NRC. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts on what he believes NRC is going to be able to do in order to keep the program moving forward.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, here we have a Liberal member who continually props up the corruption exhibited by that Prime Minister and the government opposite. And their response, it's not demanding answers for Canadians. It's not suggesting that transparency is key. It's not dare criticize the governing prince of his party. But instead, all his response is, don't worry about it, there's nothing to see here, just trust us. Well, Mr. Speaker, the reality is this. Canadians deserve better, Canadians deserve answer, and Conservatives are working hard to get it. Now, the question I have for every Liberal backbench member, every member of the New Democratic Party, and every member of the Bloc Québécois, will they stand with Conservatives in demanding the answers that Canadians deserve?
Okay. Questions and comments. The honourable member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Battle River Crowfoot for his speech. And, you know, the Liberals here are definitely fighting against having this motion carried, having the production of papers. And I just want to ask them, there's $123 million here that the Auditor General has identified that didn't follow the rules under the conflict of interest declarations, that the STDC actually continued to use funds to benefit themselves and their friends, and that the Liberals stuffed the board with their colleagues. So we're talking about patronage, we're talking about pork barreling, but is the Liberals voting against this because it's, you know, another Liberal cover-up? Is it Liberal incompetence? Is it Liberal corruption? Or is it Liberal complicity in what could be an RCMP investigation and charges underneath the criminal code? Or is it all of the above?
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate the question that my colleague from Manitoba just asked, because I think it speaks to something that should not be controversial. Simply asking for us to shed light on the circumstances, asking for these documents so that all Canadians can make that judgment for themselves. And if charges should be laid, well, then charges should be laid. If there is further details that need to be examined, then those further details should be examined. What is so disgusting, Mr. Speaker, is that it seems like these Liberals, propped up by the fourth party in the corner there, a weak NDP, they seem to cover up the corruption no matter what the cost. Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. So this motion is simple. This motion is straightforward. And this motion simply asks that we can have the documents so that Canadians can see for themselves where the money in the Liberals' green slush fund went. I think that's common sense, Mr. Speaker. I would ask every member of this House to join in promoting that very common sense idea.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinangé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The colleague mentioned us, so I'll be replying. We agree entirely with the basic principle of this motion with respect to transparency, but there's some things that don't work in this. The 14-day delay for the documents, the RCMP, I don't think that's the role of the Parliament. I have some suggestions from my colleague that are constructive, so we can work more on this motion. Perhaps consult other parties if we want it to be adopted. Perhaps what they just want is to have a video clip. But on the basis, in terms of transparency, it's fundamental.
The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot only has about 25 seconds left.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll make this quick. When it comes to the motion that we have before us, 14 days is a very reasonable timeline. These documents exist. They can be brought forward and tabled so that Canadians can get the answers that they are entitled to. Because when it comes down to it, the corruption, the scandal, the pork barreling, the conflicts of interest, this is an abuse of institutions that Canadians should be able to trust. So transparency, Mr. Speaker, is very, very key. We've laid out a very straightforward motion that is an important first step in ensuring that Canadians get the answers that they deserve.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I actually don't mind addressing the House on this particular issue, but I thought I would start off in the same manner in which the former leader of the Conservative Party, today's opposition House leader, did, in terms of, and I can understand why, he wanted to talk about the economy, interest rates, inflation rates, and concerns that he had with the government on those issues. Before he actually got to the motion itself, he spent probably about 50% of his time talking about that issue. I like to think that the member has some valid points in some of the things that he was saying in terms of concerns that Canadians have in regards to some of those key indicators. And that's why I thought maybe, given that the former leader of the Conservative Party started the debate talking about the economy, that I would participate by sharing some thoughts, some actual facts on that issue. Yesterday was actually a very good day in Canada, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Bank of Canada, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, actually reduced interest rates. And that is that we are the first country in the G7 to actually see a reduction in the interest rate. That is good news, Madam Speaker. And I want to reinforce that to members opposite. You know, this will be the first reduction in 4 years. And you have to put it into the context of what is happening around the world, Madam Speaker. When you take a look in terms of interest rates and inflation rates around the world, Canada is doing relatively well, especially if you compare our economy and interest rates and inflation rates to G7 and, in fact, G20 countries, Madam Speaker. Canada is doing quite well. And now, yesterday, with the announcement from the Governor General, not the Governor, the Governor of the Bank of Canada, we actually saw a decrease, the first country out of the G7 to do so. So just to address that point to my friend, the Conservative House Leader, who started off by talking about concerns regarding interest rates. So I thought that was some good news, and I want to share that with the member opposite. Now, Madam Speaker, let's talk about the motion that we have today. If you take a look at the Sustainable Development and Technology Canada, or better known as SDTC, that's what's been referred to throughout the day, Madam Speaker, I believe it's important that we highlight the fact that SDTC has been around for over 20 years. That's a very important fact, Madam Speaker. Next to that, we need to recognize that it is actually an arm's length foundation, meaning that it has a very independent nature. When you think in terms of the board that they continuously make reference to, Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada does not appoint all the board members. We are not the sole appointing board, the entire board members to SDTC. And I think that is, again, another very important thing to realize. When you think in terms of what it is that SDTC has done over the last 20 years, it's important that we reflect on the hundreds of projects that have been initiated, and as a direct result of that initiation, Canada has done relatively well on a number of fronts. When I think of the Sustainable Development Technology Canada over the years, I think of quality air, I think of clean water, I think of enriched soil, and the type of technology that needs to be developed in order to not only provide that quality, but to look in terms of environmental initiatives that will not only have an impact here in Canada, but around the world. Because as an arm's length foundation, many of the investments have allowed Canadian companies not only to create jobs in Canada, not only to ensure that we have a healthier environment, but also to lead the world in many different areas, Madam Speaker. So we are contributing to technological advancements around the world through SDTC. Now, when we think in terms of how the government provides funds to support Canadian companies that have the potential to be world leaders in technology, as a political entity, the Liberal Party has valued that and recognized the importance of the government being involved indirectly. And that's why it's in support of the foundation. And the foundation, as I pointed out, was created 20 years ago. Now, obviously, it has survived a good number of years. Even under Stephen Harper, Madam Speaker, we recognize the fact that the foundation continued to receive support. And I would suspect in the multitudes of the millions of dollars that it has received over the years, that many of those Canadian-based companies and the fine work that they've done in terms of the advancement of technology have contributed in many different ways, not only here, but abroad, Madam Speaker. If you take the time to take a look at some of the companies that have benefited by it, three things come to my mind. Think water, whether it's water treatment or whatever it might be, Madam Speaker. Think in terms of energy. Manitoba and Quebec, two provinces in particular, so much development in hydro. Think in terms of how there's so much potential in that industry. And Canada, on many fronts, leads the way. And it's because, in good part, Madam Speaker, of agencies such as SDTC, or the Foundation, along with both other levels of government and their investments, or the national government's investments. So I think, as I say, of water, I think of energy, and I think of agriculture. And all one really needs to do is take a look at the last few years, and you will see how those three items come to the top of mind for me personally, and why it is I believe that it was important that the government actually take action on the issue. So let's put it into perspective in terms of what has actually taken place. There were concerns that were raised a couple years back in regards to issues on how SDTC is being governed, and employees and others had legitimate concerns. That was brought to the attention of the government. The government intentionally chose to look into the matter. Not one but two internal type of reviews, one of them being an external third party from within the department, where it was an assessment done on what was taking place. And then that report ultimately came out last fall. The government was concerned in regards to the report and ultimately froze the funding that was the new funding going to SDTC. The report, at least in part, caused the Auditor General of Canada not only to take note, but to also look into the matter. And as a direct result of that, Madam Speaker, what we saw was the report that was just released earlier this week, Madam Speaker. And when the report was released, the government, as it has in the past, has consistently acknowledged that we have independent offices of the House of Commons that are there to support members and to ensure that there's a higher sense of transparency and accountability. And through that report, Madam Speaker, we get a much clearer sense in terms of the degree in which there were some serious issues that had to be addressed. And in many situations of the recommendations, because the government respects them and continues to follow the recommendations and the thoughts that are flowing out of that report, we are taking actions. Some have already been taken, Madam Speaker. Tangible actions. Tangible actions such as there is no board now. At the end of the day, the board no longer exists, and we've put into place a transitionary board with retired deputy ministers. I believe it's 3 retired deputy ministers. We're looking at the way in which we can ensure that there's an ongoing governance that will reinstate public confidence in a program that, generally speaking, has delivered for Canadians. Yes, we recognize that there have been some issues, Madam Speaker. We're not denying that. That's the reason why we're dealing with the governance issue today. And it's now being transferred over into the jurisdiction of NRC. So if you take a look at it, Madam Speaker, we're saying we're taking it away from a foundation type of board model, which is arm's length from the government, and we're putting it into a crown corporation where there is the opportunity to ensure that there's more accountability, direct accountability coming through, Madam Speaker. I see that as a very strong, tangible action. As when we first heard about the issue, where the minister had taken action to ensure that we could find out more information as to what was taking place. So for the Conservatives opposite to try to give an impression that the government has not been taking action, I think is somewhat misleading. Because at the end of the day, when a government spends a great deal of money, sometimes you're going to find that money being spent in an inappropriate fashion. And when that takes place, Madam Speaker, I would suggest to you, that's when it's important to watch the actions of the government, what the government is doing to ensure public confidence, to ensure that there's an issue of transparency and integrity of the system, to ensure that there's a higher sense of oversight, to ensure that there's a better sense of accountability. And by changing that governance, ultimately, in terms of what it is that we're doing today, is going to ensure all of that. NRC as a corporation has done some wonderful things in Canada. It has an infrastructure that's already in place. Individuals, many of which I suspect from SDTC, will in fact have the opportunity to continue for continuity to ensure that those jobs are in fact being taken into consideration, Madam Speaker. Because as I say, when you think in terms of the programs that are out there, and I don't know all the Canadian-based companies that have received the supports, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you there's quite a few of them, and many of them are ongoing. You're talking about hundreds over the years, Madam Speaker. So it's important that we continue with the program itself. And this is where it's interesting to hear from the Conservative Party in terms of where they see the program or the initiative. Because Stephen Harper supported it, but we know that there's been a hard right turn within the Conservative Party. Just like Aaron O'Toole supported a price on pollution, the Conservatives don't support a price on pollution nowadays. Do they support having greener grants and support programs, Madam Speaker? Is that part of the motivation? They have not been clear on that issue. Instead of having a substantive debate in regards to the benefits that have been realized, whether they're the jobs, the economics, or it's the environment and the world-leading technology that's being developed, their sole focus is to try to shift the blame and say that the government has not been responding to the issues as it's been coming up, and then trying to label it as a corrupt government, Madam Speaker. And when nothing could be further from the truth on this issue. You know, it's interesting when you do a comparison. When Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, there was the ETS scandal, and I made reference to it earlier. And there was a number of people across the way that kind of like had that shell shock type of thing, or deer caught in the headlights, Madam Speaker. Maybe they should look it up. You know, that was a technology service contract. And indirectly, the Conservative leader himself would have been somewhat associated to it, at least for a part of time, for a portion of his time with the Stephen Harper government. And that was a $400 million contract, Madam Speaker. And the allegations, you want to talk about corruption, take a look in terms of the allegations that were being made back then, Madam Speaker. Now contrast that and how the Conservative Party approached that mega scandal to what they are saying today. And you will see that it's quite different, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party today looks at things in a very different light. And it's because I believe what we see is a Conservative Party that's really has one or two issues that they want to focus on, and if you're even internally and you try to change that focus, they get upset, Madam Speaker. What they want to focus on is they want to personalize politics. They want to divide Canadians. They want to try to give the impression that Canada is broken, that the institution of Parliament isn't working. Those are the type of things, on the one hand, the messaging that we see time and time again. Character assassination is on the top of that list, Madam Speaker. Because they're trying to feed the far right and get them upset and angry and motivated to do the things that we are seeing today that is somewhat disappointing in many ways, Madam Speaker. That's the one thing that they're doing. On the other hand, then they go around spreading misinformation on issues such as the carbon rebates versus the carbon tax. So I would suggest to them, Madam Speaker, you say my time is almost up? I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that the issue that we have before us today is an issue in which the government is taking seriously. It's demonstrated that by the actions that we have taken to date. We are going to ensure that there is a high sense of accountability. We're going to ensure that there's transparency on the issue, Madam Speaker. We're going to ensure that at the end of the day, that the taxpayer and Canadians are in fact going to be protected, and so ultimately will be a program that leads to ongoing clean energy and world-wide recognition for the advancements that Canada is making on technology. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Liberals do talk a lot about climate change day in and day out. And really, they use it to justify imposing a carbon tax that does nothing to change the climate, but essentially impoverishes Canadians and shut down industry. Now, we have this before us, the Sustainable Development Technologies, and it was doing a good job up until about while it was under the appointees under the Harper. As a matter of fact, it was examined by the Auditor General and got a AAA. Really? Yes, a great record. But since that time, the Auditor General has recently released a report saying that it is a mess. It's a scandal. They're Liberal insiders, and this was supposed to be for green technology, but it's gone to it's slush fund. They can't even trace where a lot of the funds are going to, and I wonder if the member could just admit that really it's about getting Liberal-friendly appointees rich in their companies and nothing to do with climate change at all.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, first and foremost, all appointments, whether it's Conservatives that have been appointed under this administration, Liberals, New Democrats, there might even be the odd Separatist, hopefully not too many of those, but at the end of the day, or individuals that are truly independent, Madam Speaker, I would like to think that if you're appointed to a board, that you will take that position in a responsible fashion and take actions that are in the best interests of Canada as a nation. That's what my expectations would be. And if they don't meet those expectations, then there's a need to take actions. And that is, in fact, what we have seen with this government, Madam Speaker. There have been tangible actions taken in regards to this particular issue, and we will continue to move forward in making sure that the Canadian taxpayers are, in fact...
I have to give more questions.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, the issue with all this is that each time there's another Liberal scandal, they very quickly, in fact, cause another scandal to bury the previous scandal. It's just a infinite series of scandals and issues with mismanagement and lack of transparency. This file is serious. We have reason to have questions, and this information should be accessible to parliamentarians. Will the Parliamentary Secretary commit to giving us this information? It's necessary. We want clarity and transparency.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that we have a system in the Parliament that enables standing committees to be very productive, and it's at the will of standing committees to meet, to build up a relationship that will ensure that there's a higher sense of accountability and transparency, and nothing prevents those standing committees to be able to call before it ministers that are ultimately responsible and others to take a look and take a deep dive into what is actually taken place, and that's all good, and I would encourage and support the standing committees to do that. But at the same time, I think it's also important, from my perspective, to see the departments and the ministers also do what they can. And I am satisfied that we have a minister and a government that continues to ensure that there is a higher sense of accountability, having found out to the degree in which there were problems, and we see that more specifically this week, where the board is no longer in existence.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. The honourable member said there are some issues at the Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Let's go over the basics. Annette Verschuren, the former board chair, as well as being CEO of a Toronto-based energy storage firm called NRS Store Inc., participated in approving grants totaling $217,000 to her own company. She refused to recuse herself. The foundation awarded funding to projects that were ineligible. SDTC did not follow conflict of interest policies 88 times for directors, and legal requirements for the number of foundation members were never met. The board was required to have 15 members, but by 2020 there were only 2, and decisions were made without quorum. Madam Speaker, this isn't some issues. This is a board that is colossally compromised by corruption. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague, given facts like these, and there are more, really would describe the situation at SDTC as one where there were some issues.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want to attempt to marginalize the seriousness of the issues that the Auditor General has brought forward, Madam Speaker. And that's why I provided comments in regards to the appointment of board members. Whether it's this government appointing Liberals, Conservatives, New Democrats to boards, and there are many boards that are appointed, or people that are really and truly independent, Madam Speaker. I have an expectation, as I like to think every member should have an expectation, that they would behave in an appropriate fashion and respect conflict of interest and so forth. And when that doesn't happen, Madam Speaker, I expect the government to take action, and this government has taken action. It's demonstrated that as long as 2 years ago, Madam Speaker, in terms of freezing new funding.
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
The member opposite seems to have a real bad case of political amnesia because he always wants to change the focus and forgets that it's actually not for now. It's hopefully coming in short order, a Conservative government in office. It's actually 9 years of this Prime Minister and his party in power. So he talks about history lessons, Stephen Harper this. He goes back and even talks about probably John Diefenbaker. I'm surprised he didn't invoke Sir John A. Macdonald, blaming him for this latest scandal that they're under. But I want to go back just a little bit shorter than that when this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government came into office. And they said, quote, from their 2015 election platform, I want to read, quote, Liberals will also make government information open by default to all Canadians, unquote. So he talks about the high standard that he's holding his government to, and he says anybody that questions otherwise is a radical or fringe or an extremist. My question is very simple. That was what he ran on when he came into office in 2015. Does that mean he's going to vote for the motion if he said he's got, quote, such high standards he holds himself to?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, I was with the Prime Minister when we were in third party, where he talked about things like proactive disclosure, and we in fact put in proactive disclosure even before we got into government, Madam Speaker, for members of Parliament, and I know the member will recall that. As a government, we have consistently been very much transparent and accountable, Madam Speaker, for the many different programs that we have brought in, even when it came through the pandemic, Madam Speaker, where governments around the world had to develop and promote and spend a great deal of money. Wherever the opportunity is there to ensure that we can have the documents that are required at one point or another, the government has been bringing forward the information in a reasonable way.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Madam Speaker, with all due respect to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, he cannot deny that the Office of the Auditor General of Canada published a report with really damning conclusions and findings. There needs to be a significant review of the matter. Taxpayers and Canadians want accountability. They expect their elected officials to be able to shed light on scandals of the sort. Will he commit to granting us access to all documents?
Well, Madam Speaker, I have more confidence than maybe some members in regards to our standing committees. If, in fact, you have a standing committee that can be effective in building relationships and trying to get to the bottom of everything that has happened, I would encourage members to work with those that are on the standing committees that are the most appropriate in order to be able to see in terms of taking that deeper dive into the situation. I'm not trying to underestimate the seriousness of the Auditor General's report, Madam Speaker. I recognize it, as the government has taken direct actions, as it would have been expected for the government to do so, Madam Speaker. But just because the official opposition feels that they have to attach the word scandal in government on anything and everything that moves in Ottawa or across the country, doesn't necessarily justify every demand that the Conservative Party wants, Madam Speaker. That would be likely into the hundreds of millions of dollars in terms of providing all the type of documents that they would want to see, especially if you factor in.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Mégantic-Les Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I'd just like to tell the House some bad news. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, the cost of rent has never been so high. Rentals.ca has just indicated that rents have gone up by 9.3% annually, and that means that the average rent is $2,200 in May. That's the highest average rent ever in Canada. Vancouver, $2,600. Toronto, $2,400. Halifax, Montreal, Winnipeg, no one is spared. $1,900 down to $1,400. The cost of rent keeps skyrocketing because this government hasn't built enough housing. Only the Conservatives have a plan to build housing faster rather than at the bureaucratic rate. And I just wanted to slide that message in because this week we saw something quite unlikely, something unprecedented. We had not one, not two, not three, but 4 overwhelming, damning reports about this government's management. One damning report on this government's management of foreign affairs. We found out this week the National Committee of Parliamentarians on Security and Intelligence published a damning report where it said that the Prime Minister on multiple occasions tried to cover things up or reduce the impact, downplay the impact of foreign influence on our elections and on our democracy. And then there was a terrible day for the Liberals. I think it was even worse for Canadians when we learned of the Auditor General's report on the firm, the McKinsey firm, and on the Liberal Fund that is being discussed today, and on cybersecurity. 3 reports that show that this government is quite simply incapable of managing the affairs of state and of managing taxpayer money, because it's not the government's money, it's Canadians' money. And unfortunately, they no longer deserve the confidence of Canadians to manage their hard-won money. Canadians work day and night, 7 days a week, and when you read those reports, you really scratch your head and wonder how they can be doing such a bad job of things. Madam Speaker, why am I talking about this? Well, it's obviously because this government keeps on spending freely, $61 billion in new inflationary spending. And it's always been supported by the Bloc Québécois, including in the most recent budget, and that is causing the cost of housing, is causing rents and the cost of housing to go up like we've never seen before in Canada. The cost of food, you just have to go to a grocery store on a daily or weekly basis to see how customers are passing up on the nicer cuts of meat to buy something cheaper, and they're even passing over essential foodstuffs because they're afraid that when they get to the cash, to the checkout, they won't have enough money they won't be able to afford stuff. So, Madam Speaker, speaking of the Prime Minister, excuse me, Madam Speaker, we also tabled a motion this week, not this week, last week, and it wasn't supported by the Bloc or the Liberals or the NDP, a motion to suspend the gas tax for this summer because Canadians and Quebecers have been suffering in recent years. The idea was to give them a bit of breathing room, a bit of a break, so that maybe they could take a road trip for their summer holidays, for their summer vacation. But unfortunately, all the other parties said no on a purely ideological basis. They don't want people using their cars. They want people cycling or walking, I suppose. But we don't have the infrastructure, Madam Speaker. Look, it's the NDP member was just mentioning that something about bike paths, but Madam Speaker, he was one of the people who voted against suspending the gas tax to give people a break for the summer. Madam Speaker, today we're talking about the Auditor General's report number 6 on Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC. It was an overwhelming or a damning report, as I said, for a number of reasons. First of all, the report covers the period of March to December 2023. In that period, 229 projects were approved for a value of $8 million. So it's $800 million, so that's a lot of money. And, Madam Speaker, there were revelations from a whistleblower, a senior official who criticized the Liberal government for its complete incompetence. They granted $123 million worth of contracts in an appropriate way. And, Madam Speaker, let me remind you of what the whistleblower said, and that's the reason we're here today talking about this. There's at least one person who dared stand up and clearly indicated that the minister responsible and his cabinet were aware of the corruption within the Liberal Green Fund, their Green Kitty, and then they lied, according to the whistleblower, on a number of occasions. The minister repeatedly said that he had not been informed of the results before the end of August, but that was absolutely not true. Those were the comments of the whistleblower, which was at the origin of this scandal, and that is how Canadians learned what was going on within SDTC with the Liberal Green Slush Fund. The Auditor General found that SDTC had not followed the conflict of interest guidelines in 90 cases. And what does that mean? Well, it means that there were people who approved funding. They awarded funding when they were directly involved in the companies that got that funding. Imagine, Madam Speaker, there was a representative of the department who attended most of the meetings who turned a blind eye to all this. He looked the other way and did absolutely nothing to prevent those conflicts of interest. There was $76 million awarded in this way to Liberal cronies projects through SDTC. $59 million was awarded to projects that should not have been approved. So we're talking about money that should have gone to innovative projects, environmental projects, and instead they went to projects that had nothing to do with environmental innovation, Madam Speaker. How was that allowed? How was that even tolerated, Madam Speaker? And reading the Auditor General's report is quite something. It all started when the previous minister, Navdeep Bains, decided to fire the president, the former president, and appointed one of his buddies president of SDTC. So it all started then, because previously there had been no problems at that organization. The other thing that we need to note in the Auditor General's report at page 26, and I quote, is we found that SDTC did not have documentation on conflicts of interest. They didn't receive the appropriate documentation. And when you read a bit further, we found that the department neither requested nor received that information and did not decide what measures to take once that information was received. And the conclusion was that SDTC did not manage public funds appropriately, and the supervision by SDTC did not ensure that the monies were spent in keeping with the terms and government policies applicable. So that was the responsibility of the minister. He didn't do his job. He could have and should have stopped that reckless spending long before, but unfortunately he didn't do so. And today we're calling for all the documents to be provided by the Auditor General to the RCMP so that a decision can be made as to whether there was actual fraud in this case. Thank you. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. SDTC should have policies around conflict of interest. Not only policies, but those policies were not consistent with the legislation. They were inadequate. They were lacking. But if that was all, that would be one thing. But even within SDTC, they didn't even follow their own lacking policies on conflict of interest. And those policies were less stringent for the board of directors than for the employees of that organization. So I'd like to know, how is it possible? How can that be reasonably explained? And I'd like to ask my colleague whether additional documents could be provided so that taxpayers can really know what happened. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. It's so relevant, especially because the new president, after he was appointed, this was all discovered, and it was surprising to see day after day the denials about conflict of interest. The president was acting as if it was perfectly normal to be approving those amounts of money in funding to companies that were benefiting from that. It seems like the rules didn't apply to the board of directors. They applied to everyone else at SDTC. And if that's so, well, it's not legal. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's quite legitimate for Canadians to call on the RCMP to investigate and get to the bottom of this, because it's not within the Auditor General's mandate to lay charges. But unfortunately, in this case, there is a stench of criminality about all this. Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Obviously, the NDP agrees with the maximum transparency and accountability in this case. My colleague and the leader of the Conservative Party, referred to a situation in Montreal. The opioid crisis and the drug addiction crisis is a countrywide crisis, and the Auditor General studied and investigated in Montreal. Do you know how many Conservative members attended? None. So why doesn't my Conservative colleague want to go to Montreal, visit with groups on the ground, and see what's going on truly with the opioid crisis and the overdoses in Montreal? The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will do that. I'll be pleased to do that, Madam Speaker. I will go to Montreal. But I don't need to go to Montreal, because every day in the newspapers, there are dramas, there are stories about what's happening in Montreal. The most recent news shows that a pregnant woman was chased by someone when she was picking the child up at daycare, and she was scared. This is the kind of story we read every day in the newspapers, and it shows how bad things are and how bad this government's inaction has been, and it's led to a state of crime where people are afraid to go out in the street. But I understand that my colleague in the NDP didn't want to ask any question about the report, because it's an important report, the Auditor General's report, and I'm afraid he's just afraid that he'll have to follow orders on this. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Montmagny, Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And following up on what my colleague from the Montreal area just said, his colleague on the Industry Committee spoke yesterday with the officials there at the committee, and he asked questions about the fact that it was a whistleblower who revealed this issue. And some were not protected at all. Some whistleblowers, they lost their jobs in the public service. So I'd like my colleague to say to explain how it is that the work of those, it was thanks to those people who blew the whistle that all this was discovered. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, very quickly, please. Madam Speaker, I fully agree with my colleague that we need to protect whistleblowers. I saw this week the industry minister boasting about how there had been an investigation at SDTC and so on. But unfortunately, while he was strutting around, he forgot to say that it was thanks to the whistleblower, and the whistleblower is now in trouble because the government didn't protect him. So I think it's important to protect whistleblowers and to know to really get to the bottom of this, find out what actually happened. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to take the floor today. So the scandals are just building up one after the other for the Liberals. And this week, the Auditor General of Canada discovered that Sustainable Development Technology Canada had a slush fund for the Liberals. $120 million was granted by SDTC to cronies who were in a conflict of interest. And for some projects, they shouldn't have even been eligible. They shouldn't have qualified for funding. So that's $120 million in taxpayer money for ineligible projects, and another $100 million for projects where there were Liberal cronies who were the recipients of that funding. And that's not all. The AG's report also showed that conflict of interest guidelines were not followed. They were completely ignored in 90 cases. 90 cases, Madam Speaker. Not just one or two, not just a handful of cases. In 90 cases, almost 100 cases where conflict of interest policies were not followed. That's serious, Madam Speaker. At the Port of Quebec, there was a company. The Port of Quebec couldn't deal with my company. That was not allowed. So I don't understand how members of the board of directors were able to grant so much money to the companies in these cases. It's incredible. Also, there was $207,000 that was misappropriated. It's a flagrant misuse of public resources. It's irresponsible. It's unethical. And it also shakes Canadians' confidence. Is there no one in government capable of properly awarding funds to avoid this kind of scandal? We can only ask. And it was whistleblowers who sparked the investigation into these issues. And finally, it made its way all the way to the Auditor General for a full investigation. And the AG indicated that there were all these problems with the minister, the industry minister. There was inadequate supervision, and taxpayer money was not adequately protected. This is absolute negligence, and it does nothing to guarantee integrity and transparency. And this is completely unacceptable. There's an abuse of power here. There's corruption. It's unacceptable. Canadians deserve much better after 9 years of Liberal scandals. This Prime Minister and his government have betrayed the confidence of Canadians with each and every misspent taxpayer dollar. Canadians send their tax money to Ottawa hoping that it will be managed properly and that the goods and services will be provided. And so every wasted and misspent dollar shakes Canadians' confidence in government. Canadians are suffering and struggling daily. They lack some of the basic needs like food and housing. At the same time, there's more and more government negligence and misappropriation. And while Canadians are having trouble feeding and housing themselves, this government is dealing to its cronies.
How can such an abuse of power happen? How can such misappropriation of funds happen? The minister has noted that Technology and Development Canada did not respect the conflict of interest guidelines in some 100 cases by spending $75 million roughly on projects, spending $59 million on projects that should not have received approval. This is a specialized fund for funding to help environmental projects, green projects, so we can be carbon neutral, net zero by 2030. It's supposed to be a green fund, so this is incredible. Millions for projects that did not respect conflict of interest guidelines and that were ineligible. And they even sent money to their own companies. Such a flagrant and costly breach. And the minister should be held responsible and answer Canadians' questions. Above all, when we're talking about taxpayer money that was corrupted and neglectfully spent. I think I speak on behalf of all Canadians when we need answers. Nothing is more important than getting answers for Canadians, and it's fundamental for this case to be turned over to the RCMP so we can shed light on it. And it's disappointing for Canadians, for our country, and in this Liberal government. Sometimes disappointment can strengthen what we know already. We have to reestablish common sense in Canada, and it's urgent. Only the Conservatives can end this corruption and this irresponsible and negligent action. Respecting conflict of interest guidelines is not impossible. It's just common sense. Madam Speaker, I was going to do a business administration class in 2013, I think. It's something for someone who wants to be in charge of governance. They have to make sure that there are no conflicts of interest. They cannot give money to their own companies within an organization like this one. We're talking about millions of dollars. This is completely unacceptable. So common sense needs to be brought back to Ottawa. We've been serving the interest of elected officials, and we need to allow common sense to come back, and we will defend this. Once again, Canadians deserve better to turn page of this era of scandals, and we will turn it. Canadians need to have trust in their representatives, because without trust we have nothing. Today, I would like to denounce the irresponsibility of such corruption at CDTC. Such poor management has led to very serious violations of conflict of interest guidelines. We're talking about poor management of $123 million in public funds. So we need to conduct a public investigation. And as usual, the government says it's surprised. Even more money wasted by overpaid consultants to cover up another scandal. We know that the minister was informed about the impact of CDTC, but why did this problem persist? Poor management. How did poor management get so bad? So an investigation is urgent. We must take action urgently, and we absolutely have to take action as quickly as possible now. I propose, Madam Speaker, supported by the member from Mégantic-L'Érable, that this be amended. So I propose an amendment that the motion be amended by A, by substituting the words 14 days by 30 days, B, by adding the word and to the end of line F, and by adding a new line as follows. G, in the case of the Auditor General of Canada, all other documents not part of lines A to F, on which she based her report. 6, Technology Development Canada, and C, in line H, by deleting all the words after the word Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I must inform the honourable members that an opposition motion, amendment to it, can only be proposed with the approval of the parliamentary leader, the whip, or the deputy whip. They can either give or refuse their consent. Since the motioner is not present in the House, I would ask the parliamentary leader if they agree with this amendment. Yes, with pleasure. Mr. Genereux, seconded by Mr. Beltad, moves that the motion be modified by substituting the words 14 days with 30 days. B, by adding the word and at the end of line F, and by adding a new line as follows. G, in the case of the Auditor General of Canada, all other documents not subject to lines A and F, on which she based her report 6, SDTC, which was tabled on the table in June 2024, and C, in line H, by deleting all words after the word Canada. This is an eligible amendment. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, Madam Speaker, unfortunately we hear some Conservative members calling this nothing more than a slush fund. And I'm wondering if the member could provide some clarity. Does the member believe that the Conservative Party would in fact cut the funding aspect to this fund?
The
Honourable Member for Montmagny. The question is to know whether we'll be cutting funds or not to a fund like this. The reality is that we're all well aware that we have to continue to invest in technology. It is part of our policies as the Conservative Party. New technology, we want to advance it to solve the issue of climate change in Canada. So obviously we will continue to invest, but we won't be looking at cronyism, appointing friends so that the Liberals can fill their pockets. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Conservative Party seems to have good ideas. One of them recently is to reduce federal tax on gas. It seems interesting. So, Madam Speaker, if it's such a good idea, how come they never proposed it before? So I did my research. In 2008, Stephen Harper government said that the rise in gas prices is inevitable and that Canadians will have no other choice but to reduce their dependency on hydrocarbons. There's an upward trend in energy and gas prices, which will continue in recent years. Under the Conservatives, Harper refused to reduce gas taxes, and the government's ability to influence the price of gas is very thin, so it's not worth it. We have to reduce overall costs for consumers. Madam Speaker, there was a member here under her upper government. It's the current leader of the Conservative Party, the member for Carleton. Who's telling the truth? The former Conservative Party leader or the new Conservative Party leader? The Honourable Member from Montmagny. Madam Speaker, I find it strange that my colleague's asking me a question about this issue because we were very clear. We have been so for months. We wanted to cut, and we still want to do, cut tax on gas over the summer to give Canadians a break. Unfortunately, the Bloc doesn't want this, and they voted against this. But the question he's asking doesn't really affect a fund where there were millions that were spent in funds that were managed by Liberal friends, and they were spent while they were members of the board. So this is absolutely unacceptable, and he's not even asking me a question about that. So does that mean that the Bloc agrees with the ways that these people have operated?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. One thing that popped into my mind as he was speaking is he talked about the fact that only Conservatives would be able to stop the corruption and the secrecy, and it did kind of make me laugh a little bit because perhaps the member forgets all of the secrecy and corruption that we saw under the Harper government. Many of the people in that government are still sitting in this place as part of the Conservatives. We talk about the scandal with the Senate. We talk about the 170 times that Harper refused to give information to Parliament about budget numbers. We talk about when Bev Oda falsified documents. The scandals that this Conservative Party has actually actively participated in does make me wonder how they have the audacity, I guess, to stand in the place and criticize the Liberals. It does feel a little bit today like we are doing a bit of a you're worse, no, you're worse, when Canadians should probably be aware that they're both pretty darn bad. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny Kamouraska. Once again, Madam Speaker, I can't believe that there are members of the NDP and the Liberal NDP coalition that want to protect the Liberals with questions like this and their Liberal friends. We can't put everyone in the same basket. It's incredible when you hear questions like this. We aren't the ones saying this, Madam Speaker. It's the Auditor General of Canada. She is independent. She was appointed, if I'm not mistaken, by the current Prime Minister. She's independent. She did exceptional work, and she has done for months. We've had 3 reports like this just this week alone. So how come the NDP is still protecting them? It's unacceptable. Resuming debate.
To the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Newmarket Aurora. And I'm pleased to rise to speak to today's opposition motion with the hopes of addressing the findings and finding a path forward. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to supporting the growth of the clean technology sector. Our clean technology sector is a powerful engine for economic growth. In recent years, Canadian companies have generated revenues and achieved accolades on the global stage. Encouraging innovation in this sector not only drives the creation of new businesses, but also attracts significant international investments. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, the Auditor General released her report on the audit of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC. The audit's objective was to determine whether funds were managed in accordance with the contribution agreement between SDTC and Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, and with proper oversight. The report identified issues around project eligibility and conflict of interest at SDTC. The report recommended enhanced oversight by ISED to ensure SDTC's full compliance with its contribution agreement and the proper allocation of funds. The Auditor General did not report evidence of criminal behavior. The Auditor General's findings and recommendations are in alignment with the results of the independent fact-finding exercise undertaken at the request of this government by Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton. That exercise resulted in significant actions being taken at SDTC to enhance accountability and transparency. Following allegations of a toxic workplace and inappropriate practices at SDTC, the government appointed a third-party law firm to undertake a fact-finding review of alleged breaches of labor and employment practices and policies at SDTC. Conducting voluntary interviews with current and former employees, the report concluded that SDTC's leadership did not engage in the type of repetitive, vexatious, or major incident conduct that would constitute harassment, bullying, or workplace violence under applicable standards. Madam Speaker, that is 3 reviews conducted by independent, impartial experts in their respective fields. The very same documents requested in this motion would have already been examined. I would ask what the party opposite thinks would be uncovered in this duplicative exercise that is being proposed. The government took action, Madam Speaker. The Auditor General took action. We appreciate and accept her findings. Neither the Auditor General nor any of the other fact-finding reviews found evidence of fraudulent or other criminal activities by any officer, director, member, or employee of SDTC. While some of the reviews concluded that there were lapses in SDTC's governance, including their management of a conflict of interest, these findings did not include suspicious or evidence of fraud or other criminal activity that would warrant a referral to the RCMP. The government has taken steps to directly address the lapses that were identified and is ultimately moving the programming within the National Research Council to ensure the future stewardship of the programs. Leadership has been stabilized with the appointment of a new board chair and 2 new directors. The new appointees have been chosen for their expertise in governance and organizational transformation. This reflects the mandate to transition the programming and personnel to the NRC. Furthermore, ISED, through its contribution agreement with SDTC, has put in place measures to strengthen the conflict of interest processes and capacity as part of its enhanced oversight, which will continue. Consistent with the responsibilities established in SDTC's enabling statute enacted by Parliament, SDTC is an arm's-length organization that is responsible for the selection and management of projects and the associated agreements. The Government of Canada does not have any evidence of willful misconduct or deliberate unethical behavior in the establishment of contribution agreements between SDTC and the funding recipients. The government has taken significant steps to ensure transparency and accountability through increased oversight of SDTC's operations. And following the findings on conflict of interest, ISED has implemented enhanced standards for disclosure, documentation, and management of conflict of interest, as they should. Furthermore, active reporting requirements have been established to track conflict of interest, disclosures, and recusals. This includes measures specific to SDTC, employees, external consultants, senior management, and the board. These measures will increase accountability, ensuring that any potential conflicts are managed effectively. This government is committed to ensuring that public investments continue to advance the commercialization of clean technologies in support of Canada's climate change priorities. Efforts have begun to ensure a smooth transition of SDTC programming to the National Research Council under new leadership. Work over the past year has rightly involved a lot of attention on fact-finding, due diligence, governance, and renewal. And my hope, Madam Speaker, is that this can now allow us to move forward and have this House ensure ongoing support for clean tech in Canada as we face down the climate crisis. Other Canadians are not waiting to accelerate the growth of their clean technology industries. Whether you look at the United States, Europe, Asia, or beyond, governments are enhancing their efforts to position their clean technology companies for success. With the announcement this week, the government is putting the focus back on serving Canadian clean technology innovators and positioning homegrown technologies to compete and win in the global marketplace. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup, Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska. I'd like to ask my colleague what she thinks about the Auditor General's report. In fact, the report is so clear and transparent. People who are appointed by the government, by the minister or ministers, the former and current one, they were in conflict of interest, and they knew this. It was very clear. But they decided to move forward with them anyway, particularly the former minister, Mr. Baines, who was at the Industry Committee yesterday. Does she find it acceptable that these individuals were appointed, knowing full well that there were companies in this area and they could have been offered money? So I'd like to ask my colleague, does she accept the report? And if she agrees with it, do we send this to the RCMP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. The various reviews conducted, including the Auditor General's report, have revealed the serious lapses in the SDTC's governance. This prompted a new delivery approach to the government support for the clean tech sector. On June 4th of this year, Minister Champagne announced a new governance approach that will strengthen oversight and accountability to meet today's expectations of stewardship. As soon as the allegations were brought forward, the government acted swiftly to address the situation. So funds were frozen, new funding for the SDTC, and initiated 2 separate independent reviews to thoroughly examine the claims, and invited the Auditor General to conduct the audit. I do accept the findings, and I certainly stand for transparency, accountability, and upholding the highest standards of integrity for this House. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Mirabel.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the colleague who gave a lovely speech. In her speech, she mentioned that the SDTC was necessary to develop a lot of technological innovation. Well, that's why the Liberals shouldn't have scrapped it by allowing there to be misdeeds and by tolerating misdeeds. Madam Speaker, the government cannot dissociate from what happened with SDTC for one simple reason. Minister Baines, at the time, had the power and authority under the law to ask for audits each year to see if funding was being respected and if the rules were being followed. But that minister, not once in those few years, never did he wake up one morning and say, well, I am going to launch an audit myself, and I'm going to audit things and make sure that things are going well. Why didn't the Liberal minister at the time do anything? He had the power to take action. With this government, why does it always seem to take an Auditor General's report for them to finally rise in this place and admit that something was mishandled? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, we take conflicts of interest very seriously. Recusals should be done. And in light of the findings of the report of the OAG, over the coming months, SDTC programming will transition to the National Research Council of Canada. We believe that the NRC's vast experience supporting innovative, tech-focused small and medium-sized enterprises under programs such as the Industrial Research Assistant Program will make it the ideal choice to responsibly and then steward this homegrown clean technology companies. This structure will help, I believe, rebuild public trust while increasing accountability and transparency.
L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her speech. Although she seems to be very scripted today, she seems to be repeating some talking points. I'm very worried about the Liberals' lack of transparency on this matter. The NDP is very worried. Now, let's talk about transparency. In March, she voted in favor of the NDP motion about the crisis and genocide in Gaza, and we want an embargo on arms sales to Netanyahu's government while they are bombing Gaza. But the Minister of Foreign Affairs has not published any notices to Canadian arms manufacturers who are continuing to produce weapons for the genocidal Netanyahu government. But she voted for that motion, so how does she explain her government's actions? I'd like to remind the honourable member that we are debating an opposition motion. And his question really didn't have much to do with the opposition motion, but we will allow the Parliamentary Secretary to reply if she wishes to do so.
Honourable colleague, and first and foremost, it's a very complicated issue, and so I'm being careful with my words today, absolutely. But with regards to my support for Gazans and for citizens facing atrocities in the Middle East, I have actually signed on a letter to support an arms embargo, and so I absolutely support ongoing efforts to ensure that this tragedy comes to an end. Thank you.
Order. Alors, conformément à l'article 38.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it is my duty to inform the House of the questions to be raised this evening.
Shepherd Housing, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands Carbon Pricing, the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York Finance. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this motion. On Tuesday, the government announced that it will be transferring Sustainable Development Technology Canada's, or SDTC's, programming to be based within the National Research Council of Canada. I will speak more about this in a minute. However, I would first like to highlight the events and the independent reviews that have led us to this decision. Madam Speaker, this government expects organizations that receive public funds to be held to the highest standards. When allegations of mismanagement at SDTC first came to light, this government took immediate action to undertake the proper due diligence to understand the facts. These were serious allegations, and they warranted a careful assessment of all of the evidence. And it's only with the facts that we can take the appropriate steps to return to the business of supporting our Canadian clean technology sector. As a first step, the government engaged an impartial third party, Raymond Chabot Grant Thompson, or RCGT, to undertake a fact-finding exercise. This focused on organizational policies, procedures, program governance, and project approval processes. At its conclusion, the fact-finding exercise did not reveal any clear evidence of wrongdoing or misconduct at SDTC. However, RCGT did make a number of observations that showed that the SDTC was not in full compliance with the terms and the conditions of its contribution agreements. These findings warranted a deeper examination, and again, the government took action. Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, ISED, worked collaboratively with the Office of the Auditor General in support of a new audit, a full audit. And just as the government has high standards for the use of public funds, it expects employees to benefit from a healthy and a respectful work environment. Given this, in addition to the RCGT fact-finding exercise, the government took action to address allegations that related to human resource practices. ISED requested the Department of Justice to appoint a law firm, McCarthy Tétrault, to undertake a fact-finding review of alleged breaches of labor and employment practices and the policies at SDTC. Current and former employees were permitted to speak freely to the law firm without violating any applicable settlement agreements or non-disclosure agreements. The fact-finding review, which is publicly available, concluded that SDTC's leadership did not engage in the type of repetitive, vexatious, or major incident conduct that would constitute harassment, bullying, or workplace violence under the applicable standards. Turning now to the Auditor General's audit. As mentioned, the government welcomed the Auditor General's decision to undertake this audit and fully cooperated with the auditors. Evidence collected from all of these independent reviews have revealed lapses in SDTC's governance model. We are taking definitive action anchored in facts as established by independent parties, most notably the Auditor General. And to be clear, the Auditor General did not report evidence or suspicion of criminal behavior. The government is confident in the rigor and the expertise the Auditor General and her office brought to this issue, and we accept her findings and recommendations. Measures have been established for stronger governance and oversight at SDTC. These measures, which will remain in place, ensure increased transparency and accountability, and with the changes in leadership, the government will maintain the confidence as this program transitions into a new phase. While SDTC has been instrumental in developing a successful clean technology sector in Canada over the years, a new delivery approach to support this vital sector of economy is now needed. And that is why the government took decisive action by announcing a new delivery approach that includes transitioning SDTC and its employees to the NRC. In addition to its proven track record of providing tailored support for Canada's innovative small and medium-sized businesses, the NRC is a Government of Canada organization, and it is subject to rigorous and stringent oversight of its personnel and of its finances. This move will help rebuild public trust while increasing accountability and transparency in program delivery. The decision to transfer the programming is not just about sound governments, it's about people and the clear technology industry. Canada's clean technology sector is world-renowned for developing innovative clean technology solutions. In 2024, there were 13 Canadian companies named to the Global Clean Tech 100 list. This is a clear testament of Canada's innovative ecosystem and the clean technologies sector's ability to compete against leading innovative countries such as the United States and Germany. The Government of Canada also recognizes the importance of retaining subject matter experts. These employees have a wealth of experience and knowledge and have been integral in helping Canada's clean tech companies move from seed to startup to scale up. Their transition to the NRC will help ensure that Canada's clean tech companies will be at the forefront of efforts to address climate change, continuing the much-needed federal support for businesses to innovate, grow, and create well-paying, sustainable jobs. And this support will continue. SDTC is resuming funding for all new eligible projects in a sector vital to our country's economy and clean tech growth. In line with the Auditor General's findings, ISED will enhance the oversight and monitoring of funding through this transitionary period. We know that clean tech companies have felt the impacts of the funding pause as the government took the time it needed to uncover the evidence and to put in place a robust governance solution. We've done what we set out to do, and we thank the clean tech sector for their resilience and patience as we shaped a new way forward. Madam Speaker, the government has done its due diligence. Neither the OAG or any other independent reviews found any evidence of fraudulent or criminal activities by an officer, director, member, or employee of SDTC. And while some of these investigations concluded there were lapses in governance, including their management of conflict of interest, these conclusions did not identify fraud or criminal activity. We are focused on restoring governance at SDTC and getting back to the business of supporting our Canadian innovators. I encourage all members to support the government's actions to advance homegrown clean tech solutions and achieve Canada's climate goals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his intervention today. He talked about lapses, that there were some lapses in conflict of interest management. I think that's a pretty gentle way of saying, to describe what happened. There was gross mismanagement of funds, and we know that whistleblowers have been raising serious questions for years about how these public funds were managed. Their complaints were never taken seriously. It wasn't until this became public that the government chose to act. I'm wondering if the member could explain to me why it has taken the government so long to take action on something that they've known about for years.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments, and the observations, and the questions of my colleague. I don't have a chronology in front of me, but I do know that when it was appropriate, the government did take the action, but it made sure that it took a thorough action. It didn't just react to parts of the story. The government did a very thorough analysis and responded appropriately.
The Honourable. Okay. I have the Honourable Member for Colchester. Yes. Cumberland, Colchester.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Standing here in the House of Commons, I think it's important on behalf of all Canadians. The Canadians really want to know, where is the $123 million in the Green Slush Fund, and will this NDP Liberal government commit to handing over the documents and allowing the investigation to go forward with the RCMP?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, the government has taken the appropriate steps to make sure that the organization is transparent and is accountable, and that there's a review as appropriate for all of the undertakings within the organization, and that the Canadian dollar invested in these corporations have, as we've shown earlier, created some very terrific responses as far as innovation in the clean technology sector goes. So in a large measure, our funds were well invested and produced great results and jobs for the Canadian people.
The Honourable Member for Joliette.
Oui, merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Office of the Auditor General's findings are truly scathing. They've concluded that this shouldn't be the end of the story, the end of the investigation into SDTC. It was written that all documents must be maintained, and we need to find out what truly happened. Would the colleague agree?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government will do what is required to do and will produce what is required to produce.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I've listened to this member speak and the member before him, who've laid it out very clearly in terms of what the investigation revealed, which is that no criminal activity occurred, and that they're confident that the investigation was thoroughly completed, and that at this point they have made various recommendations as to how to proceed moving forward, despite the fact that our colleagues across the way just seem unwilling to accept this. Would the member comment on the thoroughness of the investigation and perhaps remind everybody of what he was saying during his speech?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the question from my colleague. There were 3 independent reviews, and all of the recommendations of those reviews were undertaken. It's interesting, I see some of my colleagues at the INDU committee that were present last night, where we did talk to people from the industry. And they said we need to be very careful that we don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And again, I remind you that 13 of our Canadian innovators were on the top 100 World Global Innovators Awards. So we're doing some good things. Let's not kill or throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Regina Luan.
Is this member telling me that there was 90 cases of conflict of interest not reported, $123 million missing, and he's like, it's okay, it's been done well? Is that literally what his speech is about? Liberals are going to liberal, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Madam Speaker, I indicated what actions the government has taken and what actions the government will undertake to make sure that we strengthen the governance model, that we strengthen the transparency and the accountability. So I'm focused on going forward. Of course, this is an important industry for our country. It creates jobs.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carlton Trail Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to stand here in this place today and speak to the Conservative Opposition Day motion introduced in the House, which calls for the House to order, and I quote, the Government, Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, and the Auditor General of Canada, each to deposit with the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council within 14 days, although I understand an amendment has been made, of the adoption of this order, the following documents created or dated since January 1st, 2017, which are in its or her possession, custody, or control. It goes on to detail the nature of the documents and the process for attaining them, and ultimately the submission of these documents to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for, and I quote, its independent determination of whether to investigate potential offences under the Criminal Code or any other act of Parliament. And before I go any further, Madam Speaker, I will note that I am splitting my time with my colleague, the MP for St. Albert, Edmonton. As you are aware, Madam Speaker, earlier this week, the Auditor General of Canada tabled 3 damning reports in the House of Commons, including report number 6, Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Under this scandal-ridden Liberal government, the SDTC has become plagued by conflicts of interest as the corruptive nature of this government has taken hold of this organization. Let's take a look at the at-a-glance page of her report, and I quote, overall, we found significant lapses in SDTC's governance and stewardship of public funds, and that, and I quote, SDTC did not sufficiently monitor the compliance with the contribution agreements between the Foundation and the Government of Canada. She found that the SDTC had awarded funding to projects that were ineligible, even though, and I quote, they did not meet key requirements and where conflicts of interest existed. In total, $123 million worth of contracts were found to have been given inappropriately, with $59 million being given to projects that never should have been awarded any money at all. On top of this, the Auditor General discovered that conflicts of interests were connected to approval decisions. Because of this, nearly $76 million of funding was awarded to projects where there was a connection to the Liberal friends appointed to roles within SDTC, while $12 million of funding was given to projects that were both ineligible and had a conflict of interest. In fact, the Auditor General discovered that long-established conflict of interest policies were not followed in 90 cases. That must be a record for a single organization managing hundreds of millions of dollars.
Unbelievable.
In one instance, Trudeau's hand-picked SDTC chair, the Prime Minister's hand-picked CDTC chair siphoned off $217,000 to her own company.
Wow.
Madam Speaker, at a time when Canadians are struggling to pay their mortgages, put gas in their vehicles to go to work or feed their families, this Liberal government is doing what Liberals do best, wasting taxpayers' dollars. Yep. They make a big show of creating the appearance of doing something while blatantly disregarding the policies and rules in order to funnel money into the pockets of Liberal insiders. Yep. The Auditor General made it clear the blame for this scandal lies directly at the feet of this Prime Minister's industry minister, who did not sufficiently monitor the contracts that were being awarded to Liberal insiders. This minister utterly failed in his duty to protect the Canadian taxpayer. The Auditor General also released a damning report into the taxpayer-funded contracts that the Prime Minister awarded to his well-connected friends at McKinsey. The AG discovered that over the past few years, McKinsey has been awarded almost $200 million in contracts. 90% of the contracts awarded to McKinsey were given without following the appropriate guidelines. Are we seeing a pattern here, Madam Speaker? In many cases, it was unclear what the purpose of the contract was or if the desired outcome was even achieved. It gets better, Madam Speaker, or should I say worse. In one case, the Canada Border Services Agency saw that McKinsey did not qualify for a contract. So guess what they did? They revised the statement of work so that McKinsey could qualify. And that's not all. The Liberal government often sole-sourced these contracts directly to McKinsey and never even bothered to explain why a non-competitive process was justified. Can you even imagine? This is a multinational billion-dollar company. This is absolutely concerning. 70% of all contracts awarded to McKinsey were non-competitive. Worse still, in 13 out of 17, or 77%, of the contracts involving sensitive data given to McKinsey, the Liberal government allowed McKinsey to operate without the necessary security clearances. What is going on here? Why did the government go to such great lengths to break the rules? At that time, McKinsey was led by Dominic Barton. That might explain it. A close friend and advisor of the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. So I guess it should come as no surprise that they gave McKinsey hundreds of millions of dollars. Barton was the key figure in the Liberals' Advisory Council on Economic Growth and their Indo-Pacific Advisory Committee. It was also Barton's idea to create the failed, scandal-plagued Canada Infrastructure Bank. And it was Barton and McKinsey who had to pay nearly $600 million in damages for helping create the opioid crisis. Despite this, the Prime Minister appointed Barton as Canada's ambassador to China. And we cannot forget Arrive Scam and the damning Auditor General's report that came out in February of this year. a report that resulted from a motion put forward by Conservatives that called on the Auditor General to conduct a performance audit, including the payments, contracts, and subcontracts for all aspects of the ArriveCan app and to prioritize this investigation. And what did she find? You guessed it. A glaring disregard for management practices and an inability to assess the true cost of this app given the lack of information available to do a proper audit. An app that should have cost Canadians $80,000 but ballooned to $60 million and probably more. Madam Speaker, the outrageous spending habits of this government have put the futures of Canadians at risk. They have created a cost of living crisis, making it difficult for Canadians to put food on the table and a roof over their head. They have failed to deliver for Canadians on every level. A record 2 million Canadians are visiting food banks in a single month. Housing costs have doubled, mortgages have doubled, and over 50% of Canadians are $200 or less away from going broke. Yet, they continue to take any responsibility for their failed 9 years of governance. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been more difficult for Canadians. But for well-connected Liberal friends, life has never been so good. The Prime Minister turned Sustainable Development Technology Canada into a slush fund for Liberal insiders. This was made clear through a secret recording of a senior civil servant who slammed the outright incompetence of the Liberal government, calling the SDTC's actions a sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway. Madam Speaker, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost and is not worth the corruption. It is incumbent on this House to shine light on the failures of this government and their corruption and deliver answers for Canadians. That is why I hope all members in this place will vote in favour of this motion that will deliver more transparency for Canadians. Madam Speaker, common sense Conservatives will end the corruption and fix the budget by firing high-priced consultants when we get elected. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député Joliette.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for that very powerful speech. We were in favor in principle, but we did have some concerns about the wording. But with the amendment that the Conservative Party introduced a few minutes ago, well, that's very relevant, and I think it's appropriate for us to support that. And I certainly hope the House will be able to pass this important motion. It's important to shed some light on what happened here. We were concerned about the 14-day period, but now the amendment will extend that and make it a longer period. We were also uncomfortable with the idea of Parliament recommending that the RCMP do something. I don't think it's our role as politicians to tell the RCMP what to investigate or to suggest that there were any offences committed. They're truly independent. They're supposed to be arm's length, the RCMP. But with the amendment that's been proposed, we are now in favour of the motion. We're comfortable with it now. And I would like to see us get to the bottom of this issue. Thank you.
I'm sorry. For Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the comments made by my honourable colleague. We look forward to this vote coming to this place and to seeing the support of the Bloc, and I'm glad that we were able to address their concerns.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd just like to remind her that this is the first time in Canadian political history that the first government that was ever found in contempt of Parliament was the government of Stephen Harper, because he refused to provide information or explanations about a piece of legislation. So it's all well and good to talk about transparency and accountability today, but there is a stain on the record of the Conservative Party, the previous Conservative government, when it comes to this same kind of thing. So yes, we in the NDP agree on the importance of transparency, and we have some doubts about the Liberals' willingness to be transparent. But what would she like to see done to make sure that all members and the public have all the information necessary? The honourable member for Carleton Trail.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have to say it is always rich to hear the NDP pretend to be an opposition party when they are more critical of other opposition parties than they are of this scandal-ridden government. The NDP leader and this member have sold out his party for a pension, and the polling reflects how Canadians feel about his decision. Today, that member has a chance to vote in favor of a motion that will actually hold this government to account. That's what we would like to see. That member support this motion, to support getting to the bottom of this issue, to provide more transparency to Canadians. The only question is, will he do it?
Any commentaires, questions, and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway on a point of order.
I've served with my honourable colleague for some time here, and I'm sure she didn't mean to cast this aspersion, but the phrase "sold out for a pension" would suggest that one of her colleagues in this place was trading their political beliefs or ideas for money. And I'm sure she wouldn't want that aspersion to be left. That, I think, is unparliamentary, and I would ask her to retract it.
Yeah. It may be subject to debate, but I don't think it's necessarily a point of order. So I'll leave it at that. Questions and comments? The honourable member for... Okay. The honourable member for Colchester, Cumberland, Colchester.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I really appreciate my learned colleagues' comments here. And, you know, it would appear to me that this is an ongoing problem with a government that is not careful with other people's money, everybody's money in this entire country. And, you know, I wish that we were here debating something that was confined to the Green Slush Fund. It's clearly not. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would comment a bit about, you know, the lack of prudence with others' money that this government continues to portray to Canadians.
Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I do thank my honourable colleague for that question. The fact is, Madam Speaker, numerous investigations have been taking place into the actions of this government and the departments that serve them, not only in regard to SDTC, but others, as I mentioned in my remarks. And some of those investigations are still underway, and some of those investigations are in fact being undertaken by the RCMP. The bottom line here is that to date, all, and I repeat, all of the reports that have been tabled have been damning to this government when it comes to how they are spending taxpayers' money and what they are allowing to continue. Glaring mismanagement, complete disregard for the rules, conflict of interest, and no value for money, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak in support of our Conservative motion calling on these Liberals to end their cover-up and produce to this House and to turn over to the RCMP all documents relating to corruption and self-dealing at the Liberals' billion-dollar Green Slush Fund, otherwise known as Sustainable Development Technology Canada, or SDTC. The staggering level of corruption, conflicts, and self-dealing was revealed in the Auditor General's report that was tabled in this House earlier this week. And it is a direct result of a culture of corruption embedded in this rotten Liberal government. And that's demonstrated by the fact that before these Liberals took office, under the previous Harper Conservative government, SDTC was functioning well. And that is evidenced by a 2017 report of the Auditor General that went back into the Harper era and gave SDTC a clean bill of health. The ethical spiral downward at SDTC occurred exclusively under the watch of these Liberals, and more specifically, the former Minister of Industry, Navdeep Bains, and the current Minister of Industry. To put a timeline on when that began, I would submit it happened when Navdeep Bains, the Prime Minister's good buddy, decided for purely political reasons to fire the Harper-appointed chair of SDTC, the chair who had presided over SDTC when it received a clean bill of health from the Auditor General, and replace the chair with one Ms. Annette Verscheren. There was a major problem with the appointment of Verscheren, and that is that she had a major conflict of interest, namely that her company was receiving money from SDTC. That's a major conflict of interest, and Navdeep Bains was warned about it. He was warned about it multiple times, including by Annette Verscheren herself, who, to her credit, said, "I've got a conflict of interest." Navdeep Bains didn't care. He said, "Conflicts of interest be damned," and appointed Annette Verscheren as chair. Now, the culture within any organization begins at the top. And the culture that was set by Navdeep Bains at SDTC was a culture of conflicts, where conflicts of interest don't matter. Looking back at what has transpired since that time, and the decisions that Navdeep Bains made, both with respect to the appointment of Verscheren as well as several other directors, it is now evident to me that what Navdeep Bains wanted to do was to turn SDTC into a slush fund where Liberal insiders could rig the system to line their own pockets by ripping off taxpayers. And that's precisely what has happened at SDTC, and Navdeep Bains is the architect of that. And for years, Navdeep Bains, as industry minister, and the current minister turned a blind eye to all kinds of conflicts of interest and tens of millions of dollars of taxpayers' money being funneled improperly out the door at SDTC. The only time the minister began to take or pretend to take some interest in the corruption at SDTC was when a whistleblower sounded the alarm over nearly $40 million in so-called COVID relief payments that were approved by the board. The Auditor General, in her report, determined that those COVID relief payments contravened the contribution agreement with the Department of Industry, and that there were 66 cases of conflicts of interest in which board members voted to approve funds that were funneled into companies that they had an interest in. 66 cases of conflicts of interest. And I've got to note, Annette Verscheren, the chair, actually moved both motions to funnel monies into her own companies from SDTC. I mean, the rot and corruption was blatant. They weren't even trying to hide it. But it gets a lot worse than the COVID relief payments, because the Auditor General found 186 cases of conflicts of interest involving board members and consultants. In 90 cases, board members voted to approve funds that were funneled into companies that they had an interest in, that they benefited from, and they didn't even so much as declare a conflict. That was $76 million that went into those companies, voted on by board members at SDTC. And it's not just $76 million, and I shouldn't say just $76 million, but there were tens upon tens of millions of other taxpayers' money that were funneled into companies of SDTC board members while those members served on the board. I would note, for instance, the Minister of Environment's good friend and former colleague, Andre Lise-Mateau, who served on the board and at the same time benefited to the tune of $42.5 million of SDTC funds that went into her companies. Ben Bear's Guy Ouimet, another board member whose companies received $4 million in funding from SDTC, and Liberal insider, former Liberal staffer, Stephen Kokucher, whose companies received $25 million from SDTC when he served on the board. This, Madam Speaker, speaks to not only conflicts of interest, major conflicts of interest, serious conflicts of interest, but the fact that members of the board broke the law. They broke the Conflict of Interest Act. The board members were public office holders. They're bound by the Conflict of Interest Act, as well as the SDTC Act, which the Auditor General determined, because the SDTC Act, very expressly at Section 12, Sub 2, provides that board members shall not profit or benefit from decisions of the board. And they profited handsomely, Madam Speaker. And in addition to that, $59 million improperly went out the door to projects that contravened the contribution agreement with the Department of Industry, and that's scratching the surface because those are only the projects that the Auditor General audited. The Auditor General concluded that there were likely many, many more projects in which money went out the door improperly. And through it all, an assistant deputy minister sat in on each and every board meeting in which these decisions were made, when board members had conflicts of interest, when money went out the door in contravention of the contribution agreements, and both Ministers Bain and the current minister did nothing. The current minister, turned a blind eye until he got caught. And, Madam Speaker, one current senior industry official said things are so bad at SDTC, he compared it to a sponsorship scandal level giveaway. Well, based on what we know from the Auditor General's report, which likely just scratches the surface of the corruption and self-dealing at SDTC, looks to be a lot worse than the sponsorship scandal. We're talking about potentially hundreds of millions of dollars that were improperly funneled out the door, in which board members profited. Madam Speaker, in closing, let me simply say it's why it's time for the Liberals to end the cover-up. It's time to turn over the documents to the RCMP. It's time to call in the Mounties.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like him to comment on his interpretation of something. As we said earlier today, we're facing a government that rather surrealistically is piling up scandals one after the other. We can never take account of the previous scandal because it's buried by a new one. Does this situation not also offset the suspicions we have around foreign interference? Or does it hamper the management of files internationally for our government? I'd like to get his opinion of that.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, this week alone, we had 3 Auditor General's reports, all of which are an indictment on the management by this government. Frankly, what they illustrate is a culture of corruption. And we have a government that has been in office for 9 years, in which there has been a consistent pattern of mismanagement, of entitlement, of self-dealing, and conflict and corruption. And as bad as SDTC is, it's only one example of the corruption that we have seen from these Liberals, and it's why Canadians are so hungry to see the Prime Minister call an election so that Canadians can rid themselves of this corrupt government.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as this story has been unfolding up to and including debate today, we have seen the Liberals claim that they dealt with this as soon as they became aware of the problem. And we know that this is a terrible mistruth. We know that the minister, Navdeep Bains, was warned about the board appointment that he went ahead and made anyway. We know that that senior staff were present when these votes took place, where the self-dealing took place. So I'd like the member, if he could debunk the defense that this government, its absurd claim that it has dealt with this in an expeditious fashion.
Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, the government turned a blind eye to corruption at SDTC until a whistleblower came forward and said there are real problems with these COVID relief payments. But the Auditor General concluded, yes, there were 66 conflicts, and that they violated the contribution agreement. So the notion that they got ahead of this is absolutely false. They were there, the Assistant Deputy Minister was there when all of these conflicts and all of these improper expenditures were approved by the board. And I would finally say they also claimed that, oh, we're not to blame because it's an arm's length foundation. Well, I would suggest they read the Auditor General's report, which found that they had completely failed to provide appropriate oversight, both with respect to expenditures and monitoring conflicts of interest.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to my colleague here. He spoke quite a bit about the ongoing corruption. We know that, in particular, with this fund, that there was conflict of interest. There just seems to be this real lack of any ethical compass that this government seems to have, and it seems like there's so many of these different departments where everywhere from not following processes and procedures to conflict of interest to Liberal friends getting ahead. I mean, we can go back to We Charity scandal to a Rive scam. There's just so much. So can the member speak to just such a lack of governance and management and ethical compass?
Member for St. Albert Edmonton, a brief answer, please.
Well, I think, Madam Speaker, that the Auditor General's report with respect to SDTC showcases all that is wrong with this government. We had a situation where the minister knew that the person he was appointing as chair was in a conflict of interest and appointed her anyway. And then we had ministers that turned a blind eye to self-dealing and corruption that occurred repeatedly throughout the organization.
And we have to resume debate. The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 9 years, this Liberal NDP government has demonstrated a pattern of corruption. Just this week, the Auditor General confirmed widespread Liberal corruption in her shocking report on the billion-dollar green slush fund at Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Specifically, the Auditor General found the SDTC did not follow conflict of interest policies in not 1, not 20, not 50, but 90 cases. Wow. This government spent nearly $76 million on projects connected to Liberal insiders and their friends appointed to run the slush fund. They also spent $12 million on projects that were both in a conflict of interest and ineligible for funding. In one instance, the Prime Minister's hand-picked slush fund chair siphoned off $217,000 to her own company. Their pattern of disregard and disdain for the Canadian taxpayer is outrageous. Liberals would like Canadians to believe that this is arm's length, nothing to do with them. Patently false. Our motion will order the Auditor General to turn over all documentation related to the Green Slush Fund scandal to the RCMP. The only question now is whether the NDP will vote to protect their political master from that investigation or follow our lead to ensure that this corruption is fully investigated. The AG has the evidence that the RCMP needs to investigate. It's time to do the right thing. Canadians deserve to know the truth. Thank you.
It being 5:30, pursuant to order made Wednesday, February 28, 2024, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. La question est la suivante. M. Scheer, appuyé par M. Perkins, propose que la Chambre ordonne au gouvernement, à Technologie du développement durable Canada et à la vérificatrice générale du Canada de déposer chacun auprès du légiste et conseiller parlementaire dans les 14 jours suivant l'adoption du présent ordre, les documents qui, parmi les suivants, sont en leur possession ou dont ils ont la garde et qui ont été créés le ou après le 1er janvier 2017 ou qui sont datés du 1er janvier 2017 ou après cette date. A. All files, documents, briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged among government officials regarding SDTC. B. Contribution and funding agreements to which SDTC is a party. C. Records detailing financial information of companies in which past or present directors or officers of SDTC had ownership, management, or other financial interests. SDTC conflict of interest declaration. D. SDTC conflict of interest declarations. E. Minutes of SDTC's Board of Directors and Project Review Committee. A. F. Tous les courriers.
All briefing notes, memoranda, emails, or any other correspondence exchanged between SDTC directors and SDTC management, provided that G. The law clerk and Parliamentary Council shall promptly thereafter notify the Speaker whether each entity produced documents as ordered, and the Speaker in turn shall forthwith inform the House of the notice of the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, but if the House stands adjourned, the Speaker shall lay notice upon the table pursuant to Standing Order 32.1. And
Parliamentary Council shall provide forthwith any documents received by him pursuant to this order, to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for its independent determination of whether to investigate potential offences under the Criminal Code or any other Act of Parliament. Amendment. Mr. Généreux.
Amendment. Mr. Généreux, seconded by Mr. Beltod, proposes the following amendment that would modify A by substituting 14 days with the term 30 days, B by adding the word and to the end of paragraph F, and adding after paragraph F a new paragraph as follows: G, in the case of the Auditor General of Canada, all other documents not intended in paragraphs 8 to F, which she based her report 6 on, which was tabled on June 4th, 2024.
H, by deleting all the words after the word police. If a member participating in person wishes that the amendment, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Recorded division, Madam Speaker.
Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the recorded division is deferred until Monday, June 10, at the end of the period provided for oral question.
5:33, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Private members' business, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-277, National Strategy on Brain Injuries Act, standing in the name of Mr. McGregor.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands has 8.5 minutes remaining.
8.5? 8. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the opportunity to pick up where I had left off when we were last debating this bill that's been introduced to the House by the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford. And bill number 277. And specifically, this is about bringing forward a very interesting proposal, Madam Speaker, as it relates to, or Mr. Speaker now, as it relates to setting up a framework for dealing with a national framework for dealing with brain injuries. And I would note, Madam Speaker, that I will be supporting this this bill. I think it's very timely, and I think it's important that we bring this forward. You know, each year, Madam Speaker, over 20,000 people are hospitalized for traumatic brain Mr. Speaker, are hospitalized for traumatic brain injuries caused something that comes out from outside of the body, including concussions. Traumatic brain injuries represent between 8 and 10% of all hospitalized brain injuries. The leading causes for traumatic brain injury hospitalizations include falls among the elderly and motor vehicle collisions among young people ages 15 to 19 and those over 65 years of age. Work is being undertaken across governments, Mr. Speaker, with stakeholders and healthcare professionals to prevent, detect, treat, and raise awareness for traumatic brain injuries. And I would also add, Mr. Speaker, that another aspect of this is intimate partner violence, and in particular gender-based violence. Pervasive form of gender-based violence can result in brain injuries. Women account for the vast majority of people who experience intimate partner violence. People experiencing brain injury and family violence concurrently can face unique barriers in treatments and support services which may prolong cycles of violence and put survivors at risk of repeat brain injury and potential disability. So all this being said, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk just very briefly about what the federal government has done. In terms of federal action, the Public Health Agency of Canada, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, and the Health Canada currently support initiatives related to brain health and brain injury prevention and surveillance and research, such as providing funding to support brain health innovation, including technology that evaluates cognitive brain health across diverse conditions. They provide funding to support women survivors of gender-based violence experiencing traumatic brain injuries and initiatives that build the service provider capacity, conducting surveillance and research on a broad spectrum of traumatic brain injuries among various populations, including populations that are underserved, and supporting academic research and knowledge mobilization through various different government agencies to improve prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of traumatic brain injury. So all of that being said, and what the government has currently been focusing on, Bill C-277 specifically calls on the Minister of Health, in consultation with the representatives from other levels of government responsible for health, Indigenous groups, and relevant stakeholders, to develop a national strategy to support and improve brain injury awareness, prevention, and treatment, as well as the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with a brain injury. It also sets out specific requirements for reporting to Parliament. The resulting strategy would identify high-level guiding principles to foster a national coordinated approach to brain injuries for people living in Canada. So notwithstanding the fact that the federal government is already doing a lot in this field of research, this field of study, this field of healthcare, Mr. Speaker, I think that what's being proposed by my colleague from the NDP specifically is to kind of bring this all together. We might have various different agencies, different levels of government working on strategies and how to help and assist people with brain injuries. But I think what we are lacking is what he's proposing, which is to bring that together holistically so that everybody's working off of the same page, so to speak. And then finally, all I would add in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, is that I do really think that this is important because unlike so many other challenges that people have, it's not always widely understood brain injuries. Other injuries or other diseases that people can be affected by, quite often because you can see something physical, you are able to associate that with something that's going on in somebody's life or a challenge that they're having. Brain injuries or somebody who's had a concussion, for example, it's not the same. It's not that easily identifiable. And so I would even argue that there's some public education in all of this that perhaps the strategy will help to develop that can become part of informing and educating people on what traumatic brain injuries are really all about and how, as a society, we can help to elevate conversations around them so that people can be properly supported. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I once again thank the member from Cowichan Malahat Langford for bringing forward this really important piece of legislation. I look forward to concluding today's debate on it and then getting to a point where we can have a vote on it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, the honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of the residents of Kelowna Lake Country. And briefly, just before I start my speech, I want to honour and remember the sacrifices the Canadian military heroes made as we commemorate this 80th anniversary of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So today I rise to speak on Bill C-277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries. Brain injury is an important issue I've heard about from residents in my community, as well as from meeting with individuals here in Ottawa as part of my role as Shadow Minister for Disability Inclusion. It is a positive step to see legislation brought forth to develop a national strategy on brain injuries for those living with brain injuries, as well as for those who support them. I'm sure this is an issue all of us in this place care about. As such, this is something I'm glad to have the opportunity to speak to and lend support. I also want to thank my Conservative colleagues, especially the member from Regina Leuven, who spoke in support of the bill previously and specifically mentioned how 5,500 women who are suffering injuries to the brain are shockingly suffering these injuries as a result of domestic violence. This is an eye-opening statistic that us legislators must not shy away from addressing. Brain injuries having a national strategy is an issue that requires our attention for good reason. There are many who are affected by brain injuries across Canada. I'm sure many of us know someone in our personal lives who have suffered a brain injury and who require our support. Many of us likely have friends or family members who have been in an accident, had a sports injury or a health issue, or been the victim of violence that has caused a brain injury. Many of us likely have also had to or know someone who has had to care for an individual suffering from a brain injury. The role caregivers play, who are most often a close family member, is a significant one, and one that warrants our gratitude, admiration, and respect. In Kelowna Lake Country, just like across Canada, many are affected by brain injuries both directly and indirectly through people they know. My community of Kelowna Lake Country, and in fact our region, is fortunate to have many leaders that care deeply about the issue. Brain Trust Canada organized Bringing to Kelowna community leaders, public health officials, and brain injury specialists for the West Coast Brain Injury Conference. It is there that experts will discuss brain injuries in the context of health, governance, and societal fairness and inclusion. Someone suffering from a brain injury can have it affect every part of their life. A brain injury can cause substantial disruption to a person's independence, abilities, and work life. It can cause significant issues in interpersonal relationships with family, friends, co-workers, or caregivers. Oftentimes, it is an injury not always visible externally. Brain injuries can go unrecognized, and they can be episodic. This exacts a heavy toll on those suffering and their families, as it is often not given the same recognition as other, more outwardly visible conditions. A brain injury can affect many parts of a person's health. It can affect behavior and how someone acts and makes decisions. It can affect cognition and how a person learns, processes, and remembers. It can affect emotions and can lead to a number of related mental health challenges. Lastly, it can affect one's physical health and can cause mobility challenges and potentially physical conditions such as headaches, fatigue, pain, and sensory problems. Be it a traumatic brain injury caused by sports or a vehicle accident or violence, or a non-traumatic brain injury caused by a stroke, overdose, or other reason, one thing is clear. It is a very serious injury that has long-lasting consequences and effects on a person's life. Brain Injury Canada has determined that close to 4% of the population lives with a brain injury. That equates to a staggering 1.5 million Canadians who live with a brain injury, with 165,000 Canadians suffering a new brain injury every year. It is untenable to not have a strategy to place some support to all those affected from these injuries. We also know, Mr. Speaker, that those living with a brain injury can face additional societal challenges. According to Brain Injury Canada, those with a brain injury have an increased risk of homelessness due to many factors, including job loss and the lack of accessible treatment and supports. Those suffering from a traumatic brain injury can also have greater rates of incarceration. Information provided by Brain Trust Canada show that an individual has a significantly greater chance of developing a diagnosable mental illness after sustaining an acquired brain injury. As well, about half of people with traumatic brain injury are affected by depression within the first year after injury, and nearly 2/3 affected within 7 years after injury. Traumatic brain injury is reported to increase the risk of post-traumatic stress symptoms. A Canadian study found adults with concussion committed suicide at 3 times the population norm. 50% of patients with a concussion experience personality change, irritability, anxiety, and depression after concussion. So, Mr. Speaker, something that is especially worrying is the convergence between, excuse me, start that part over. Mr. Speaker, something that is especially worrying is the convergence between substance use and brain injuries. I'm referring to overdosing leading to brain injury. This really must be talked about more. The opioid epidemic has greatly worsened under this NDP Liberal government. While it's not always recognized as such, the opioid epidemic is greatly contributing to brain injuries. Not all overdoses, thankfully, lead to death. However, opioid overdose can cause hypoxic brain injury, a very serious type of brain injury caused by a lack of oxygen to the brain. Between January of 2016 and June of 2020, Canada saw over 21,000 opioid-related poisonings in hospitals, resulting in hypoxic brain injury. The huge rise of these injuries warrant an immediate strategy to address their occurrences and to help with treatment. In addition to contributing to this, some with a brain injury find themselves self-medicating after their injury as well. Many have turned to substance abuse to cope with their injury, and it has been reported that someone with a brain injury is 4 times as likely to develop addiction issues. It becomes a vicious cycle. This is tragic, Mr. Speaker. Through the development of a national strategy on brain injuries, as Bill C-277 aims to create, the issue of overdoses in the context of brain injuries can be better addressed and must be part of the strategy. We all know too well that this Prime Minister has done too little to address the toxic overdose crisis. This bill will hopefully provide another avenue to address the shortcomings of this Liberal government on the substance abuse crisis that has been impacting our communities so terribly. Brain Injury Canada, the leading experts on brain injuries and impacts of these injuries have on Canadians, have given their support to this bill and its intentions. This collaboration will have to remain ongoing to best ensure that those suffering from brain injuries are at the table for discussions. Conservatives are hopeful that by supporting this bill, a strategy will soon be in place that adequately supports Canadians who sustain brain injuries. Even though the administration and operation of healthcare is provincial, there can certainly be federal leadership on a national strategy. I do hope that this Liberal government will take this seriously. The Liberals have a track record of photo ops on announced strategies and frameworks, which then takes years to make. And they do a lot of plans for plans, which lead to reports for reports with little results-oriented actions or analysis. People with brain injuries need our attention, and my Conservative colleagues and I support this issue being elevated here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Le débat continue avec l'honorable député de...
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata, Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, we can have all the good intentions in the world, but sometimes not actually take action. This applies to Bill C-277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries. I'm happy to speak to this bill today, and I thank the colleague who sponsored this bill. But like all other national strategies, it's just smoke and mirrors to make Canadians believe that we're taking action for them, but it's like putting a Band-Aid on a wooden leg. It doesn't do much. We had the national strategy for diabetes, for cancers experienced by firemen, and now a strategy on brain injuries. The Liberal government loves its brain injuries. Often, the Liberal government loves its national strategies because it enables them to interfere with Quebec jurisdiction, and it also interferes with provincial jurisdiction such as healthcare and the work of professionals. So there is a good intention behind this bill, but training healthcare professionals is not federal jurisdiction. Treatment of brain injuries is done in hospitals, meaning it is provincial jurisdiction. The federal government cannot dictate anything, but it can collaborate, it can help identify needs on the ground, and participate in the collective effort of countering and supporting those with brain injuries. Quebec has its own organization, the Continuum of Traumatic Injuries Services. It's been around for a long time, for 37 years, in fact. We have 37 years of accumulated expertise in this matter. Quebec also has its own action plan for prevention and management of brain injuries caused by recreational and sports activities. This bill seeks to promote awareness and information, and especially to increase public awareness and to protect the rights of persons living with brain injuries. For an awareness campaign to be effective, it must be adapted to its context. Quebec has its own organization and its own resources, so in Quebec, we would be better served by our own public awareness campaign. We already have public efforts underway to inform people about the symptoms of brain injuries. This would just be a communication tool, this bill, rather than offering real and tangible resources to those who are suffering. The only thing this bill would accomplish would be to have public servants working to produce a report. The report would contain recommendations, many of which might not even be applicable, and that would be a year later. We want real action, not a document that suggests measures for a later time. This bill does not at all mention the work done by Quebec, by provinces, by healthcare professionals, healthcare organizations, and all those who help those with traumatic brain injuries. Quebec has its own expertise. I must repeat, Mr. Speaker, that we've had our own expertise for 37 years now. We have a unique traumatology approach to traumatology and trauma services. Well, we would like the sponsor of the bill to recognize what is done in the provinces rather than to use a very paternalistic tone, as their leader is currently doing in the case of pharmacare. Mr. Speaker, this bill does not do anything to help those with brain injuries. This will only help us perhaps make ourselves feel better, but it won't do anything tangible. But Quebec wants the federal government to collaborate with provinces, with Quebec. We don't want another centralizing program that tramples all over our hard-earned expertise. We want the federal government to do its share as an employer and as a contributor to many sports organizations. In that capacity, the federal government should do what it can under its jurisdiction to prevent traumatic brain injuries. Now, there are 3 granting councils. The government can fund scientific research through those 3 granting councils. The government can also support research in universities and work done in hospitals. The government can also contribute to recovery science. Now, I must encourage the government to increase and continue to support funding research. For 20 consecutive years, the government has underfunded research, especially as compared with other G7 countries. We are now suffering the consequences of that chronic underfunding. Canada is now the only G7 country losing researchers because we're having brain drain. They're going to countries with better funding and support for the sciences. Canada is the only G7 country that was unable to develop its own COVID-19 vaccine. Those are 2 concrete examples which show the consequences of chronic underfunding, which is very harmful. If the government wants to use its financial resources to help families facing additional costs or loss of income due to brain injury, the Bloc Québécois supports that. This government is very intrusive and enjoys interfering. So, in summary, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will vote in support of this legislation, but we would like the federal government to exercise caution in applying the recommendations that will be contained in the report. As long as the federal government wants to be a partner rather than tell us what to do, we support. But if the government crosses the line, we will be here to set things straight. The Liberals love to centralize power here, but the Bloc Québécois will continue to defend the expertise in Quebec and our own way of doing things. We will remain attentive. We will not sit on our hands faced with interference in Quebec's jurisdiction. We are willing to study real and tangible ways to truly help those with traumatic brain injuries. In the meantime, though, we will accept this strategy, which won't really help people. It's all well and good to encourage consultation, but when it comes to healthcare, the problem is lack of access. Quebec needs more resources to offer better working conditions to healthcare professionals in order to maintain them in the healthcare sector. The federal government is not meeting its obligations when it comes to healthcare. It was supposed to pay for 50% of healthcare costs, but currently is only covering 22% of our healthcare costs. If the colleague really wants to help Canadians with healthcare, the colleague should truly push the government with whom his party is allied to increase funding to better support healthcare for Quebecers and in other provinces. We want to maintain effective, high-quality services. In my riding, there have been funding-related challenges, making it such that it's hard to obtain specialized care and access to services in smaller towns. People have to go to larger areas for that. And there can also be incredibly long wait times to meet with specialists or healthcare professionals. And we're not able to offer ideal working conditions for healthcare professionals. We want to remedy this situation. To do so, Ottawa must meet its obligations so that all Canadians have decent access to healthcare. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you again. It's been a few times today. It's always a pleasure. If you'll allow, Mr. Speaker, my Bloc colleague delivered a not-so-subtle attack on the leader of my party when it comes to the gains we've made in terms of getting free contraceptives and free diabetes drugs for Canadians, for provinces that want that, obviously. Now, universal public pharmacare was something that the Quebec major unions called for altogether. So the CSQ and the PTS and so on and many others. And so Quebec society is behind us on this idea of pharmacare as the best way of bringing drug prices down. So I'd invite my colleague to take a closer look at that. I'd like to congratulate my NDP colleague, the member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford, on his bill, which will help many people in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. I don't just want to talk about brain injuries, but I'd like to talk about how for many young athletes, it's a real health challenge when they get concussions. It's a real scourge. It's a real problem, a widespread problem for a lot of sports. And I would call on those responsible to be very diligent in ensuring the protection of these young athletes. Unfortunately, young athletes suffer concussions and so on. So this bill, this NDP bill, is not just limited to concussions, but I think it's also important to point out, and this is little known, for each hockey player in the National Hockey League who suffers a concussion, over 5,500 Canadian women suffer the same injury because of domestic violence. So I think there needs to be research and awareness raising, and not just about injuries in sports, but also the injuries that women suffer as a result of spousal or domestic violence. So we need a national strategy to support and improve awareness raising about brain injuries and also about the treatment and the rehabilitation of people who've suffered these injuries. Every year, more than 165,000 Canadians suffer a traumatic brain injury, and sometimes it's invisible. It might not be an obvious case of an accident, or and I think it's very interesting that a traumatic brain injury is a silent epidemic that can happen at any age to anyone, whether they're young or old. So I think it's a much bigger problem than most people realize. And as a matter of fact, TBIs are 44 times more common than spinal cord injuries, 30 times more common than breast cancer, and 400 times more common than HIV/AIDS. So these injuries affect a lot of people. And I think the purpose of this bill is clear, and it's been done in partnership in a cooperative way. What my colleague from the NDP wants is for there to be a federal approach in consultation with provincial and territorial groups and Indigenous groups and community groups. The idea here is to develop this strategy jointly, and also including people who are actual people with TBIs. So it's hard to oppose motherhood and apple pie, but if the funds can be pooled and cooperation can reign, then there's already been a lot of consultation that's gone into this bill, including the Quebec group of associations of people who've had TBIs, and there's a number of provincial organizations. So the proponents of this private member's bill that's been put forward by an NDP member. I don't want to use up all my time here because I'd like to leave some time for others to take the floor, but I'd like to commend my colleague on this effort, and I hope it will get the support of all members in order to help find solutions for everyone who unfortunately suffers a traumatic brain injury. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate, the honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to this important private member's bill. I want to thank the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford for bringing forward Bill C-277. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, I will echo many of the comments that have been made already this evening. I do believe that there's generally broad support of this bill, and I think that is definitely a great thing to see and an important step forward. So simply, of course, what the bill does is it provides for development of the national strategy to support and improve brain injury awareness, prevention, and treatment, as well as the rehabilitation and recovery of persons living with a brain injury. Now, this is something that brain injuries, unfortunately, are becoming exceedingly common, Mr. Speaker. I think that there are a number of factors for that. Perhaps part of that is we're getting better at being able to detect and diagnose these injuries, but I understand that there's a lot more work that needs to be done to address the treatment aspect of that and how that is monitored going forward. I believe that unfortunately we don't understand brain injuries as well as we should and we need to, and how that pairs with mental health, that many Canadians struggle from negative impacts of their mental health. Mr. Speaker, 165,000 Canadians suffer a brain injury each year. That is a staggering number of Canadians that are impacted by brain injuries and speaks to the need for Bill C-277. And an estimated 1.5 million Canadians are living with these injuries presently. 1.5 million Canadians, again, I'll repeat, 165,000 suffering an injury each year. Why we need a strategy, why we need more treatment and a better understanding through this national framework. I know that the member who brought this forward touched on a number of important aspects that are intertwined with brain injuries and health. And one of those is opioids. Now nearly 22,000 opioid-related poisoning hospitalizations have resulted in a brain injury from 2016 to 2020. And we also know that brain injury survivors are 4 times more likely to develop addiction issues, Mr. Speaker. So I applaud the member who brought this forward and has made comments in this place about the importance of how this is impacting opioids and addictions. And if I could take a bit of a step back just briefly, Mr. Speaker, I think that that issue of addictions is one that is unfortunately far too prevalent across the country. I believe we're in a mental health and addictions crisis. We see that in northwestern Ontario, where I'm from, in the district of Kenora. Far too many people struggling with their mental health, struggling with addictions that leads them to homelessness or some other precarious situations, vulnerable situations. And unfortunately, we're seeing this over and over again. It's led to concerns for the safety of those vulnerable residents struggling with their addictions. It's led to concerns for the safety of other residents, tourists, the small business community in the downtown core of Kenora. We've seen an increase in crime as well that has come with this, as well as other health negative health outcomes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, with this addictions crisis, with the lack of treatment and recovery options that exist, people have been unfortunately sharing needles and doing a number of things that are unsafe for themselves, and we've seen a dramatic increase in HIV cases across the Kenora District as well, all stemming from this addictions crisis. In fact, in 2022 statistics, there were more HIV cases in Kenora, Mr. Speaker, in 2022 than the previous 8 years combined. So that just shows the dramatic increase that has had as a result of this addictions crisis. As well, that's something that that's part of the reason why our party has been staunch in our support for more treatment and recovery options. That's something that is incredibly lacking in Northwestern Ontario, and I think right across the country. Places where people struggling with addiction can go to hopefully break through that cycle and lead a drug-free life, Mr. Speaker. The member that brought this forward from Cowichan Malahat Langford also has spoken about how domestic violence plays into this, and I think that's as well another very important topic to speak about. Brain Injury Canada estimates that between 35 to 80%, potentially as high as 80% of women who experience domestic violence also experience symptoms of a traumatic brain injury. Again, Mr. Speaker, these are staggering numbers, and I share them here today again to underscore the importance of this legislation. Now, I just want to go to the bill specifically, Mr. Speaker. There's many things in it that are encouraging, that are positive steps forward. I just want to refer to a couple that are of particular interest to me, things that I think are particularly positive. So the bill talks about the content of such a strategy. It mentions that it would promote, and I'm quoting here, promote awareness and education with particular emphasis on improving public understanding and protecting the rights of persons living with a brain injury. As well, it would identify challenges resulting from brain injury, such as mental health problems, addiction, housing, and homelessness issues, and criminality, including intimate partner violence, and work to develop solutions in collaboration with stakeholders. And one more, Mr. Speaker, that I'll end on. It will encourage consultation with mental health professionals, particularly in educational institutions, sports organizations, and workplaces to provide persons who are suffering from the effects of a brain injury, including mental health and addictions problems, with a support system within the community. I think that those are, again, the bill is very well crafted, but those are three that are of particular interest to me. And I want to stress on the sports organizations particularly. That's something that I've had a bit of experience with throughout my life playing sports, and now back home being a football coach in my community as well, Mr. Speaker, because that's something that is definitely evolving and getting better. I think the need to recognize head injuries, concussions, and how they are, how to identify them is something that people are getting better at, and I think that sports organizations are doing great work in that. But there's definitely a long way to go in that regard, and it's a bit interesting we're having this debate today. It's also the kickoff to the Canadian Football League season today, Mr. Speaker. It's a big deal in my household. I know that the defending champion Alouettes are going to be in Winnipeg to take on my Blue Bombers, so that's what makes me think about the importance of this bill, because we've seen both in amateur sports and professional sports incredible measures being taken to address concussions. I'll stick with football because it's one that's dear to me. We've seen more concussion spotters, independent of any team, that are able to identify players who are maybe experiencing symptoms and have them pulled from the field and properly assessed. I know up until that point it was quite easy for players to be a bit stubborn about what they were experiencing, and frankly to push off some of the stigma, because there was a bit of a stigma to it. You know, if they weren't bleeding or you couldn't see a bone sticking through their body that was obviously broken, you know, people tell them that they were fine. and as well that the CFL, the Canadian Football League, as well as the NFL in the United States, are bringing forward Guardian caps, protective shell over the helmets of football players that they can now be used in games. And the Canadian Football League has estimated that has had a 42% decrease in training camp reductions, as well as a 20% reduction in head impact severity. So I say this all to say that there's great work being done already, and I think it's important that we support that and advance that work. And I think that this bill will help address that with sport organizations in particular, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to thank the member from the NDP from Cowichan Malahat Langford for bringing this forward. I want to thank all the previous speakers who've spoken quite eloquently on this bill, and I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition in the near future. Thank you.
Continuing debate with the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to be able to have an opportunity to speak to Bill 277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries, which was put forward by my colleague, the MP for Cowichan Malahat Langford, and I was more than eager to second this bill. Now, this is an issue that I am more than happy to be able to speak to today. There's so much that I'd like to cover. I'll try to get through as much as I can, but we know this is an issue that's impacting Canadians across the country and very much impacting constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith. We all are impacted by brain injuries in some way, whether it be ourselves or through a family member, a loved one, a neighbor, somebody that we know in the community. And it is an issue that we need to be talking about more here in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, we know that brain injuries profoundly affect individuals and families, disrupting lives and requiring significant ongoing support to navigate the complexities that follow. I've heard my colleagues mention these numbers, but they need repeating to emphasize the seriousness of the issue. We know that 165,000 Canadians suffer from traumatic brain injury. 165, Mr. Speaker, with 1.5 million Canadians living with traumatic brain injury. That is a tremendous number. To put it into perspective, we know that brain injury occurs at a rate greater than that of multiple sclerosis, spinal cord injury, HIV, AIDS, and breast cancer combined. Now, I really feel that information really provides just to see how large this is and how many people are impacted by traumatic brain injury. Mr. Speaker, we know that there's an extremely high prevalence of brain injury as well in overdose survivors. Now, I just want to reiterate that here in British Columbia, we are seeing 6 deaths per day in British Columbia from the toxic substance crisis. We know that as of December now, these numbers may even be higher now. I'd have to find them. But in December that just passed, the toxic substance crisis had claimed 13,000 lives in British Columbia since it was declared as a public health emergency in BC in 2016. That's 13,000. We know, Mr. Speaker, that of those who are surviving these overdoses, there is, that there is an incredible number of people that aren't being tracked that we just don't know are experiencing these symptoms. I thought it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, I was reading in a paper called The Discourse, which is a local paper that does incredible work. Julie Chadwick, a local reporter, had done a story around traumatic brain injury, and she was quoting Dr. Elizabeth Plant, who's a Cowichan Valley-based family physician who specialized in addiction treatment. And she pointed out that for every overdose death, it is estimated that there are 20 to 30 non-fatal overdoses. So that's 20 to 30 people who may very well be experiencing the symptoms of a traumatic brain injury. And currently, we don't have the systems in place to be able to identify, to be able to ensure that the people who are getting discharged from hospital are getting those follow-ups required, are getting the supports and the wraparound services that may be required to address these symptoms so that it doesn't escalate into a bigger and bigger problem. We know that when we identify and address issues right from the onset, that we have a better long-term success for individuals and their loved ones. We know that brain injuries impair essential functions necessary for everyday life, including problem solving, maintaining relationships, housing, and employment. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, brain injuries impact entire families and communities. Now, I'm going to move on because I realize I'm already almost halfway through my speech and time here. Mr. Speaker, there's a scarcity of funding, resources, and support for brain injury survivors, both in the healthcare system and in community services. And this is a big problem. This is exactly why my colleague has brought forward this bill. We need more than a patchwork approach. We need more than nonprofits who are struggling to access funding, who don't know from year to year whether they're going to have long-term sustainable funding. Doing the best that they can for communities. We need to see a national strategy, a national approach to address this issue in a comprehensive way to ensure that we have the right people to provide the supports, and that people who are struggling with the symptoms of traumatic brain injury and their loved ones know where to turn, know how to get supports, know what supports are available. These are all parts of an essential strategy, and is the reason why, at least to my understanding, that my colleague has brought forward this bill. Now, there is a lot of incredible organizations across Canada doing the work required to meet the needs, the vital needs of people in our communities. And one such organization is the Nanaimo Brain Injury Society. The Nanaimo Brain Injury Society, Mr. Speaker, is a small local nonprofit that has been serving Nanaimo, which is, of course, within my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith, for over 35 years, and have been providing critical supports to individuals and families who've been impacted by brain injury. They are not just working with people around, so as we know, Mr. Speaker, brain injuries are multifaceted, and interconnected with brain injuries, we know our mental health, substance use, homelessness, intimate partner violence. These are all the factors that need to be considered when we're looking at traumatic brain injury and how to best support people. We know that organizations like the Nanaimo Brain Injury Society provides comprehensive programs and services to brain injury survivors and their families, helping them manage daily challenges and to improve their quality of life. And again, as I was speaking to earlier, despite their crucial work and increasing demand of services, we are seeing the increasing demand firsthand here in Nanaimo Ladysmith. Mr. Speaker, the Nanaimo Brain Injury Society is an example of an organization that, despite their long record of incredible life-saving work in our communities, they are relying on a year-by-year funding from grants, donations, and service contracts to maintain these vital services. This is not okay. They need to know that they have long-term sustainable funding to provide those supports and services. Now, another point I want to mention is that the Nanaimo Brain Injury Society has been a leader in advocacy initiatives, collecting data in provincial and federal point-in-time homelessness surveys, and they collaborate with community partners, families, government, and other stakeholders to address brain injury issues holistically. Now, one such example, Mr. Speaker, is their work. They brought this issue forward to the City of Nanaimo. So the City of Nanaimo actually, the mayor and council sent a letter to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Health and myself and my colleague from Cowichan, Malahat Langford. And what they said is very important for us to hear, Mr. Speaker. They say Canadian statistics alone paint a stark picture of the prevalence and consequences of brain injuries, with British Columbia bearing a significant burden. The correlation between brain injuries and issues such as mental health challenges, substance use, and homelessness underscores the urgency of implementing effective support systems and interventions. They go on, Mr. Speaker, because I'm limited on time, to talk about the importance of having a national brain injury strategy to prevent the staggering number of preventable deaths and non-fatal overdoses that have been highlighted in the BC Chief Coroner's report. Mr. Speaker, we know we are seeing the impacts of brain injuries in all of our communities. It's time for us to see all members of Parliament across party lines, and it sounds like we do have support from what I'm hearing so far, which brings me great optimism. This support is vital, and not just supporting it, but to see it being put through in a timely manner, because Canadians across country need to see a national strategy. They need to see the supports in place. They no longer have time to wait, and I hope that all members of Parliament will support this vital bill going through today. Thank you so much.
Continuing debates. Seeing there's no further speakers, I will recognize the Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford for his 5-minute right of reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just first of all want to start by saying that I am joined in Ottawa today by two very special individuals. Janelle from my riding of Cowichan Malahat Langford, who I started this conversation with all the way back in 2018, and Michelle from Brain Injury Canada, because this bill was not solely my idea. It has had many authors to bring it to where it is today, and many people have been involved in mounting a campaign to bring it to where it is today. And I am so heartened by the speeches I've heard from colleagues right across the House, Mr. Speaker, and I really want to take time to recognize those individuals. To the Liberal member for Yukon, the Conservative member for Regina Louvain, the Bloc member from Montcalm, the NDP member for Courtenay Alberni, the Liberal member for Kingston and the Islands, the Conservative member for Kelowna Lake Country, the Bloc member from Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Les Basques, the NDP member for Rosemont-la-Patrie, the Conservative member for Kenora, and my New Democratic colleague for Nanaimo, Ladysmith. To each of you, I say thank you for sharing your personal stories, the stories from your ridings, and I really think that helped illustrate what a pan-Canadian issue this is. And you know, Mr. Speaker, especially at this time of year, the House of Commons can be quite a partisan place. And I think on an issue like this, where we had members from all parties speak to this bill in support and share those personal stories, really is a moment for me to personally reflect on and be thankful for. So to all those members, I say thank you. And I am hopeful that next week when we come to a vote that this bill will hopefully be receiving unanimous support to be sent to the Health Committee. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to repeat a lot of things because I think I outlined a lot of this in my introductory speech, but the societal consequences in Canada of brain injuries are quite profound. And I know to my Bloc colleagues who have always been stalwarts for provincial jurisdiction, I want to say this, that I do believe that this bill respects provincial jurisdiction. I am fortunate to come from a province where the New Democratic Party is in government, and I do not want to intrude on their obvious jurisdiction over health. My goal with Bill C-277, though, is to recognize that this is an issue that I think is bigger than any one province or territory can handle on its own, just by virtue of the stark statistics that we are dealing with. And so really it's just an effort so that we can break out of this siloed approach of approaching problems which are affecting people in every single province and trying to coordinate a strategy where we are making use of best practices, of finding out ways that we can educate the population, of developing awareness, prevention, and treatment plans. We have people from every single province who have spoken up about this bill, related their personal lived experiences, people from Quebec, people from the Maritimes, people from my home province of BC, the prairies, and up in the territories, Mr. Speaker. There is an incredible campaign being mounted in support of this bill, and I really want to recognize those efforts because it is they who have spoken to other MPs, to the government, which have gotten us to this point where it looks like a successful vote is possible. So, Mr. Speaker, in this final minute that I have left, let me say this to my colleagues. Let's get this bill to committee. Let's hear from witnesses. Let's see if there are ways that we can improve the language. I remain open to that because my ultimate goal here is not just for myself personally. It is for the people who are attaching real importance to this because a brain injury is such a dominating feature in their lives. They are looking to us to lead, to pay attention to an issue which affects so many Canadians and really affects their quality of life. So I will end there, Mr. Speaker, by saying thank you to all of the individuals with lived experience who have shown the courage to share their personal stories. Thank you to the organizations that do this important work of raising awareness every single day. And thank you to the numerous city councils from across Canada that have spoken up and urged MPs to support this bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank again my colleagues for lending your support to this bill. And I look forward to this coming to a vote so that we can get it to the Standing Committee on Health. Thank you.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Johns move that Bill C-277, an act to establish a national strategy on brain injuries, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Health. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to request a recorded division.
So pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June 24th, 2024, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration of Bill C-20 at report stage and on the motions in group number 1, Public Complaints and Review Commission Act.
And when we left this, the honourable member for Regina Leuven had 2 minutes of questions and comments remaining. I'm just wondering if anyone would be interested in asking him a question. The honourable member for point of order, and the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to be clear. Like when you read the date out, you meant to say June the 12th, Wednesday, June 12th.
Yes, Wednesday, June 12th. Thank you. I only read what I get to. There you go. Anybody with a question to the honourable member for Regina Leuven? Because without that, I'm going to move to the next speaker. There you go. Next speaker. No, we got a question. There you go. The honourable member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and a close colleague of mine who's in Regina Leuven and home of the depot, which I'm very intimately connected with myself. And so my question to my colleague is, how does he see the future of the depot and does he have any concerns with regards to the depot in his riding? Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Leuven.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the question from my colleague and friend. And I'd say that depot should always stay in Regina, and as it results in regards to Bill C-20. Bill C-20 gives some oversight to the RCMP and CBSA, and they welcome that oversight. But all the time when I go as depot is in Regina Leuven, the heart of Regina Leuven. Whenever I go and I talk to new recruits and I was able to talk to a troop graduation ceremony, one thing that they constantly are asking for is having just more support from all leaders, whether it be provincial, municipal, or federal. And they feel like sometimes they're really left out on their own. And they feel that way, especially when it comes to some of the opposition for some of the parties in this House, when it comes to some Liberals and some NDPs. They know that they are encouraging some of the anti-police or defund the police movements, and what they really want to see is a collective voice to make sure that there's support for men and women in uniform. And I stand tall and I stand proud with them. I'll always support our RCMP. The men and women in uniform are keeping our communities safe across the country, and I want them all to know that, and I really appreciate the work that they put in to keeping Canada safe.
Well said.
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Speaker. Glad I caught your eye so I could join this debate on this evening sitting and to contribute my thoughts on Bill C-20. And I've been reviewing some of the committee records as well as some of the prior debate on what members have said about the bill. And I just wanted to kind of run down what this bill is about so that people back home in riding Calgary Shepherd will know. I in my riding have a few former members of the RCMP. Some of them were longtime members who served, I think in one case, almost 30 years. And then at that moment, 30 years of service to the RCMP, your body's not what it used to be, and then you have to, step back. I remember we had one of our members here that we used to serve with, the former member for Yellowhead, Jim Iglinski, who then became the mayor of the county of Yellowhead, was also a longtime member of the RCMP, and famously he had made quite a famous arrest on the island of Vancouver to a man who had tried to assassinate Indian cabinet minister on the island. And I'll always remember that in the house when on a Wednesday he rose first on our side to ask the question, because he actually had been the arresting officer in a particular situation, because it was making the news, because this particular individual had, after he had served his time in jail and after he had gone through an Indian government program, been allowed to travel again to India, but he happened to be traveling with an official government of Canada party. But it's just a memorable situation. I just remember that Jim, even while he was a member of parliament here, you could tell he had served in the RCMP for a long, long time. The stories he would tell us, including he had been in a mine collapse as well, and he had somehow managed to survive and get his way out. So some of these men and women in uniform, they do some pretty extraordinary things. I remember my time working provincially in one of the departments. Fish and wildlife officers would, the chain of command went up to the minister's office, and we would go back and forth on some of these odd situations they would find themselves in, where they were assisting RCMP officers out on very remote provincial highways, doing things like busting kidnapping attempts. They were doing drug busts with RCMP officers, because sometimes they'd find themselves without the proper equipment out in the field, so they would need to help Fish and wildlife officers. Very unusual situations. So again, I've been going through the summary of the bill and what the bill will do. So very, very, very briefly, again, it establishes as a replacement of the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, an independent body that will now be called the Public Complaints and Review Commission. It authorizes the chairperson of the Public Complaints Review Commission to recommend the initiation of disciplinary processes of the imposition of disciplinary measures in relation to individuals who have been the subject of complaints. It also amends the Canada Border Services Agency Act to provide for the investigation of serious incidents involving officers and employees of the Canada Border Services Agency. It also amends the English version of federal statutes and orders regulations with other instruments to replace references to the force with references to RCMP. And finally, it's making at the back end some amendments to other acts. So these are called consequential amendments to bring everything into line. At second reading, this bill was read what we call 3 times. In the House at second reading before it went to committee. And I'd say at committee, it received some pretty extensive review. I think close to 20 meetings were held in order to review this particular piece of legislation. And it came out in the fall, and it kind of lingered there. The government did not move it forward up until report stage, May 3rd, and then once again on June 4th. I'll note that the government hasn't seemed to be in an extreme rush, because this was November of 2022, went to committee, got out in the fall, and then only May 3rd, 2024, June 4th, 2024, did it come back to the House for further debate to get it off to that other place. And so I'll just note that I'm sure when the House leaders are meeting, that the government House leader plans things, and there's a Yiddish proverb, I was going to get to it, I always do, that man plans and God laughs, and in a lot of ways, 2 years for this type of legislation to come to the House here in order for it to be considered is a very long time, and it's probably defeated all of the plans that the government made. This was also a previous piece of legislation. It was C-98 in the 42nd Parliament. It was Bill C-3 in the 43rd Parliament, and as we know, the 43rd Parliament ended in August of 2021 with the Prime Minister called a very unnecessary election on the same day that the Taliban took over Kabul and the fall of the democratic government in Afghanistan happened. I'll mention a few of the concerns I noted from committee. So a few of the concerns included a lack of consultations, and that was some of the stakeholder groups who mentioned it. There was concern expressed, and other members have expressed it here, that there will be probably a difficulty to obtain the quite specialized types of individuals that you will want to appoint as government and council appointments for the board for this commission, because of the particular unique set of skill, knowledge, experience that you will need in order to make sure that you can hear these CBSA cases and RCMP cases. It'll just be a hyper-specialized type of individual. Like I mentioned, I have a few RCMP officers who are now retired from the force or have left the force, including one who worked at the Calgary airport as part of the RCMP team that is there. And some of the younger officers too. I'll also mention, policing is a difficult job, and I have a great appreciation for all those who pursue it, including my former executive assistant, and she joined the Ottawa Police Service as a uniform officer just a few months ago, and she'll be completing, I believe, her time with the Ontario Police College later in August. She'll be graduating from the college there, and she'll be back here in OPS, and she'll be a uniformed police officer joining them. I always joke that she is the first person in my office in 9 years to get a real job after politics. I see a few members chuckling on that side. I think too many members here have staffed. I think they linger on or they get a desk job. She's actually going to be doing something productive, and I'm really happy with her having found kind of a thing that she's going to love doing. For hopefully the rest of her life, she'll have a long, successful career. And I wish Cheyenne all the best luck with that. The third concern that was expressed was the lack of independence for access to information requests. There's a few portions in there that will allow the Commission to rule certain things as ineligible for an access to information request. And again, there's a lack of a mandated review period. Those statutory reviews, as we know, don't always happen on time, but even when they're missing from legislation, legislation can then linger on without having parliamentarians take a closer look at it. I don't think it's the end of the world. And I hope the House will indulge me for a moment, because I do have a member of my riding, and I say I have 3 minutes, Speaker, so hopefully the House will indulge me on this. But there's a very special person who is retiring from Calgary, a truly special Albertan, and a friend of mine, Christine McIver. She is the retiring founder of the Kids Cancer Camps of Alberta, who for a long time has worked on this. This was her passion projects for decades in Alberta. She created the Kids Cancer Camp in Alberta. Her son Derek, famously, for those of us who, I didn't know him, but for so many stories about him, he passed away from cancer. He was the inspiration for that work that she was doing. Just like she did, I'm a parent, sat in many NICUs, many ICUs with some of my kids, including the one that passed away. So I share that with her. Again, imagine sitting in pediatric ICU waiting to be told that the neurosurgeon has removed a mandarin-sized orange from her son's brain. He had medulloblastoma, a hyper-aggressive brain cancer, and Derek would pass away in her arms April 26, 1991. So it's been a long time. So like I said, this has been a passion project of hers. Again, from her grief, she started to raise funds. She built a camp, a network, and she's created over, if I count in my head real quick, over 20 camp programs single-handedly that now she's passed on to others to continue her work. And famously, a lot of it, the fundraising started with giving toques, with this bear logo that had this crooked smile on his face. Very unique, because Derek, post-surgery, had a crooked smile resulting from having so much brain matter being removed, and so they put it on these little bear picture on these toques, and they were very, very popular. Many of us still have them. So again, the concept of Derek Bear was born. She became Crazy Bear, as she would say, because she was so passionate about this project. So she's got a lot of medals and a lot of awards and a lot of achievements over time. But I just wanted to tell Christine, rest assured, mission accomplished, Crazy Bear, and a very happy retirement to her. With that, Speaker, I always say, again, back to my Yiddish proverb, man plans, God laughs. You never know what life will put before you. C20 has taken a long time to get here. It's been 3 different pieces of legislation. I look forward to questions from the other side.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question for the comments that he made today. And he brought forward some proverbs, and I have one maybe that I would share with him. You know, we often talk about the fact that there are 2 bloc parties in this House. There is the Bloc Québécois, and then there is the Bloc Everything Party. You know, we know at committee that the Conservatives, in fact, tabled over 75 amendments, many that they took away. They filibustered the committee for weeks and stopped this bill from coming forward. I'm just wondering, you know, how he comes to terms with the fact that members of his own party were responsible for filibustering the committee with motions that were not even related to this bill. How does he explain that to his constituents and to Canadians?
The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
I obviously disagree with the member. I've been at committees where I've proposed up to 40-plus amendments, and I think of my amendments as being substantive. That's what we came here to do, is to work the hours that are needed to make legislation better, to make sure that we make the points on behalf of stakeholders, on behalf of the residents of our ridings, and if we have good ideas to improve legislation, to propose them, to speak to them, and to vote on them.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. We know that the CBSA has significant governance problems. For instance, just take a look at Arrive Can. They also have trouble at the Port of Montreal, which is truly a hub for stolen vehicles. There have been all kinds of warnings about systemic internal problems. We in the Bloc feel that the CBSA should be better supervised by us until they fix their issues.
Je suis d'accord dans le fait que l'agence.
I agree that the CBSA, at the CBSA, morale among agents and employees is rather low these days. It's difficult when there's a federal government led by the Liberal Party that refuses to support them in the difficult work that they do. The CBSA is tasked with many important things in our country: ports, airports. Also, they need to send people back to their countries of origin if they're here for too long. Their work is very difficult, so they need federal support. And currently, they don't have this government's support.
In comments, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here is my question to my colleague. The colleague talked about guardianship, but it's not clear. His answer wasn't clear. Would they approve putting the CBSA under guardianship? Also, what of the right of appeal, the right to appeal for those who experience abusive or inappropriate treatment by someone from the CBSA? The honourable member for Calgary Shepherd. Well, this bill, we will have the opportunity for people to bring forward criticism and possible incidents that there could be at the border. There was an example in my riding. One of my constituents, he was mistreated. He described the event in an email a few months ago. He and his wife were returning from the United States, and they were treated at the Canada-US border in a way that was inappropriate in their view. So sometimes there are public complaints that are reviewed by the Commission. The Commission determines what truly occurred. There are also issues that can be resolved at lower levels. That type of incident is rare, an incident that severe, because I've only seen one such incident in 9 years, in the incident a few months ago.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. A pleasure to rise again today and speak this time to C20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to rise on this important piece of legislation. This will establish, of course, the Public Complaints and Review Commission, and it would be amending certain acts and statutory instruments as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, good to see you in the chair. I appreciate that. I was a member, Mr. Speaker, of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security for a brief period during clause by clause of this bill. So there were many important amendments put forward by all parties, of course, to help ensure that we get this bill right. That is, of course, the role of committee, and should be, I believe, the role of all parliamentarians to get those things right at committee. And I appreciate, though we had some hiccups along the way, as we always do, the general collaboration to get that completed. Now, on that note, Mr. Speaker, of getting the bill right, it's important that we have a fulsome debate, and that's because it will help foster public confidence and trust in our federal law enforcement agencies, namely the RCMP and CBSA. Public trust and confidence in all of our institutions is paramount to democracy, but particularly to institutions focused on public safety and national security, are of the highest importance to ensure that trust is there. A related issue we're dealing with presently in this chamber is Conservatives, of course, are asking the government to release names of MPs who are reported to have engaged with hostile foreign nations, Mr. Speaker. But just today, this morning, at the Public Safety Committee and Public Safety and National Security Committee, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety told us to, and this is a quote, boo-hoo and get over it. It's comments like that, Mr. Speaker, that obviously do the opposite of ensuring that there are trust in public institutions when legitimate concerns are brought forward on something as serious as foreign interference and the involvement of members of this chamber, and the government says to get over it, look the other way, there's nothing to see here. But coming back to C-20, Mr. Speaker, I will note that however this bill does not really seem terribly important to this government, despite their claims that this needs to be passed. This is the third attempt, as has been mentioned by members previous, the third attempt the government has made to pass the bill. It was C-98 in the 42nd Parliament, which died on the order paper, and in the 43rd Parliament, it was C-3, but it died when the Prime Minister called an unnecessary early election for his political gain in the middle of a pandemic. Of course, he called that election despite having voted a couple months before the election to doing just that. And I will come back to that a bit later. But clearly, this government says they care, and their track record says otherwise. This has not been a priority for them to move through. But I want to take a bit of time, Speaker, just to talk about what this bill, of course, will actually do. So it renames the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission for the RCMP to the Public Complaints and Review Commission under its new name. The Commission will also be responsible for reviewing civilian complaints against the Canadian Border Services Agency, the CBSA. This bill also will codify timelines for RCMP and CBSA responses to interim reports of the Complaints Commission, and reviews and recommendations, and there will be information sharing between the RCMP, the CBSA, and the Commission. This will also require mandatory annual reporting by the RCMP and CBSA on actions taken in response to the Commission recommendations, and it requires mandatory reporting of race-based data by the Commission, Mr. Speaker, and lastly, creates a statutory framework to govern CBSA responses to serious incidents. Now, Speaker, while there are many positive changes made, there were still a number of concerns that had been raised. First, one of the concerns is that there was a lack of consultation, something that seems to be a recurring theme, unfortunately, for this government. I spoke about this just yesterday in the chamber in regards to Bill C-61. Mr. Speaker, the government continues to say that they're consulting with First Nations and Indigenous peoples across the country, and that they've got a broad-based bill that is supported and co-developed, but at the same time we continue to hear concerns raised by First Nation leaders impacted by the bill that their voices have not been heard, and that they don't want to see it move forward as quickly as it is until they can have their say and amendments brought forward. And that's unfortunate because, Mr. Speaker, the experts, we need to hear from the experts on every piece of legislation. And in the case of Bill C-20, coming back to C-20, various stakeholders, including Indigenous chiefs and the National Police Federation, which represents the RCMP, flagged a number of problems with the bill. Most importantly, they felt the current framework, which relies on the RCMP to investigate itself, is insufficient and does not inspire public trust in the process. One particular concern is having police investigate police. The National Police Federation told the committee, this is a quote from the committee, that the PCRC should end the practice of all police investigating the police. Under the current CRCC model, members of the RCMP are tasked with investigating most of the public complaints filed. It has been noted many times that our members handle these investigations of their colleagues in a professional and impartial manner. However, this does create a perception of bias and possible conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Abram Benedict of the Mohawk Council of Akwesasne, who I'm looking forward to visiting actually this weekend with the member from Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. He also expressed concerns about this. He noted that his community makes up 70% of the traffic at a port of entry nearby. And he told the committee, again a quote, if a traveler complains about a border officer, the likelihood of them having an interaction with that officer again is very minimal. But in my community, it's very high. Still quoting, if somebody complains about an officer's conduct or about the service they received, the likelihood of them encountering that officer again is very high. There's no other border crossing in Canada that would be like that. Having said that, doing this outside of the agency is definitely helpful in ensuring that it's a fair and independent process, and a process where the person who is complaining, and I would argue the officers themselves, can be assured that it's more of an objective process than an internal process. That's the end of the quote. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-20 does not fully address this, as the New Complaints Commission would still rely on the RCMP and CBSA resources, meaning they would not be a truly independent. Conservatives tried to move various amendments to increase the independence at the committee stage, but it was clear that there was no will from the other parties. Now, Mr. Speaker, just with my remaining time, I want to come back to the issue that I alluded to early in my comments about not just C-20, but more broadly this government's approach on many bills and topics that they claim to be a priority, but their actions say otherwise. And one of which, I think interconnected in some ways to this, is with First Nations and Inuit policing, Mr. Speaker. The government has promised for years that First Nations and Inuit police services would be designated essential and allocated proper resources. The former Minister of Public Safety, who of course we know was rightly turfed from his position, the former minister had said in 2022 that the legislation would be, quote, right around the corner, that he was working around the clock. And we've seen nothing but delays and excuses since, and to this point, the current Public Safety Minister again says many of those very same things, but we will believe it when we see it. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that my time is coming to a close, so I will end on that, and I hope that both on C-20 and on Indigenous policing and C-61, many other issues, that the government takes these issues seriously, and that we are able to get the important work that we need done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for his speech. In 2019, Solidarité Sans Frontières' Mary Foster confirmed, we have enough experience to know that filing a complaint with the agency doesn't lead anywhere. So being able to challenge these decisions is essential to maintaining public trust. Does the colleague agree? That's my first question. And my second question, isn't he concerned that the process will still be too long and complicated, making it such that most individuals will give up before reaching the end of the process? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe, if I understood the question correctly, that I did touch on that a bit in my comments, that of course we have to ensure that this process is independent, that it is free of any conflicts, and that it is a process that of course must be effective, it must be thorough, but at the same point, as the member mentioned, it has to be one that people will be willing to go through. So I do share the similar concerns as I had highlighted. And Mr. Speaker, that's why I think it's important we continue to have these important discussions and these debates so that we can ensure that this bill does what it is intended to do, and that it is an effective piece of legislation, and not one that continues to perpetuate some of the status quo that is not working already. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Well, Lona Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention. And in particular, you know, he was talking about just how this government operates, you know, how they operate through such poor governance and mismanagement. And of course, even in the last 24 hours, we've had this new Auditor General's report talking about conflict of interest and really serious allegations. And so I'm just wondering if the member can expand on some of the comments that he was making during his intervention on that topic.
Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the great question from my colleague from British Columbia. And she's right. I mean, the scandals, the mismanagement, it knows no bounds with this government. But I think the important aspect as well is the prioritization of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Everything seems to be a priority for this government, that nothing actually ends up moving. And we saw, as I alluded to earlier with C-61 yesterday, that the government wants to rush through and get to committee, and I'm happy that we were able to pass a motion from the Conservative side to get that done. But there was 33 sitting days that the government had that they could have brought it forward and chose not to. Yet when the clock starts to tick in June, all of a sudden it seems like it's a priority for them. Unfortunately, we see that over and over with legislation that pertains to Indigenous and First Nations peoples across the country, that it is not a priority until time's running out for this government, and then they're trying to scramble to get it done.
In comments, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Kenora for his speech today. Conservative members of the Public Safety Committee submitted 33 amendments for Bill C-20, but they withdrew over 75% of them. Meanwhile, they dragged out the C-20 meetings repeatedly by filibustering other parties' amendments and with motions that were completely unrelated to Bill C-20. How does the member account for that?
The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Speaker. I would disagree with the characterization that the member brought forward, and I think that it's important that committee that we do bring forward amendments and we have those important discussions to improve legislation. As I mentioned too, and as my bloc colleague mentioned, there are concerns with this legislation, and there are things that need to be improved. So Canada's Conservatives are proud to do our work in committee to hold the government to account, and we're going to continue to do that instead of just continue to blindly support the government as the NDP has been doing.
Fair point.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to know whether my colleague, well, first of all, what's his interpretation of what we should do as an appeal process in cases of abuse? And secondly, does he agree with the Bloc's proposal when it comes to oversight at the Port of Montreal? There should be some sort of temporary guardianship, perhaps, put in place so this doesn't become like a sieve for all kinds of contraband. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There was a couple different topics there, but I want to focus on the Port of Montreal. Of course, we've seen a huge spike in crime, and that includes vehicle thefts, particularly down in southern Ontario in the GTA. And we know that they're going out through the Port of Montreal, but that the CBSA doesn't have the resources to adequately deal with it. So I think it's very simple. We need to be searching the vehicles, searching the port, the containers, ensuring that we can take those stolen vehicles out and get them back to their rightful owners. I think that's common sense.
Time for a quick exchange. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the NDP are bought and paid for. That's why they support the Liberals blindlessly, and then they don't really feel like they have to put forward amendments. But one question I asked my colleague is, have you seen another government be supported so heavily by an opposition party that actually turned out well for them in the next election?
Well, of course, I can't answer that. Maybe the Honourable Member for Kenora can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the conversation going on between my colleagues in front of me, but it's a very important question, and I do appreciate it being raised. I have not seen anything like this before. I mean, it's very clear that the NDP and the Liberals are one and the same here at the federal level. In Canada, it's been an NDP Liberal government for a couple of years now, but we know that they've been supporting them actually for the entirety of the 9 years that they've had in office. Thank you.
Reprise the débat. Continuing debate. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak in this debate tonight on Bill C-20. It's an important issue that we have in front of us here tonight. As we consider making changes to the oversight of the RCMP and the CBSA, it's important that all of us to recognize and honor the active members of both organizations. You know, having grown up in southwest Saskatchewan, our farm was about a 5-minute drive to the border crossing. Port of Turner from the U.S. side, Port of Climax on the Saskatchewan side. There's 3 other border crossings in the southwest: Willow Creek, Monchy, and West Poplar as well. So we have a few really good border crossings in our part of the country, Mr. Speaker, and I can personally attest to the great work that the CBSA agents have done in southwest Saskatchewan. They've been valuable contributing members to our communities. And I went to school with some of the kids of people that work at the border crossings, so they were, fantastic people, and they brought a lot to our communities. Also to our RCMP and also the municipal police services. Again, these are fantastic people that do great work. They've signed up to serve the country, and they serve very well in the capacity with which they are given, which I do think that's part of what brings us to the importance of this debate here today. You know, anybody that enters public service, Mr. Speaker, they're doing it because they have or should have a deep desire to serve their country and not to benefit themselves, which unfortunately we do see that quite rampantly with these Liberals when they are in power, and with a lot of the people that they are putting into important positions. You know, just for example, here today, earlier, we were debating our Opposition Day motion about the Green Slush Fund with SDTC, and 186 conflicts of interest in this one area alone. Just quite mind-boggling when you really think about it. But as we go through other departments, as we go through other levels of government, we start to see that there seems to be a pattern here. And I think it's important that we have a good civilian oversight for the RCMP and for CBSA. Like, I do think that what the government's trying to do here is on the right, it's in the right vein anyway. I think, as we heard from the previous question and answer part here about amendments that Conservatives are looking to get. I mean, there's things that we're always looking to improve when it comes to legislation. But, Mr. Speaker, I just want to go into a few examples of some issues that have arisen at CBSA over the last couple of years here, though. Back in 2021, there was an article actually in CBC. You'll forgive me for I'll be quoting CBC articles a couple of times tonight. You won't normally catch me doing that, but for tonight I will. But you know what? We're going to just going to talk about this here. The border agency says it concluded in 2021 there was 92 founded investigations that year. So 92 investigations that it came up with where there was actually enough proof of evidence to pursue a certain course of action. Everything from somebody getting called into the manager's office to be reprimanded, some people that were given dismissals. There was a few different issues there that in different ways that people were dealt with. Then in 2022, there was over 500 allegations the CBSA deemed founded. Over 500. Quite a jump from 2021. In particular, I'm just going to read this part here because I think this really, especially given what we now know with the NSICOP report, I think this is actually just, we got a common thread emerging here. A Canada Border Service Agency employee opened himself up to the threat of exploitation by hostile intelligence services after visiting massage parlors in China, Japan, and Canada. So this person engaged in illegal activities, put himself into a vulnerable position where hostile intelligence services could take advantage of this individual because of where this individual works, but also be able to use these illegal actions that this person had engaged in as a means to, I guess, hold it over his head that, do this for us or else. And having the ability for a civilian oversight, I think, would allow for a little bit more thorough examination of what was going on in some of these cases and hopefully bring a quicker resolution to some of these issues, some of these claims. I had the opportunity to speak on a similar piece of legislation in the previous Parliament, Mr. Speaker, and at that time, the delays and timelines for processing a complaint or a review was, up to 7 years. Up to 7 years. That is problematic. If I make a complaint to, say my banking institution or to my cell phone provider or, anybody else that provides a good or a service, if it took 7 years for that to be resolved, that's totally unacceptable in all cases. Now, I know it's not as cut and dry with CBSA. Obviously, there's more things that they have to look into, but 7 years, that is absolutely ridiculous. Now, we've got some good comments from the Customs and Immigration Union here, and I'm going to quote them. There's also a glaring lack of time limit requirements for the Commission to complete an investigation, which is only amplified by the absence of time limit requirements for the Commission to submit a final report following reception of the CBSA President's response to an interim report. In short, we fear an investigation could take years to complete, which is neither fair to the employee under investigation nor to the complainant. We recommended that Bill C-20 include clear language around time limits for every step of the process. Along with that, the Canadian Bar Association also said this, Mr. Speaker. It seems inevitable that as the Commission's workload increases, delays will grow. The Commission's work could then be portrayed as being efficient in dealing with complaints when in fact the goal lines have been moved. The bill imposes a 1-year delay for a complainant to file a complaint. Thus, it is reasonable that the Commission be required to conclude its work in a fixed time frame as well, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that would be something that would have been very helpful to get included, to clearly set an expectation to be part of the complaint process. I think that's something that I think any civilian who would be either issuing a complaint, or even if I was an officer that had a complaint levied against me, I would want that dealt with sooner than later as well. To have that left hanging out there for 7 years or longer would be a problem. So that is something that definitely needs to be brought up with and dealt with. Now, in my remaining time, I also want to emphasize how important it is that we get things right when it comes to public safety. The RCMP play a very important role in Southwest Saskatchewan. Now, our rural crime, unfortunately, is on the rise. The rate of assault against a peace officer has nearly doubled between 2011 and 2021. This legislation, this oversight ensures that we are protecting both sides in interactions with law enforcement. Now, rural violent crime is up 19% in the country, and the crime severity index is 60 points higher in rural Saskatchewan than in urban Saskatchewan, which is the largest gap in the country. So, the RCMP, they do good work. They have a lot of hard work that they have to do. They have lots of split-second decisions that they have to make at times that make them sometimes vulnerable or susceptible to complaints that do happen, that all those officers, they would need some certainty and some clarity in the timelines of the review process as well. I think that would have been an important component to have sorted out when it comes to this bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will wrap up my remarks. And anyways, I look forward to hearing the questions and comments.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the member joked a few minutes ago about the fact that he was going to quote the CBC. And I found that interesting because he's right, Conservatives never quote the CBC, and I was surprised to hear him do that. I also know that he happens to be greenlit by the Campaign Life Coalition as being an anti-choice member of Parliament, one of their flag bearers in here. So I'm wondering if he could give me his insight into what he thinks would more likely expel him from his caucus. Would that be his position on a woman's right to choose, or the fact that he speaks favorably of the CBC in this House?
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, Mr. Speaker, quoting CBC doesn't necessarily mean that I'm speaking in favor of CBC. It's a journalistic outfit, right? They put articles out, they do some studies, and every once in a while, a blind squirrel will find a nut. So there's nothing wrong with quoting things that you find online. There's nothing wrong with quoting journalism when it happens. I think when you look at the gross misallocation of funds to the CBC, over $1.6 billion, I can think of a lot of better ways that money could be spent. And then these journalists that actually, the odd one that does actually do good work, they should be able to still do that good work without getting massive subsidies by the taxpayer in order for them to do their job.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Lac-Saint-Jean.
Okay, I was just waiting for the light to come on. I'd like the light to come on in the minds of some members here in this place, especially when you compare squirrels to Radio-Canada or the CBC. Coming back to the subject at hand, we know that there's a serious problem of governance at SGTC and also at the Port of Montreal, which has become a revolving door for vehicle thefts. So there have been systemic problems. So the Bloc is an opposition party, but we're not here to oppose things just for the sake of opposing them. We're also here to propose things. So we would like to see this organization put under in a trusteeship temporarily until the problems can be solved. So would my colleague agree with that proposal of the Bloc's? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
I want to thank the colleague for that question. I mean, if that's an interim measure that would definitely help provide clarity, then that's something that I think that we could support. Now, I wasn't on the committee when the committee was hearing some of the recommendations and some of the amendments put forward by the other parties, so I don't know what the witnesses had to say about it, or maybe what some of the context around it would be, or how that would practically look like. But if it's a measure that's going to help in the short term to provide more certainty and clarity and allow the Commission to do a better job, then that is something that I think that we should consider doing or supporting.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to ask my honourable colleague a question. And I was going through some of the documents on this bill, and for the most part, Conservatives support or know that there is a need to fix our porous border. There is way too many illegal firearms coming in from mostly Michigan. But there are issues across the country, and we are supportive of any measures that make our border that much more secure. But it's very telling that they've allotted roughly $20 million a year for this. And I'd like to get the honourable colleagues' view on how small of a percent they've spent on border security versus the billions going after old Uncle Joe's hunting rifles.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah, and I want to thank my colleague for that great question, because, you know, when we do look at the crime rates in the big urban cities in this country, and we look at the statistics of where the weapons that are used in the commission of these crimes come from, they are overwhelmingly illegally obtained firearms, most often smuggled up from the United States. And if those resources that the government is using to confiscate legal firearms that were lawfully obtained by the highest vetted citizens in this country, if that money is reallocated, there's so much more that could be done to address the issues and the gaps that in CBSA with Border Patrol. Also, when you look at all of the other wasteful spending with the Green Slush Fund, we look at the corruption that's happened with SDTC. Those are classic examples of funds that could have been better used for other things, such as tightening up our borders.
Quick interaction. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've heard a couple comments from the unhinged NDP talking about how we had an amendment that deletes the short title. I just read in June 16th, 2018, NDP member from Victoria seconded an amendment by the bloc member for Longueuil St. Hubert to delete the short title of S18. So do you think that was back when the NDP used to be in opposition? Because that was 2018, and now they're just propping up this government for no reason?
Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a classic NDP. They're doing absolutely anything and everything they possibly can to try to grasp one little bit of string of power that the Liberals are dangling for them to come running after, right? If they want to truly be an opposition party, if they want to have any clarity or certainty going into the next election, not be completely decimated, maybe they should grow some principles.
As it is 7:19, pursuant to order adopted on June 4th, 2024, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and put all necessary questions to dispose of this bill. The question is as follows.
Mr. Lloyd, seconded by Mr. Tolmie, move that Bill C-20 be amended by deleting the short title. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person, we should invite up the Honourable Deputy House Leader for the Government.
Recorded division, please.
Well done. So pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, June 10th, 2024, at the expiry of the time for oral questions. I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill, which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill S-258, an act to amend the Canada Revenue Agency Act, reporting on unpaid income tax. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, consideration at report stage of Bill C-40, Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission Act, David and Joyce Milgaard's Law.
There are 20 motions in amending the standing order in the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-40. Motions number 1 to 20 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table. Je vais maintenant soumettre les motions numéro.
I now submit motions 1 to 20 to the House.
Motion number 1. Mr. Van Popta, appuyé par Monsieur Kimmich.
Seconded by Mr. Kimmich. Move that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting the short title.
Number 2, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimmich. Move that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 2. Motion number 3, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting the Clause 3. Motion number 4, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 4. Motion number 5, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 5. Motion numéro 6.
Motion number 6, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Motion number 7, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 7. Motion number 8, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 8.
Motion number 9, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kamick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 9.
Motion number 10, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 10.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 11.
Motion number 12, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kamick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 12. Motion number 13, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kamick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 13. Motion number 14, Mr. Van Popta,
seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 14. Motion number 15, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 15.
Motion number 16, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kamick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 16.
Motion number 17, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 17.
Number 18, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 18. Motion number 19, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 19.
Motion number 20, Mr. Van Popta, seconded by Mr. Kimick, moves that Bill C-40 be amended by deleting Clause 20.
Debate. The member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to rise to speak about Bill C-40, miscarriage of justice at report stage. Public confidence in our criminal justice system is central to a functioning democracy, to a free and democratic society. We must have confidence that our courts get it right, if not all the time, at least most of the time. We don't want innocent people in jail. We don't want guilty people on our streets. But we don't always get it right, as in the David Milgaard case. Now, Mr. Milgaard was wrongfully convicted of a murder that he didn't commit, spent 23 years in jail, consistently maintaining his innocence. His case went through the whole process, trial, to the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal, to the Supreme Court of Canada, guilty, guilty, guilty at every stage. And he stayed in jail for 23 years. But David and his mother, Joyce, never gave up faith. Finally, after 2 decades, there was a breakthrough made possible by advances in DNA forensic technology, pointing to another man who had been known to the police all along. But with all the appeals used up, there was still one more course of action, and that was an application to the Minister of Justice under the criminal conviction review rules. She read the Milgaard file, and with the new evidence available, ordered a new trial. But by then, the Saskatchewan prosecution office realized that they had the wrong man, and David Milgaard was allowed to go free. But it was a serious miscarriage of justice, and therefore it's appropriate that we call this bill, name it after David and Joyce Milgaard. We could have named the bill after any other number of wrongfully convicted men, David Marshall Jr., Guy Paul Morin, Stephen Truscott, Thomas Sophamo, just to name a few. Our courts don't always get it right, and that's why we need a criminal conviction review process. The Milgaard case showed us the flaws in our system. Why should the last appeal be to an elected official? Would Milgaard have been seen justice sooner if their process had not been political, and if their criminal convictions review group was better resourced with finances and investigative powers? The answer, I think, is probably. And these are the questions that Bill C-40 seeks to answer and the flaws that it seeks to correct. Now, I spoke in favor of this bill at second reading, and the Conservative caucus voted to send it to committee. We saw some what we thought were drafting errors, but we felt confident that with our recent arguments, we would convince the other committee members to make these few changes. We were wrong. We got some changes all right, but not for the better. Coming out of committee, Bill C-40 is worse than it went in my opinion. So let me explain, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, the main point of disagreement is about the threshold for opening a review. How easy should it be or how hard for a convicted person who maintains their innocence to get in front of the Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission to convince them to open it up for a new trial? Now, currently with the existing legislation, that person must convince the group working in the AG's office that, quote, there is a reasonable basis to conclude that a miscarriage of justice likely occurred, underline, likely occurred. Milgard met that threshold easily with new forensic evidence. That was key. New matters of significance in the language of the Criminal Conviction Review Group. So Conservative MPs support maintaining the existing likely occurred language. And we argued to maintain it, but with the other committee members insisted on a lower may have occurred language, clearly a much lower hurdle to overcome. And we fear that with a lower threshold, we will have a flood of applications for review. And we are supported in that concern. One of the witnesses at our C-40 study at committee was a John Curtis from the United Kingdom Commission. The Review Commission, which has been around for about 20 years, uses the language of a real possibility that there's been a miscarriage of justice. Clearly, that is a much higher threshold than what is being proposed in the current form of C-40. Mr. Curtis pointed us to a body of jurisprudence in the United Kingdom that has arisen out of their legislation. I read many of those cases because I take this very seriously, and I formed the opinion that they actually got it right. The Milgard case would have met the test. So would all the other Canadian cases that I had read. So we propose sticking with our current wording of likely occurred or accepting the United Kingdom's wording of real possibility and benefit from their 20 years of jurisprudence. By changing the words, so why would we change the words to a lower standard? I would suggest that Parliament is sending a clear message to criminal defense lawyers and to judges that we intend to make things easier for convicted criminals to get their cases open again. I would certainly argue that if I were acting for a person who maintained their innocence and wanted to get a review, I would say, well, clearly, Parliament intended something different. Why reject the old language and adopt new language? Certainly something new is intended. Certainly it was the intent of Parliament to lower the standard of review. And certainly not to accept the UK language either, because that possibility is open. So, this is a typical Liberal overreach. Why not change the things that are actually broken with our system? Take the politics out of the equation. Fund the Commission properly. Give the Commission broader legislative power. We agree with all those initiatives, just not the lowering of the threshold. That part is not broken. That has actually been functioning well. To suggest otherwise tells the public that we don't actually have confidence in our courts to get it right most of the time. But, Madam Speaker, there's another problem with the post-committee C-40. If this bill passes in its present form, a person convicted at trial doesn't even have to exhaust the regular appeal process before applying for a review before the Commission. You don't like the trial court's findings, don't bother appealing, go straight to the Review Commission with its investigative powers. Cheaper than getting your lawyer to take it through the Court of Appeal. So, we say stick with the current requirement that an applicant must first exhaust all the available tools in the regular court system through all the appeals that are available. Yes, we need a review commission. The Milgard case showed us that. But a review after conviction must remain an extraordinary remedy. To say otherwise further undermines the confidence that the public has in our court system. So with these two significant flaws, first, the unnecessary lowering of the review threshold, and secondly, the ability to sidestep the regular appeal process, we cannot support Bill C-40 in its current form. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his remarks tonight. Look, I serve on the Justice Committee with him now, and I did at the time we reviewed this bill. And he has a great deal of compassion. He brings a level of fairness to the job that is admirable. But he started his speech by saying Canadians need to have faith in the justice system. They also need to have faith in the parliamentary system. So he says they supported the bill at second reading. They filibustered the committee for days, and not a day, several days, while victims, including the lawyers and the families who are going to have been affected by previous miscarriages of justice who want this bill passed, were sitting, watching, and waiting. Now, he didn't do that of his own volition. I know that. He was taking orders from somebody who sits right down there. So I will give him the benefit of the doubt on that. But how can he stand here now, support amendments that strip the bill entirely of every provision in it, and say he supports the people whose names he used tonight? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague on the Justice Committee for that question. Indeed, we do take this very seriously. David Milgaard was badly served by our criminal justice system, as were many others. However, I think it is very, very important that the public maintains confidence in our court system. It actually works very, very efficiently. Does there have to be a review process in the event a person feels very strongly that they have been treated badly by the court system? Absolutely. But it must remain an extraordinary remedy. It cannot just be something in the ordinary course of court business, because that, I submit, undermines the confidence that the public has in our court system. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I think we won't agree on the way that his party and my party will vote. However, there is something that fascinated me in terms of what happened when the bill was studied at committee. Did you know, Madam Speaker, that the commissioner sitting on this new Judicial Review Committee won't have to speak or clearly speak French and English? Why? Because when the Bloc tabled an amendment to ask that people who sit on this commission be bilingual, there was a coalition with the NDP, Liberals, and the Conservatives voting against the amendment. The Liberals, the member for Etobicoke Lakeshore, and literally the Conservatives have been yelling to defend official languages, and I'm wondering how all four of these Conservative members sitting on this committee voted against an amendment that was very reasonable to respect, do you know what, Madam Speaker? Both official languages in this wonderful country that is Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to know why he voted against this amendment.
Honourable Member for Langley Aldergrove.
I'd like to thank my colleague from Quebec for that question. Yes, indeed, that was debated. And the Bloc Québécois member on our committee argued passionately in favor of every person on the commission being bilingual. But we argued that what's important is that bilingual services are available, that there will at least be one person on the commission or a number of people who are bilingual, who can speak French as effectively as English. But we didn't think that it was absolutely necessary that everybody be bilingual. That would cut out a lot of people. I wouldn't, if that were a requirement here in Parliament, I wouldn't be a member of Parliament. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, brief question.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll make it quick. At committee, Conservatives suggested common sense amendments to restore crucial checks and balances to the process based on the UK's long-standing Criminal Cases Review Commission. And then the government voted against that. I would like to ask the Honourable Member, why did the government vote against this? And isn't this is lowering the threshold needed to make sure that the process is due and the integrity of the process is in place.
Yeah, he is. It's right there. The honourable member for Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Thank you. Yes, the review threshold was at the center of our debate, and my honourable colleague from Edmonton Manning referenced evidence from the UK Commission. Indeed, that was we thought was very, very compelling evidence. I actually took it upon myself to read many of the cases, not all of them. Some of them were very lengthy, but I was convinced that this is exactly what we want. And I argued that at committee, and none of the committee members suggested that I was wrong on that. So I don't know why they're not going with our amendment. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to speak tonight to Bill C-40. The Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission Act, David and Joyce Milgaard's law. This legislation will transform the process for identifying and remedying the wrongful convictions in Canada. This change is overdue and will be a monumental improvement in justice in our country. As a member of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I participated in a study of Bill C-40. We heard from numerous witnesses, including the Minister and his officials. We also heard from retired Justice Harry Laforme and Professor Kent Roach, who were instrumental in the public consultation process that preceded the development of this legislation. We heard from James Lockyer, a founding member of Innocence Canada, that has been at the forefront of the issue of wrongful convictions for over 30 years. Mr. Lockyer was also involved in David Milgaard's infamous case, the namesake of this legislation. After being released from prison, where he served 23 years for a murder he did not commit, David Milgaard dedicated his life to advocating for legal reforms to make the miscarriage of justice review process more fair, open, and efficient. I hope to do right by David Milgaard, his mother, and fierce advocate Joyce Milgaard and their family, and get this legislation passed promptly. I also want to take a moment to express my sincere thanks to the former Minister of Justice, the Honourable David Lametti. He demonstrated extraordinary dedication to the issue of wrongful convictions and was a fierce advocate for the creation of an independent commission in Canada. This bill is a testament to his hard work and careful consideration. Our justice system will be better off for his commitment to this cause. Thank you, David. Unfortunately, this critical legislation has faced opposition at every turn from the Conservative members. At the committee, the Conservative members filibustered for over 30 hours, Madam Speaker. This delay meant that the valuable work of our committee ground to a halt. It was also a slap in the face to everyone in Canada who is suffering because of a potential miscarriage of justice. Rather than do good work and change our justice system for the better, Conservatives decided to stall and play games. At the start of this current parliamentary stage, Conservatives put on notice amendments to delete every single clause in this bill. This is a ridiculous attempt at slowing down the work we do as parliamentarians to the detriment of all of our constituents. But it is also, once again, offensive to the people who are waiting desperately for access to justice. Playing games with people's freedom and their lives is beneath all of us. I am very disappointed to see the Conservatives' total disregard for this important work. I'd now like to speak, Madam Speaker, about the importance of this legislation and the amendments made at committee. Madam Speaker, the idea of establishing an independent miscarriage of justice review commission has been recommended in several commissions of inquiry reports in Canada, including in the case of Donald Marshall Jr. in 1989, Guy Paul Moran in 1998, Thomas Softnow in 2001, James Driscoll in 2008, and David Milgaard in 2008. Similar independent commissions have been established elsewhere in the world. We are not the first to reach this important step. In 1997, a commission was created for England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Scotland created its commission in 1997. The state of North Carolina established a commission in 2006, and in New Zealand, theirs was in 2020. In the Justice and Human Rights Committee, we had the benefit of hearing from lawyers who worked in the commissions in North Carolina and in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland. was very helpful to hear from them, given the years of experience their commissions have had in this area. It was particularly helpful to hear that the Commission in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland allows, in exceptional cases, applications from people who did not seek appeal. The witnesses mentioned at committee that the mental health and marginalization of an applicant are issues they consider in admitting applications in such cases. They also consider whether the nature of the miscarriage of justice is something that requires an investigation using the Commission's special powers to access evidence. He also highlighted that 1 in 3 of the referrals for new appeals made by the Commission in the UK is a case that was not appealed. Therefore, a significant proportion of the claims they consider to be worth pursuing are of convictions that were never appealed. This information motivated the committee to amend the bill to provide greater flexibility for our Commission. As amended, the Commission would allow applications in respect of cases that were not appealed, but only in exceptional cases. I'm pleased that the committee made this important improvement to the legislation. The vast majority, if not all, of the witnesses who appeared in the committee agreed with this important discretionary element, including the Canadian Bar Association, the Criminal Lawyers Association, the Dean of Law at the University of Sherbrooke, the Innocence Projects in Quebec, at University of British Columbia, and the University of Ottawa. Madam Speaker, several witnesses also raised the importance of preventing miscarriages of justice and the Commission's role in addressing systemic issues. When he appeared before the committee, the Minister explained that there were many proactive elements included elsewhere in the bill. Nonetheless, there was interest among committee members to include a specific power in the Commission's mandate provision to address systemic causes of wrongful convictions. Bill C-40 has, therefore, been amended to allow that the Commission to make recommendations to address systemic issues that may lead to miscarriages of justice. These recommendations will be directed towards relevant public bodies, including the Law Commission of Canada, federal departments and agencies, federal, provincial, territorial working groups, and parliamentary committees. The member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke proposed that amendment, and I would like to thank him for that. He has supported this bill, as always, has been a strong advocate for improving our justice system. This member also proposed the bill's final amendment. We heard in committee that people who profess their innocence may face challenges before, during, and after they seek a review of their case as a potential miscarriage of justice. To reduce stigma and exclusion to programs while they continue to serve their sentence, the bill now provides that the Commission will be able to raise with the Correctional Service of Canada and the Parole Board of Canada the importance of not excluding applicants to their programs as a result of them having made an application for review on the grounds of miscarriage of justice. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Bill C-40 is very important legislation that is widely supported by external stakeholders and by many members of this House. Many people have been waiting for decades to have an independent miscarriage of justice review commission and for the review process to be more transparent and efficient. I hope that we can pass this legislation at third reading as quickly as possible so that it can be referred to the other place and continue to make progress through both houses towards royal assent. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to my friend on the other side, I know he's an expert in the legal system. The government amended the bill to allow convicts to apply for conviction review without having first exhausted all appeals. This will undoubtedly lead to individuals applying for a conviction review shortly after being sentenced. Doesn't the honourable member believe that this will not strengthen the justice system? Instead, this will weaken the system.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Flattery will get them everywhere, but I do not profess to be an expert on anything, frankly. But on this issue, he raises a very, very important point. There are many cases where people don't have the ability or the means to exercise their right of appeal. Or there are many more cases that facts come up later, long after their ability to appeal has expired. So it's only in exceptional cases where the Commission will review those cases where they have not exhausted their appeal. This is never going to serve as an alternative route to people who are appearing before the criminal courts.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member. Madam Speaker, the 9 commissioners who will be appointed to the Commission will not be required to understand French. Now, how does he feel, the member who made the speech, he who has a decisive vote, how does he feel about trampling all over the rights of French Canadians and Quebecers?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Look, the premise of the question is it's unfair and it's wrong. This is not about trampling over the rights. In fact, it's about expanding rights. The whole purpose of this commission is to make access to justice easier for the wrongful convicted. You want people to have access to this body in both official languages, full stop. You also want the best people serving as commissioners on this body who can make sure that that happens. And there are occasions where people from certain aspects of society don't speak both official languages, but are very competent and very capable. And we do not want to exclude those members because that would actually be detrimental to the people who appear before the Commission.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Island.
You know, I'm really confused, Madam Speaker. What happened in committee with this and the Conservative filibustering and the Conservative delays, and then it finally gets over to the House here, and then we listened to the previous Conservative speaker who spoke to this bill, who spoke so glowingly of it, but just moments after he introduced 20 amendments to effectively, one by one, kill the bill clause by clause. I'm just in awe as to what the Conservative strategy happens to be here. The member spoke a little bit about it in his speech, about what happened in committee. Can he try to make rhyme or reason of what is going on with the Conservative Party when it comes to this bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
The answer to the last part of the question is I don't think anybody can, but look, they're playing politics with it pure and simple. They supported it at second reading. They filibustered the bill for 40 hours at committee. They haul out the name of David and Joyce Milgaard here tonight. It's shameful, Madam Speaker. This commission is set up to be independent and efficient and take it out of the hands of politicians. If they're opposing this bill, I suppose that's an endorsement of the Minister of Justice or the previous Minister of Justice. Something tells me that's not what the purpose is behind this. They stand in this House time after time talking about law and order and keeping our streets safe. But we also have to stand up for people who have suffered and have been wrongfully convicted, and the purpose of this bill is to make that a system much better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments? A very brief question from the Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Does he agree that we could create an independent review commission that would not necessarily lower the threshold for review? David Milgaard's problem was never that the threshold was too high, but that the system was too cumbersome.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. And I want, again, thank you for the member for his question. He's very thoughtful, and I enjoy working with him, as I said earlier. I don't believe this does lower the threshold. It changes the nature of the equation that the Commission has to calculate when it's reviewing the circumstances in each case. It's up to the courts to determine innocence or guilt. It's up to the Commission to determine whether it is maybe there's been a miscarriage of justice. That is not lowering the threshold, with all due respect, Madam Speaker. In fact, it's making the system more open and fair and more accessible.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak about a very important topic: creating a miscarriage of justice review commission, an independent one, through Bill C-40. This is a tangible bill that is very positive, and that's not usually the Liberals' MO. But one action does not speak to all actions. There was a report which found that miscarriage of justice is a significant risk in Canada and around the world. Many were consulted in the production of the report. No one was opposed to the creation of an independent commission which would assist the Minister of Justice in reviewing unjust decisions. So this would strengthen public trust in institutions. The reform proposed in C40 is very positive. We in the Bloc Québécois feel that there will be very positive impacts of creating this commissions. There will be more independence between the judicial branch and the political branch. The discretionary power will be given to the Commission. That's very positive, but it's a bit too late because, as we know, the Liberal government waited for media coverage of scandalous cases where inmates waited months or even years to have a miscarriage of justice reviewed. For example, in the United Kingdom, the system of independent commission on miscarriages of justice was set up 25 years ago. So we are 25 years behind. So we have no reason to pat ourselves on the backs. This independence has recently been put to the test by recent revelations about former Justice Minister David Lametti, reinforcing the need for the power to order a new trial to be taken out of the hands of ministers and given instead to an independent body, in this case, the new Judicial Error Review Commission, or Miscarriage of Justice Review Commission. To refresh my colleagues' memories, the former Minister of Justice ordered a new trial in the case of Judge Delisle in opposition to the recommendations of the report of the Criminal Conviction Review Group, which indicated that there had not been miscarriage of justice. The Director of Criminal Prosecutions of Quebec, DPCP, also corroborates this theory. The decision came as a surprise to Mr. Patrick Michel, Director of Quebec's DPCP, who suspects that the minister used his power in an arbitrary manner rather than in a discretionary manner. Madam Speaker, what makes all of this even worse is that the sponsor of this bill is the former Minister of Justice and former Member of Parliament for La Salle Aymar Verdun, which makes his actions even more important. The Bloc Québécois would like to point out that that passing this bill will not change our desire to shed light on this matter at the Standing Committee on Justice. Public confidence in our justice system depends on it. Favoritism has no place in our courts. Since C40 aims to take the power to order a new trial out of the hands of the minister and to place that power in the hands of commissioners, we feel that decisions similar to the one made by former Minister Lametti will no longer be made, and that public confidence in the justice system will benefit. Second, this bill will guarantee access to the Commission and referral to judicial services for all, or should I say, especially the most disadvantaged, to have real access to justice. The history of our courts and recent revelations about the former Minister of Justice reminds us that we need to improve the judicial review, justice review process. Public confidence in our courts depends on it, as does public confidence in our justice system. The current bill is named after the late David Milgaard. The Milgaard case is important because it reminds us that our courts, like any institution, are sometimes fallible, and that we need mechanisms to ensure that when mistakes are made, they can be corrected. Let's remember this story. Milgaard's story is that of a young man who was convicted and served 23 years in prison for the murder of Gail Miller. However, he did not commit that crime. Milgaard and his mother, Joyce, fought all the way to the end to defend David's innocence. And it's because of that that we now understand the need for a Justice Review Commission. It's thanks to his fight, but also to others like Donald Marshall, Guy Paul Morin, Thomas Sofano, and James Driscoll that we're working to improve our justice system. Each of their stories is a reason for us to set up this commission. We thank them for their commitment to a better justice system. Lastly, although the Bloc Québécois will vote in favour of the bill, we must point out the hypocrisy of the Liberals and the NDP when it comes to the French language. My colleague, the member for Rivière-du-Nord, tabled an amendment during clause-by-clause consideration of the bill to ensure that the commissioners appointed will be proficient in both official languages. Apparently, that was too much to ask for. But for the Liberals, the Conservatives, and the NDP, official languages are handy for speeches and campaigning, but within the Canadian state, the Canadian Public Service, or our courts, official languages are optional. The NDP, the very party which has prided itself on defending bilingualism of judges since 2008, the NDP is refusing to allow these commissioners who will head the Independent Commission to be bilingual, and they're voting against that. The Liberals, who pride themselves on being the first government to recognize the decline of French, vote against bilingual judges. We saw something similar with the appointment of a unilingual English-speaking lieutenant governor in New Brunswick, which is Canada's only officially bilingual province. And that's not to mention the appointment of a Governor-General who has not learned a single word of French. No, that's not true, Madam Speaker. She knows how to say bonjour, and she's really made efforts because now she can say, comment ça va? How are you? Now, to believe that the Liberals are prioritizing French, you have to be living on a cloud. It's very unrealistic. But in Quebec, our motto is Je me souviens. We will remember. It is no surprise, though, to see that the Conservatives disregard French. They have already named unilingual Auditor Generals, unilingual Supreme Court judges, and there's more. There's more. There will be more. They will continue. We are the party that truly defends French. Other parties say they defend bilingualism, but they don't walk the talk. They basically defend bilingualism or French for electoralist reasons. This reminds us, this type of situation reminds us just how accessory French seems to be in Canada. This reminds us that true equality between the two official languages is a utopian fantasy. And if anyone would like to consult the definition of utopia, they can look at the dictionary. So even if we choose to vote for the bill, and we will, I feel compelled to point out the hypocrisy of certain parties and members when it comes to defending and supporting French. As I say, there are tons of beautiful speeches, and there's a lot of rhetoric in the House of Commons or during the speech from the throne that the Liberals recognize the decline of the French language. But again, the walk does not follow the talk. So I hope this bill will pass for all the reasons I enumerated in my speech. It will enhance public trust in our justice system. There will be greater independence for our justice system, and most of all, most important of all, better access to justice. I also hope that if this legislation passes, the government will appoint commissioners who master both official languages, and why not go even further than that? Francophones should have as much access to justice as Anglophones. Substantive equality, that's what substantive equality is, Madam Speaker. Not only being able to access services in French part-time. No, substantive equality is having access to services in both official languages with Canada's justice system. We will be following this. We will keep a close eye on it. And we will be following how official languages are respected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So I just have one question for the member, Madam Speaker, and I really hope that he can give me a yes or no on this. My question for him is, what happens if a commissioner comes forward that is overly qualified, has everything that the commission wants, but only speaks French? Would this member then suggest that that individual should be disqualified?
The member for Le Basque. Yes. Once again, we can see the profound hypocrisy. It is absolutely deeply rooted. The member has just shown how deep the Anglo hypocrisy is. So he talks about the fact that there is a commissioner who is fully qualified, has all the skills, and necessarily has to be fully qualified, they would have to speak both official languages. So you cannot be fully qualified if you don't speak both official languages. So you cannot, what about the lieutenant governor who only speaks one official languages in the only bilingual province of Canada? What's that? I think you have to be smoking some of the really good stuff when you see that the Liberals claim that they are the ones who defend French the most. I mean, I understand that they legalized marijuana.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, the Liberals are lowering the threshold on this bill, the threshold for a review. So does the member agree that this will increase the risk of to an overburdened and understaffed justice system that is under extreme strain right now and facing unacceptable delays? Yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Les Basques. Madam Speaker, you know that when a member of the Conservative Party that claims to defend the French speakers in Canada and asks for an answer to a yes or no question, I'm not sure what to say, because he is comfortable with the fact that his party recognizes French and English but does not support the bilingualism of the judges who would sit on this council. So, or this commission. So I think that really, who named a unilingual Governor General who learned French after? What about appointing judges to the Supreme Court who don't speak any French? Can you imagine a French speaker who is the Minister of Foreign Relations? She speaks English because it's impossible to have a high-ranking politician who is unilingual, francophone, and doesn't speak any English. Thank you very much. I was truly impressed by my colleague's speech, and that's normal. He's a member of the Bloc. But I would like to say something clearly, because we hear the same argument again and again. Well, if there were a unilingual francophone who were to ask for the position, you wouldn't want him to get it or her to get it because they wouldn't master both official languages. We hear that argument again and again. But what do we see? Has there ever been a unilingual French-speaking judge at the Supreme Court? Has there ever been a unilingual francophone Governor General or Lieutenant General in this country? And that's normal because French is a minority language in this country that my friends call Canada. So I wonder whether it is credible to hear the only argument that we're getting to refuse to ensure that important positions are fulfilled by bilingual people is to say that a unilingual French person wouldn't get it. Answer, 40 seconds. It is going to take me more than 40 seconds to explain that the discrimination against francophones has existed since the very beginning of Canada's existence. And there was a promise of reconciliation, that there would be real equality and that bilingualism would be a boon for francophones in Canada. But, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party, and the NDP Party are federalist parties that are controlled by the Anglo minority. So yes, it's fine to make loving gestures toward the Quebecers and to francophones, but really what they don't want to do is to actually give real shows of affection.
In Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise this evening to speak in support of Bill C-40, an act to amend the Criminal Code. This miscarriages of justice bill represents a critical step in our ongoing efforts to reform the criminal justice system and to address the systematic inequalities or inequities that have long plagued it, particularly for Indigenous people, for racialized communities, and marginalized Canadians. For the better part of a decade, New Democrats have called for the establishment of an independent commission to investigate wrongful convictions. In late 2021, we supported expediting Bill C-5 in return for the Liberals' promise to create this commission, which Bill C-40 finally delivers upon. Madam Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied, so we act swiftly to ensure that those wrongfully convicted have a pathway to justice, free from the delays and limitations of the current system. The current process where the Minister of Justice reviews applications for miscarriage of justice has proven inadequate. Each year, dozens of applications are filed, yet only a handful proceed to investigation. Bill C-40 addresses this by shifting the review power to an independent miscarriage of justice review commission, which will have the authority to direct new trials or hearings or refer matters to the Court of Appeal. This independent body is not an alternative to the criminal justice system, but an essential adjunct that creates a fair and impartial review process. The Commission will consist of a Chief Commissioner and up to 4 to 8 other commissioners appointed to reflect the diversity of Canadian society, considering gender equality and the overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black persons in the criminal justice system. This diverse composition is crucial in building a commission that understands the unique challenges faced by marginalized communities. Indigenous women, in particular, have disproportionately suffered miscarriages of justice. They are often charged, prosecuted, convicted, and imprisoned due to systematic failures within the criminal justice system and the broader societal failure to protect them from racism, sexism, and violence. According to the Senate report on injustices experienced by Indigenous women, expert witnesses have repeatedly highlighted these systematic issues. Bill C-40 is a necessary step towards addressing these deeply rooted injustices. New Democrats have worked tirelessly to improve Bill C-40 at the committee stage. We supported amendments that ensure applicants can apply to the Commission without having to receive a verdict from a Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court of Canada. This removes a significant barrier for those wrongfully convicted but lacking the resources to continue lengthy legal battles. We also proposed amendments to empower the Commission to make recommendations addressing systematic issues that lead to miscarriages of justice. This proactive approach can help prevent future injustices. Additionally, we ensured that the Correctional Service of Canada and the Parole Board of Canada are informed of the importance of not obstructing applicants from accessing programs and services due to their review applications. It is important to note that the last significant reform to Canada's conviction review process was in 2002. Since then, we've seen the establishment of similar independent commissions in the UK and New Zealand, demonstrating the efficacy of such bodies in addressing wrongful convictions. Canada must follow suit and ensure timely justice for those who were wrongly convicted. Bill C-40 has received support from various stakeholders, including the Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, the University of British Columbia Innocence Project, and Innocence Canada. These organizations, along with experts like Dr. Catherine Campbell from the University of Ottawa, have been instrumental in advocating for this crucial reform. While we commend the Liberals for bringing this bill forward, it is long overdue. The delays in tabling and debating this bill are unjustifiable, particularly given the urgency of addressing wrongful convictions. Many individuals continue to serve lengthy sentences due to miscarriages of justice, and every day of delay is a day too long for them. The Conservatives have obstructed this process at every turn with filibusters and threats of further delays. We urge all parties to put aside partisan differences and to work together to ensure the swift passage of Bill C-40. Time is of an essence, and we must ensure that this bill receives royal assent before the summer parliamentary recess. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill C-40 offers a long overdue pathway for those wrongfully convicted to seek justice. It represents a significant step in addressing the historic and systematic injustices within our criminal justice system. And New Democrats are in support of this bill and call on all members of this House to do the same. Let us move forward with a shared commitment to justice, equity, and the rule of law. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to ask a question because I do infinitely appreciate my colleague for Edmonton Strathcona. We work on a number of issues together. when it comes to international justice, human rights as well, and we cooperate exceptionally together. But I have a different issue to raise on C40, and as we have mentioned a number of times this evening, we were very disappointed with the NDP vote when there was a Bloc Québécois amendment that simply wanted the commissioners to be able to speak both French and English. So we talked about this. We talked about justice and equality and equity all evening. We've talked about it, and I wonder whether she thinks that there is injustice here when you think about the fact that some Francophones will be using the Commission to defend their rights, and they will be facing commissioners who do not speak their language. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I am sorry. I do not speak French very well. It is difficult for me for this issue. And I speak English, my friend.
The importance of the French language is vital. The riding of Edmonton Strathcona, which I'm so happy to represent, has the French Quarter in it, and in fact 20% of our population identify as Francophone in our communities. When I spoke today, though, of C40, one of the things that I addressed is that there is a disproportionate impact on Indigenous women. And so for me, I think it is important that every Canadian, whether they are Francophone, whether they are Indigenous, whether they are, from whatever part of the region of the country they're from, that they are able to be represented adequately. So I would need to ensure that there were services available in both official languages, but I would also want to make sure that all of those people that are on the Commission adequately represent the population of Canada, particularly those that are marginalized and that are deeply impacted by our criminal justice system.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Good, thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Edmonton Strathcona for her speech. Would she agree that we could pass legislation that would would create an independent commission that is fair, open, and efficient, but which doesn't necessarily lower the threshold for review? Now, the member for Etobicoke, somewhere, Lakeshore, said, it doesn't lower the threshold at all. So I'm left with the question, well, then why change the wording? How is the bill better with the language which we're saying lowers the threshold unnecessarily?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I think perhaps first of all, I would like to thank the member for his question, and I think perhaps the member wasn't listening when I said that what we have in Canada has not actually been updated since 2002. That means that for 22 years we have not looked at this judicial process, and it is not working. And it is particularly not working for marginalized people, particularly Indigenous women in this country. It needs to be updated. It needs to be made more relevant so that justice is not denied to those people who are particularly marginalized. The work that the committee has done, it makes this a better piece of legislation. It makes it stronger. I'm upset that it has taken us so long to get to this point that we can pass this bill. I hope that we can get it through the House before the parliamentary break. But by all means, we don't need to put more barriers to justice for Indigenous women in this country. We need to work to remove those barriers so there is justice for every Canadian equally.
Voilà. Nous n'avons plus le temps pour des questions.
There is no more time for questions. The Honourable Minister of Tourism and responsible for the Canadian Development Agency for Economics. I propose, supported by the Minister of Fisheries, that the House adjourn right now.
Madame Martinez-Ferrada.
Ms. Martinez-Ferrada, seconded by Minister Leboutier, proposes that the House do adjourn now. The motion is adopted.
Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24.1 a.m. That's what I said, a.m.